Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me loud and clear? We are live for the Dutch Poker Masters, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's your main man, Action Man Dan here. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 31 players remaining now. From a starting entry field size of 2,574, the average stack is just over 4 million. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Welcome. Little bit late arriving today because I just got out of the ice bath. Haven't ever gone to the ice bath on a Monday morning, but it is 2025 now, and we're making big changes. I do have a nice surprise for the fans out there. I've got a Dutch guy joining me within the hour, and I'm very excited to be having a co-commentator. That's one way of dusting off the cobwebs, guys. Going to the gym on a Monday morning. What a way to start the week. Let's go. Just getting things set up here on the computer. Very tough to fit in the gym is the only thing. I can get back on time. Winsberg wants to know, Dan, are there any Dutch players in the game? I am going to find that out right now with my Dutch guy who will be joining me, Diddy AB. Just bear with me for a moment, guys, because I'm going to be getting this guy to join me now in the next 30 minutes or so. Hello, Apocalypse. How are you doing? And Bird is in the house. Milo Man says, yo. He's the first one out of the gate. Apocalypse counts 6 Dutch players. 2 in the bed, and the little one said, roll over. And I think we're going to have to play some more games today. I really enjoyed those quizzes last week, although Apocalypse's questions were a bit too intense for me. I was like, how in God's name is anyone supposed to answer that question? But that just shows the caliber of the man, the intelligence you are dealing with. This is the €225 Dutch Poker Masters powered by Pokerreis. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. We do have favorite BlackRock, Alan Robin, No Limit, Frank Palonka, and Stevan Schiefer. So it looks like we only have 6 players at this table right now. And remember, as always, we'll do a redraw when we hit 24, 16, and 9. Don't be shy. Let me know how you are getting on this Monday afternoon. And I always love the Dutch poker masters expect fast, volatile action for the most part. These Dutchies don't be hanging around, and it really creates some exciting action. Yes, guys, Kings does host events in many countries in Europe, and if you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Want to get a few more thousand subscribers before the year's out on YouTube. And if you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. And now let's get into the brass tacks. Actually, have we got the payouts? I do believe we have. Thank you so much, Apocalypse. 5 tickets up for grabs today, guys, for the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event. And a winner of this one from a €225 buy-in is going to be €70,000. Wow. It is all to play for here as BlackRock in the small blind. He seems to have gone for the full 3x. Ace Deuce 3 is the flop. Not the best flop for the pocket nines. And he will just take that one down with a bet. 10-7, not going to be able to continue. Just slurping down a very large coffee here, guys. I've never gone to the sauna, the steam room, and the ice bath on a Monday morning before. Mainly for the reason of it being very depleting on the system. But I want to be going at least 3 times a week, at least twice, 3 times if possible. Joining the gym, getting a personal trainer, and you watch this space. Fresh Spence in the small blind. I have some big news, guys. We have Didier B. He'll most likely is in the chat. He will be joining us live at about 8 minutes time, 7 or 8 minutes. You don't want to miss this one. He is a Dutch player who's been playing on the scene for many, many years, and he knows a lot about the players remaining in the field, which is something I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have that kind of information. So just bear with me. Been a long time now since we had a co-commentator, and I've never done the co-commentating before without Alan. So this is a very exciting new journey, and I'm all for it. All right, guys, this is exciting times. 3 minutes to the window, chef, and we are going to have Didier B joining us. He's got some fun and exciting ideas, is all I'm going to say. We did see the King 10 taking the previous hand down with a jam, blind v blind. And looks like we've got some action here, and I don't see any way where No Limit doesn't have to stack off with the ace jack. Look at the stack depths here, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 10 bigs to start the hand. The hijack is open with ace king. This is just a cooler. And we do see the all-in, and we do see the call. 875 is the flop. No Limit needing runner, diamond, or one of those jabracadas remaining in the deck. Oh, we're going to have our first elimination of the day. The turn is the 9 of clubs. Actually improves his chances. He has 9 outs that can help him now as we hit the river. It's a jack. Oh, wow. Hits the Jeffrey on the river. Sit back down, buddy. You're playing 19 big blinds. Fresh Prince down to 14. All right, guys, the moment is upon us. Didier B, are you there, sir?
Good afternoon, Dan. How are you doing?
Oh, wow, it's great to hear your voice.
So, how was the ice bath you were talking about?
Well, give yourself a bit of an introduction to the chat first, because I don't know you too well. You reached out in person. Not many people get my Instagram, and I like your style. So let's do this. Just give the audience just a brief introduction about your background and what brought you here today.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm a Dutch poker player. I've been to Kings like maybe 10, 11 times. I really love it, and I've been watching your stream most of the time. And then on the way home from Kings, I was thinking, wouldn't it be awesome to join Dan for a live call for, the stream? So I decided to reach out to you. And here I am.
Well, dreams can come true, buddy.
True.
Oh, that's awesome. No, we can't
Yeah.
make the rest of the people jealous. Just so they know, not everyone that reaches out and asks to be on the call is going to it's going to make it. But I'm very excited to have you with us today. You asked me
I'm the
about the
lucky
ice
one.
bath. It's not something I usually recommend the days I am commentating because it makes me too tired and relaxed. But I've other engagements this week, so it actually is the only day I had a lift to go, and I was like, right, we'll do this. But when you get over and do the ice bath, that's fine, but you should probably leave and not do the sauna and the steam room. But when I'm there and they're right beside me, it's very hard to not go in there for a few minutes also.
Understandable.
But the ice bath would really kick you up the arse on a Monday morning. I love the ice bath. I'm up to about... I can go for nearly 10 minutes now. I get in there 3 minutes, 3 times, do a full round of breathing each time. And
Wow.
I couldn't recommend it enough, especially for any poker players. But I do really feel like it should be left for a day where you're not doing much afterwards because you will feel very depleted. It's easy for me to have a bit of a bounce or a pep in my step when I've just got home, but I'd say by 6 o'clock in the evening I'll be feeling it.
Nice.
So we do see Sivan here with the aces in the big blind facing the hijack open. Now, the hijack is opened with about 14 to 15 bigs or so. Back in the day now, Didier, I would actually sometimes raise call this. I've stopped calling these things. They're just a bit too wide here. You want to just get rid of those ace-6, ace-7, and ace-8 offsuit combinations and put them in your raise folding range.
True. I would not do that.
I would not do that, says Didier.
No.
And you're playing a lot on the scene then as well. I want to pick your brain. We have all day, don't worry, or you can stay as long as you want. It's like Hotel California. It's free to come in, but you can never leave.
Yeah, I just play the stakes around like 100 to 500 buy-in, so it's going to be like these kinds of fields.
Well, do you know what? That's absolutely awesome because that's exactly what we get at Kings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Kings' paradise for this field.
And what do you think about this 3-bet? I feel like this looks way too strong, even though he is just essentially committing himself, surely.
I would just jam it, 100%.
Because you're going to jam all your lower pairs and all your weaker hands, then why are you just trying to you just make this look like a dead giveaway?
Yeah, true. It's too strong. Just jam it to keep the ace, jack, ace 10 in your range, maybe even pockets, small pockets.
I would go as far to say, Didier, that this 3-bet is nearly stronger than the coffee that's in front of me. I think I've got 3.5 or 4 spoons in here.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you're up all night then?
Well, it's only 2 o'clock. I like to get my caffeine done before 3 so I can sleep by, Also, by the way, right, so we've had a few comments come in here. I think the way to play this in the big blind is not to 3-bet and not to rip. We just flat.
Okay.
You just want to call here in the big blind. So you keep your opponent honest. He's going to c-bet on so many boards. He might barrel off on turn and river. Even if we had jacks or queens, you can make an argument for rejamming. I think like kings plus here, queens plus, you want to just flat.
Okay, yeah. True.
Because you've got your big blind invested, you've got your big blind anti-invested, so you can be calling with a variety of hands here, even if your opponent is raising off 15 bigs. Real Rusty
True.
with that comment in the chat. Big shout out to Real Rusty. And
I personally would go for the shove. Yeah.
You personally go for the shove. Yeah, well, if you think there's a guy who's going to be raise call happy, then you want to shove because you don't want to give the opportunity of a bad board coming out and then your opponent can get away from their hand. Like, for example, they're going to stack off with like sevens, eights, nines, tens. But if we just
Yeah,
flat and we get like a queen, king, queen on the flop, then they can get away from their pocket tens.
yeah, true. You could
But
do both, I think.
sure. So you have a lot of experience playing these kind of events. Then, if I go quiet, by the way, here and there, Didier, I'm trying to get rid of this coffee. I've got a bit
That's
of
fine. It's
chocolate
fine.
here in front of me as well, so I don't want to be chomping.
Yeah,
Oh, since I
yeah.
started back training, I've been eating like a maniac. Like I always eat like a maniac on the channel, but I'm really like pushing the boat out now because I'm just hungry all the time.
Especially after cold bath, right?
Yeah, and then it flushes everything out. Like I might actually sound like I have a small bit of a cold, but that's just 'cause from the steam room. You go there so you don't have a cold, you know.
Yeah, true. I've never done it
So
before, and it seems too cold for me.
yeah, but this is the thing. You got to just do it. It takes a little bit of a getting used to. Like I keep saying, I wouldn't recommend it the day you're playing, I don't know, the Irish Open, for example. But maybe you could hop in there if you had a long night or you're not feeling too great. Like, here's a great example, actually. When I was over for the World Series of Poker Europe with me, my main man, Aldo Finn. Big shout out to him, by the way. He is moving up in stakes. He's playing the big boy games now. Kitty Games is down the street for Alan.
Oh,
He's now
nice.
playing one KNL. Actually, I just see in the corner of my eye, I spy he's live. So go over and share it. Give him some love at some stage, guys. Obviously, I'm promoting all things Kings here, but that's a channel you don't want to sleep on. And he's very. I think he lost like 10K in a week or something. He texted me and I said something really smart to him. I said, I said, good. I said, welcome to the big leagues.
Does he play a lot then?
He plays loads. He had to take a break now for a little while, but you should follow his channel. His YouTube channel explains it all. There's
Okay.
an amazing video actually about his year. I might get Apocalypse to put it in the chat.
Okay.
Um,
Nice.
hold on, just bear with me. You can commentate on this hand here. I'm just going to finish this coffee and I'll be back to you in 2 seconds.
Sure.
No pressure now, did you?
I'll
You've
try my
got this.
best. Yeah, I'll try my
Okay, see you
best.
in a second. Bye bye.
See ya. Sivan on the button. 20 bigs. 10-6 off. Fold. Small blind. Blind against blind. Jack 6 off. Folds. So it's a walk. Nothing interesting. Yeah, Apocalypse put the channel from Alan in the chat. So guys, you can click on it to see his page. Except for Alan Beard, apparently. 10-3 off is maybe gonna open here. No, it's not. Would be a really loose open though. And the button folds again with 26 bigs. Small blind, 10-5 suited. See what he does. I'm not sure how many bigs the big blind has. I would not fold here, never. He completes, and the big blind king 5 off. Probably gonna check, as he does. And he has 12 bigs, okay. Maybe that could be a jam. Not sure about that.
Yeah, I think you could just ship the king 5 there if you really feel like BlackRock cannot be calling off. Like, a lot of those limps come down to whether you feel like your opponent is going to be trapping you. If you feel like you can't call your 12 big blind jam, especially when it is about half of his remaining chips, you can't get away with shoving these blocker type hands. I prefer checking them when they're suited, believe it or not, like the kings, anything, king deuce, king 3, king 4, king 5, and then I think king 7 plus we just start jamming as well. I've also been talking to guys and they say the higher your king there, you want to check back because you want to let your opponent try hit a piece of the flop. But I think you can get the small. I think it's a little bit different because you're only going to get to take down their small blind, where if we're jamming from the small, we're getting their big blind and their big blind ante. So that's 4 times as much chips we're taking down.
True. So I'd like a jam better than a check then on the big blind.
Ray's Chili Dog says, Dan, unmute. I was muted to drink my coffee. I have a co-commentator now. I can do these things. And I suppose we're going to have a lot of fun here today, Didier. You've got some games and everything and questions, which I was very excited about because that is a new feature we have been bringing into the channel in 2025. And I've even made a suggestion, guys, to Kings that I would like to have a theme tune at the start of every stream. I have a song called Counting Cards by Rainbow Kitten Surprise, and I think it would be a great fit. So we're trying to pimp out the channel now in 2025, and let's see what adjustments we can make.
Okay.
So you've been playing on this scene for, what you say, about a decade now?
Since 17. So...
Yes, I'm playing since I'm 17 as well, but we just tell everyone...
Since... no, 2017. 2017.
Oh, 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I was 18.
Yeah.
I played in pubs up my local town, and I had to pretend I was 18. And then a few months later, I had my 18th birthday in the pub that I was winning poker tournaments in, so they knew I was 17 before that.
Nice. So you're playing for like 10 quid, 20 quid?
I tell you now, we were buying in for 10 or 20, but I started winning for like 250, 300, 400 when I was still in school. And I tell you, it was very hard to go into school the following day after winning the guts of 500 quid.
Understandable.
Poor mama didn't have a good time with me telling her I'm going to be a gambler.
Does she accept it now, or is he not that amused?
She has no choice because that's where they don't forget where their bread is buttered from, you know?
Yeah, okay.
So it's like if you're going to tell someone you're going to do that, you got to show the results is the problem.
Yes, especially for non-poker players. They don't see it as a sport or they just see it as gambling. That's the
Yes,
hard
and
thing.
yes, gambling runs in my family. You see, especially with my father and stuff like that, horses, all that kind of crack. So it was actually a very tough sell at first. But I remember moving to Galway when I was 17 or 18,
Oh,
and I think I was actually 20. I was 20 when I moved there properly, and it was like moving to Las Vegas for me at the time. And I would start bringing home results, and I remember the first time I won like $2,000, and I bought like two oxygen tickets to go see the Killers, the Foo Fighters, yeah, REM, the Verve, and they were all playing in this lineup, and I was like, I bought two tickets to Oxygen. I got this, and I stretched that two
high roller.
thousand dollars out. Like, yeah, yeah. It wasn't. Oh, now I have a role. It was like, okay, what can I spend this on?
Instant rewards.
We do see the 10 big blind jam from the small. And how would you categorize the Dutch poker style if you had to sum it up in a few words?
That's a really good question. Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah, you can answer whenever you want. Okay.
Good time enough, right? I'd say overall, quite good players. Not that aggressive. More tight-ish.
Yeah, you can say three things. I think is a good number.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's
So gotta,
all.
you got
Yeah.
to throw them under the bus and tell them that they're all donkeys.
I can't do that. People I know are watching, so.
I'm only joking. We don't really, we call them fun players anyway. You've got to remember, a lot of people want to enjoy the game. That's why you'll rarely ever hear me talk about GTO or solvers around here. To be honest with you, them words are like Voldemort to me.
Yeah,
He who must not be named.
do you think GTO works on these fields? Because I don't really think that's a thing. Because
Um,
people play so weird, they play so crazy that GTO, yeah, it's fine to know, but I wouldn't adapt it to my game in these fields.
Well, we're not playing a computer. One of the reasons I'm slightly late this morning as well, I was around in my friend's house last night till about four. It was later than 4 a.m. I think, and then I was back up at 10 because I needed 90 minutes to do the gym. Yeah, the crack. And we were playing on GG, and he was showing me things, and this guy, he's an electrician, so he's not a full time poker player. But I swear he was bobbing and weaving and showing me little things that people do. And I was like, wow, I couldn't believe what I was seeing on GG. And we're talking about maybe $10 hypers, $20 hypers, $5 hypers. Re-raise. Chili Dog says, hey, my favourite commentator, the Action Man, Dan. Oh, yeah, but you'll be saying your favourite commentator next week now is Diddy AB. We've got a new guy on the streets.
Imagine.
No, that's dreams can't come true, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm
As
delighted
you
to have
see,
you
I'm
here
sitting here.
today. Like I said, if I was having you on, I would have been like, I didn't really want to go do the ice bath. I think that's the third time I've said that now, but I wouldn't normally be around in my friend's house on a Sunday night till 4 a.m. either. Just had a couple of beers, nothing too crazy. He was having more than a couple of beers, and so he wanted me to kind of help him. But then he was he was showing me things. I learned a lot last night. Actually, just my whole point is these styles. You're on about GTO. I see. If you sit down at a table at Kings, you are not playing a robot. You're not playing someone who's online, and you need
Yeah.
to adjust accordingly.
Yeah. I agree 100%.
Re-raised Chili Dog says, when you stop, Dan, I unfollow. There's a lot of people saying if I ever leave this channel that they're gone.
That's a big compliment to you, isn't it?
Well, it's a massive compliment, but I haven't. I've been running this show for about 3 years here on my own, so maybe I
Yeah.
maybe I deserve that. I don't think I deserve or entitled. I don't like them words, but yeah, I'll take the compliments. Any compliments I can get. I rarely get insulted around here because they know what'll happen.
Ban.
Oh, they don't want to see me angry. I'm 265 pounds, guys, and full of muscle. If you want to be a keyboard warrior, you send location, you're going to be in trouble.
Okay, I'll
So
never
we
insult you
see,
then.
yeah, we see the jacks here. So we are going to get back to that because I think we need to differentiate heavily between online these days and live. I'm predominantly a stars player. I don't know if you know much about my history. I don't actually know that part.
No, I
I'm
don't.
a scoop champion. I won another. I got third in a scoop then for more than I won the original one. So I won 63. I won 72. A couple of years ago
Oh,
now,
nice.
I won the Sunday Storm before with 31,927 entries.
Oh.
Yes, I played online for many, many years. I used to play up to 20 tables at once. I've played over 200,000 games. But I was playing like an idiot. It's way, way too many tables. And I was played all over Christmas, Didier. After I finished college, that was my first introduction back into the poker realm for quite some time. And I had 6 tables in front of me, and I thought I was going to have a heart attack.
What's the maximum tables you played at once?
At Christmas?
No, just
Or
in general.
ever? Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
ever.
you won't believe the answer. You will not believe the answer. Like between 30 and 40 before.
No, really? How many screens do you have
Yes.
then?
I actually did all that on one screen before. They're all overlapping.
Wow.
But that's something that was probably done a couple of times in my life only. Like you do not do that on a normal. That was when I was chasing the tournament leaderboards, the summer TLB.
Oh, crazy.
So yeah, no wonder at some point I just went a bit insane.
Yeah, I understand. 30 tables. Oh, can't even imagine playing 10 at the same time.
I think these days, depending on what you are playing, I think 4 tables. If you're playing stuff that's like $100 and above, you need only about 4 to 6.
Yeah, true.
Re-raised Chili Dog says, I always give you compliments, Dan. Ah, sure, why didn't you tell me it was Richie? I think you might know Richie, Didier. I think he's a Dutch guy for sure.
Is
Richie,
he?
1965. Any
We're from
Dutchies out
in.
there in the chat today that want to get involved here? We've got Didier B. A couple of times on some of these Dutch Poker Masters, Didier, we've had the chat go absolutely mental late at night there. It's like about 100 Dutchies just tuning in at once for Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete springs to mind. I'm not sure if he is Dutch, but
I think he was
uh,
German, right?
I don't know. But there's certain guys that play in a casino somewhere in Holland, and if they are deep in the tournament, there's all these new Dutchies just arrive in the chat. It's mental. Some
True.
of the funnest times I've ever had on the stream, but it's not too fun for my moderator, Apocalypse. Yeah, policing that stuff at night is very difficult. And that's what I always say as well. Like, we get loads, and I mean loads of viewers on YouTube, but they're always just hopping in and hopping out. So I tell them to come on over because we can't police YouTube. There's no moderators. So if anyone's trying to talk to us, now I have a second commentator, someone. I can't be monitoring the chat box on YouTube and on Twitch. It'd just be too much while I'm trying to commentate on my own. But yes, we are hearing you, bro. Yeah, see, I'm just having a quick look here on YouTube. But they're always asking
We,
questions there, and I always tell them you need to come over to the Action Army, the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We have built an amazing following there, and I'm very proud of it over the last 3 years or so.
we do have the first question in the chat. The first quiz question. Which Dutch poker player is known for his nickname, the Flying Dutchman?
Well, I bet you know that, the answer to that.
Yeah.
Was that one of your questions? Oh, so sorry.
That was
What
one
I've
of
done,
that was one of mine. Yeah.
so what I've you can ask but you're commentating, you see. So what I did was I forward your questions on to my main moderator, Apocalypse, so he can do that for you. But we don't want to anyone stealing your thunder. If you want to ask the questions, you go right ahead.
That's fine. It's fine. I don't mind.
I thought it might be a help for you. So the king queen will take that hand down.
We do have one correct answer, and that's Twitchhead 11. So I'm going to write that down. It's the first correct answer and the fastest.
Yes. So you have the right answers, but the problem is we are going to have to start doing prizes around here. You had something you were saying to me about that, did you? Or maybe that's...
It's not confirmed yet.
Yeah,
so I was
going to say that. Yeah, that's disclosed information. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. I want to give away Hoovers on this channel. If you want to know the truth, I want to send Henry the Hoover to people's doors. Who doesn't love a Henry the Hoover?
I have a Dyson, so.
Well, a Dyson, I'll allow a Dyson, but that Henry, the face on the Henry is very funny.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, yeah.
You can get a miniature version of these things as well.
Twitchhead 11 has a question for you, Dan. Maybe you know it. Which Dutch poker player is known for his nickname, The Cleaner? It's quite a big name. I know it.
Cleaner. I know a cleaner online, you see, but
I think it's the same one. Yeah, I think it's the same one. I think his nickname is the Cleaner as well online. He plays the high roller tournaments.
Yeah, but so I know him as his online handle, but I can't remember his real name. I know exactly who you're on about, though.
No, it's not Lex. No, it's not Lex.
No, it's not Lex. No.
Name begins with J. It's quite a difficult name to pronounce. Anyone else in the chat?
Yeah, we need to give them a couple of minutes each time, otherwise we're going to run out of questions pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is a question Twitch had asked us from the chat.
Yike Vandelvila. Yori Van Hoot. That sounds about right.
That's the one.
Yes.
That's the one.
Of course, he's an absolute animal.
Yeah. I thought you should know him.
Yeah, no, I should have got that one. God damn it. I've always wanted to play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire around here because it's like, there's certain hands where I'm like, what should they do here? It's like, I need to ring someone. Phone a friend. I always ask the audience, and I don't know what 50-50 is. It's like where, right, you could do this and we could do that.
It's a coin flip. Ace king against queens.
Well, we do get a lot of coin flips around here. Chip counts. Eric with 49 bigs is your chip leader. French Prince is your chip loser, and everything in between, guys. This is not going to be as deep stacked as, say, for example, 75-minute levels for the 3 days I did last week. That was an incredible event. Not sure if you were tuning in for that one, did you? I don't think I seen you in the chat that time.
No, don't think so, no.
It's okay. I happen to know there's a lot of ghosts out there. I'm a very big ghost myself. I'll always be in a chat and not talk. So, and then I give out to people because they won't talk in the chat. And I presume you are familiar with Johan Wisello, then one of our main moderators as well.
Yeah, I think I know him from, we call in Netherlands poker.nl. Poker.nl. It's for, I should say, for beginning poker players. they organize tournaments all around Netherlands, and I think he's a member of that, if I'm correct. Is he in the chat now?
Right.
So we can ask him.
He usually pops in the afternoon, and then he goes to play bridge in the evenings. That's what Johan does. A little bit of action here, buddy, to say the least.
The aces.
We've got the blinds have just gone up, so now these is very easy for us. 100, 200, 200. That's 100k for the small blind, 200k for the big blind, with a 200k running big blind ante. Fresh Prince is all in for his last 6.2 bigs. No Limit is going to be priced in here, even though he just has Queen Jack suited. It plays so well. If there's ever a hand to crack aces, it's the Queen Jack suited.
Would you rather have Queen Jack than like 8-9 suited?
That is a good question, because with 9-10 and say 8-9 and 9-10 suited, we most likely have live cards where the Jack or the Queen, we could be fecked by Ace Queen or Ace Jack.
Yeah, true.
And King Queen, of course. Now
He's all in, Queen Jack.
Yeah, this puts Savan Schiefer in a bit of a bind, because if he had like 10 million here, say, Didier, like 50 bigs, you might just spin and win for 12 big blinds. But when it's that much of his stack, that's one of the things we've been learning on GG as well, how valuable 7.3 big blinds is these days. Where before I'm like, oh, I got to punt this, or this is not a big stack, got to gamble, but you really
like
don't.
15 bigs. Yeah. Jam 15 bigs with ace-3 off.
We've one of my favourite people in the chat here as well. I'll get to him in a minute. Stratus. I have some new music to discuss with you, Stratus. I was like, I'll have to talk to him about this, but now I forget what music I wanted to talk to you about. I blame the ice bath. Jack 5-4 is the flop.
First Jack, flush draw on the turn. Always
11 outs now, Didier, as we hit the river. It's a 10.
Oh, close.
Close indeed, yeah. You're not loving life there
easy
on the turn with your aces, are you?
No, it's never easy.
Couple of comments coming in there. Wim is out. Is it Wim Hof, is it? Because I do the Iceman breathing.
No, I think Wim is Wim de Leeuw. No, he means Wim de Leeuw, I think.
Do you know Wim Hof?
He's a... Yeah, I know him, yeah.
That's how I do my Iceman breathing, but I think he could be my favourite Dutchie of all time. Possibly one of my favourite humans on Earth.
Oh, nice.
Not that I've met the man.
It's his method, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
It's his method, right? The Wim Hof method, the ice bath.
Well, that's how I can stay in the ice bath for so long.
Yeah, true.
Because I do the breathing. Pocknup says he could give away some books. Yeah, you could. You've got some awesome books. I was thinking of buying like 10 copies of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius and maybe just start sending them to people. If people are familiar with that book, because you don't read it like a normal book, you can just pick up any page and get some knowledge. Knowledge bombs around here. We do have a miniature Henry desk vacuum hoover. Surely that €18. Yeah, I could start buying them. Maybe I get a pay rise and we can talk. Favorite in the cutoff here is going for a larger sizing. Didier is going for 2.8 bigs. I prefer to just keep this as a min or a little bit of cheese on top.
2.1.
So he goes for 400 there, and we have about 13 bigs there with the king 10, and feel like I have fold equity. I'm probably going to rejam.
5-6.
Do you think you would rejam against a wide cut-off open? I think king 10 offsuit's going to be printing as a rejam there, but maybe not. He only had exactly 11 bigs, so he's a little bit less fold equity.
I do think on these fields you need to jam a little tighter, because I don't see people bluffing that much with like queen 8 or jack 8, jack 7. So I wouldn't personally jam the king 10, maybe king jack, king queen. What do you think about
that? I think it gets to a threshold point there where if our hand is too sexy and suited, it's got to go into the rejamming range. I mean, sexy and suited, like anything like 9-10 suited plus. If you feel like you have fold equity, I see dudes playing at kings and they'll raise fold off 9 big blinds.
Oh, okay.
I've seen it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it happens all the time.
Yeah, but they do get scared, and when it comes to when push comes to shove.
Excuse the pun. And remember, folks, I actually haven't talked about the pay jumps here with 26 players remaining. Having too much fun with Didier here. We will have a redraw when 24 players remain. With 26 players remaining, the current payout is €1,820.
And the amazing first prize, nearly 70k. It's crazy.
For a €225 buy-in, it's absurd.
Yeah. I've been here like 1 month ago, and the buy-in was 150 with the Czech Masters, and the first prize was like 80k, 90k. So it's crazy what Kings does for which big fields they have.
It literally changes lives, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, so coming into Christmas there, you could really feel the tension in the air about how much these people wanted to be driving home for Christmas with a boatload of cash, or a boot full of cash anyway. You can just tell when people haven't played for that kind of money before, and that's why we love Kings, because €225, you're going home with the guts of €100,000, including
ticket, a 10k ticket.
Yeah. Maybe it's true, but one of the commentators' voice sounds naturally drunk. Yeah, I always sound naturally drunk. Thanks, man. What a comment, like. I'm just out of an ice bath, okay? There's other days where I've come back from weddings and stuff like that, but that is not today. Give me a goddamn break. It's okay to be high on life sometimes, guys. So we do see No Limit going all in for 7.7 bigs. I'm not the biggest fan here, Didier, of the flat from the small blind. All right, so the guy just didn't know I was Irish. Okay, well, that's fair enough. I'm going to give you a pass this time, buddy. Sometimes I can seem quite loud on here. I don't know if I'm blasting Didier's ears out of it. It's just my mother's deaf. I've always spoke very loud, and it's a very hard thing for me to adjust to.
No, it's fine. I'm used to your voice, so.
I think a lot of people are. When I was over at Kings there, I had people coming up wanting photos with me, telling me how famous I was in Europe. I had absolutely no idea. Now, this is a bit of a spicy spot here because
Yeah,
he's forced to call. You see what's happened here in the small blind here, Didier, he's called with ace deuce suited, and this is just going to be a great example of compound mistakes because it's only 5 big blinds more for him to call here. And like, look at the size of the pot. It's 3.72 million out there and 1 million to call. He is technically getting the right odds. He only needs about 20% to call there, but
true,
he's to remember the favorite has 14 bigs behind.
true. And he's always crushed with the ace deuce.
Oh, see, people are getting jealous already, Didier. Confession to the champs, the first choice guest commentator, but the fact that would make it 2 Irish accents was deemed unsafe. We're going to turn this into a radio show. We have new guys on all the... Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
I got 3 spades on the flop.
3 spades on the flop.
And open-ended, and it's over.
He hits it, yeah. It's a pretty good... Yeah. It's a pretty good flop there for no limit, all things considered, because...
Yeah,
although... Yeah, favorite is open-ended. No limit had the spades covered, so it's kind of a spin and win type deal there. If he's going to try hit the 9 or the ace, needs to be non-spade. Obviously, he has the ace of spades. I can't remember what song I wanted to talk to Stratus about. I think it will come to me later on in the day, Stratus. Out of nowhere, I'll be like, oh, that's it. So, we are 1 elimination away from the redraw. So, how's your first 40 minutes or so been, Didier? You're comfortable?
Yeah, I'm getting more comfortable by the minute, so I'm really enjoying it.
That's great, buddy. I've got the face for radio and the voice for Braille. Actually, as much as I love commentating, I would hate to have a camera on me all the time. Like some of those Twitch channels. They suck your whole life out of you, don't they? Like, you're constantly on camera. Pokerreis says, Dan, Beaterbev and Bivol 2 is happening on February the 22nd. Same card will have Dubois versus Parker. Oh, that sounds brilliant. I'm not the biggest boxing fan, but they are some good fights. Dan, you never realise we can see you in the bottom corner of the screen. I bloody hope not, buddy. Remember, I need to go get glasses. I'm basically like a blind mole walking around the house at the moment. Okay, so guys, that's going to bring us to our first break of the day. We are going to come back after doing a redraw with 3 tables of 8. And from there, we are going to play down to the last 2 tables. Didier and myself are going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. That was a fun opening hour or so. Hope you're enjoying the show. Things are just getting kicked off. And I will see you all in a few moments.
See you after the break.
It's fair game for poker, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option raise, re-raise, something.
Blom with 2 black ladies like under the gun here, min raising.
Like a Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
This 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The Pocket Rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hört
ases.
mich, wenn gerätst du eine
Does go all in.
Platz.
Does get called. Blom
Wieso?
gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur, the one standing up.
Ich verstehe, aber
There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favorite to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
sei nervoso? Di che cosa?
Un po' sì.
No, mamma,
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10-10-5
parlare.
is
Hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Dann machst du Aktion.
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso. If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie.
How much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the
Of
hell?
course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me, it doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of a
how.
hand here
Interesting.
with ace
Yes.
queen of diamonds.
I
But
told him
I
in
don't
the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
It's a little bit more. than
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold
Aye.
on your
We need a
opposition like this
waiter.
as such
Whiskey.
a tough FT,
Time.
Not even this
do you
day.
want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be
or
up
pass.
against
That's it.
2
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy.
crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically
very good
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
just
really matter.
shows
It
us.
was
No, it
a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close. Yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem like
And obviously that's gone back quite a few
Turkey,
years.
discount.
But you know,
Sweden, they
had
raise.
passion at that point for poker, but was very, very bad compared to now, which is completely
They want
normal.
to sell for 20,
But
ask 80.
for sure,
With
through
discount, it's
TV
only
programs
60.
and just TV coverage, man, would have, you know, came across him before. But there's many clips from this man in that time frame of full tilt poker, high stakes games, heads up battles and stuff like that. Sicko.
Surzat is a sicko as well. So the new players at the table, Tak Sally,
900. Very difficult
€278,000 in total live earnings.
On his 900,
I don't know how
so
much
hard to
Isildur has won. His tournament live earnings wouldn't tell the full story, to put it
Definitely
mildly.
in that example. Yeah.
And Surzat with 3.3 million in live earnings, and Samuel with over 3 million. So most players at this table have won multiple millions at the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Tom Bedell as well, 3.5 million. I believe that's all the new players at this FT. It is funny that I asked, was he before your time, and you're only 31 years old,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I'm 34, and that is mad the way that extra few years makes such a big difference.
A lot can happen in a year, bro, to be fair.
A lot can happen if you're Isildur in a year.
Defo.
This guy's an absolute superstar.
My water.
Bom dia, indeed.
I believe so. Yeah.
Hello to everyone tuning in on the chat.
Thank you.
What a Tuesday evening we have in
Oh,
store. Two pair here for Fox, and has been running very good, it has to be said, although if he was running pure, he wouldn't have lost that hand against the ace-7 of Leon.
True.
He also could have lost that pot. I'm all for them chopping it up. At least we have Leon at the FT with a really decent stack. I'm going to call.
Questo posto è buono, sai, vedi tutto, a te non ti vede nessuno, in mezzo al tavolo non ti vede. Qua sono
He looks
peggior posto è
very focused indeed. We haven't seen him for quite some time.
e tu per guardare
Now,
da là,
I just mean
guardare da là,
at
devi
Kings
tornare
or on the live circuit, maybe
qua, lui non ti vede.
he's part of the furniture somewhere else.
Che fai? Ti nascondi? Ti nascondi?
Questo qua è pericoloso.
Certo.
That looks like a very large bet.
Poi è un grande giocatore.
Very polarizing.
Blom's not going to be able to fold just yet.
Con questo si può
Big this
giocare.
pot then.
Ogni tanto gioca
Massive pot, 1.8 million as we hit the river.
No, qualcosa ho visto, sì.
I guess he's making it this big on the turn here, Alan, so he can shove on the river
Yeah.
on pretty much
Primarily.
any blank anyway. And there you go. That's a blank, if I ever did see one. 5 of spades. Rolling off. Not a club, not a straight card. Unless you had 4-7 somehow.
Yeah.
Or the 2-4, of course. I just don't think they're in his range. So clear cut jam now for Foxen, I would imagine. Sizing up on the turn to be able to shove this river for stack to pot ratio of 1-1.
$1.285.
Well, it doesn't go for the lot, but still a massive bet nonetheless. 1.285 million has been declared.
Just a bluff catcher here for Victor, isn't it? Unfortunately, and again, blocking Jack 10, Ace 10 if it went for it, 9 10 if it went for it. Probably not the best blocker here with some of the potential bluffs that Foxen could have here. It was multi-way on the flop as well, which is something to take into account here. He does get out of the way. I'm happy enough with that.
We would want our opponent to have a 10 in their hand for some additional
bigger
straight draws
gets
that could be
bigger. Richer
continuing
gets
to
richer.
fire.
Just rips pre, I would assume, the vast majority of the time. Probably never flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket fours is a possibility, given that he has threes, but
Maybe.
like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically, he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be re-jamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed,
When
yeah.
you've got
Agreed.
half the, I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri has before that start that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so. And I think that's just way more of a reason to rejam. With trees, you can rejam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yep.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar. But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just I don't want to say no brainer, but close to it there with pocket trees.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Foxen betting 300k and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the three of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Are you going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Piscieri calling with just king high. A non-believer. Over is the jack of clubs. Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
Oh, he just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him be betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, he can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5 into 4.
Yeah, I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well. Because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. Like, he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably, you know, one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here that called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a
You
day
could
on
be,
this channel if I just let it go.
you honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn.
Hello, good afternoon. We're back. Dan is just preparing his turkey, so he'll be back in 2 or 3 hands, he told me. Oh, we have a new table with a Dutch guy, Manfred Jansen. Big stack has 86 bigs and the shortest 11. The 2 shortest ones 11. Apocalypse, yeah, it's the first Dutch guy in the feature table. We have a German, a Swiss, 2 Ukrainians, and there's the sound again. Ace King on the gun +2. Guess he would open. Raises to 2.4 bigs. The one and only Dutch player on the table, Manfred, is folding on a button. Frank in a small blind. I'd reckon he's gonna fold. Okay, Stratos, I'll tell him. And the big blind with Queen 8 suited of hearts. He might defend. I'm not sure what his style is. Yeah, he defends. Heads up to the flop. Undergun +2 and the big blind. Ooh, nice flop. It's still a coin flip. Flush draw for the big blind. He's probably going to check it. He checks it. Dimitro does the c-bet. I reckon he could jam it now. See what his go-to is. He just makes the call. Off to the turn. Turn is 10 of diamonds. Nothing changes. Just a good shot for the queen 8 with his flush draw. So this would be a really good spot to go aggressive. Dimitro bets 8 bigs, half pot. Now he's in a all-in or fold situation. And he folds. Shows ace. Okay, is Dan back? Dan, you here?
Yes, man. You could do a bigger introduction than that, but that's okay. I was just enjoying being a fanboy there, man. I was going to start being a moderator or talking in the chat. I think you've got to. We are back and we are live. Yes, you're doing fantastic. And thanks to you now, I got to prep my turkey correctly, because usually what I have to do, I don't have time to make a trivet and put all the veg in and doing all the chopping, etc. But I actually got to make a very nice one now. So it's going to be extra special today, thanks to you.
Thanks. Big credits.
You can only
I do have to ask
so
from
much,
Stratos.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do have to ask from Stratos if you let your dog inside. Not sure what the story about that.
The story is that, so I live at home with my parents, trying to help them out, etc. I fled the nest for about 10 years, lived in Galway for about a decade, did a stint in Berlin, did a stint in Glasgow, then shit hit the fan after a 7-year relationship with a woman, and COVID hit at the exact same time, so I had to move home. And I moved home. We had 2 dogs at the time. Both of them are dead now. They were about 15 years each. It's not like they were puppies or something. So we got a third dog, a puppy, but we didn't really want one because I'm so busy, etc. But I love him. He's great, but he needs more love and attention. And last week I forgot to I fed him, but then I forgot to bring him inside. So I had to stop in the middle of the stream and run down to let my dog in. That's all.
How long was he outside then?
Well, he stays outside anyway, but it was just freezing cold and piss and rain, so I had to get him in. So basically, I was supposed to bring him in at 7, and I brought him in closer to 9 p.m. That's what happened.
Oh, poor dog.
But normally, my parents are here to cover all that kind of stuff, but they were over helping babysit with my sister, so I was home alone. So I can only do so many things in a 20-minute window, even though it's great with poker and you do get a lot of breaks. The breaks are never long enough to do the required amount of things. Now, I'm not going to be interrupting you here at all, but it looks like I have a lot of action going on in the chat. And I do notice a common trend when I do have a co-commentator. I get a bit overexcited and I forget about the poker a little bit. Like it will get all the honourable mentions, of course, but it is just very refreshing and nice to be able to talk to someone on here that's on the other end, that's not in the chat box. So
we're going all the way
back. Something about a 10 on the turn and the guy had ace king.
Okay, you didn't see it. Just asking you, would you jam the flop or not? But if you didn't follow the whole hand, it's going to be hard answering.
I'm upstairs in my office, you see, so the kitchen's downstairs, so I'm literally running up and down the stairs. Some form of exercise is what I get. And sometimes I come back and I'm out of breath. Sometimes I'm choking on an apple. I've actually, one thing, don't want anyone to let me forget to eat my berries today. I'm trying to eat berries every day. It's not something I think of when I go to the fridge, you know. But brainberries, very, very good. Blueberries, blackberries. I don't think I have any strawberries.
Wow.
Member berries. Are you a fan of South Park?
I've watched it a long time ago, but not that lately.
I like the member berries. I don't know. It's a probably private joke if you haven't seen the episode.
No.
It just sounds stupid.
The only episode I can remember is the Man Bear Pig one. If you know that
Oh,
one.
I love Man Bear Pig. You know that was my name online. That will do, pig.
Was it?
Yeah. So I'm not a pig anymore. Now I'm in my 30s. I'm a hog, or more like a centaur, I think. Stratos says story about winning so much money. So this Stratos guy, Didier, he is in his mid-50s. He tunes in from America every single Monday. He stays on all day while he's in work. He's an absolute legend.
Wow.
Except when he goes for the midnight drives and goes down the wrong highway. Is that right, Stratos? Actually, that reminds me. Okay, that we go with that song. The Eagles, Life in the Fast Lane. He loves the old classic 70s, 80s rock. I've only started talking about music lately on this channel. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we got to get to the action. Manfred is re-jamming over the top here from the under the gun open. Standard enough stuff here. You want to be opening that ace-10, especially off 50 bigs. 50 bigs is huge right now.
And this is Manfred's biggest accomplishment in tournaments. I've seen on the hand and mob he's only got 1.5k, so this is gonna be his biggest cash ever.
See, that's why you're in the executive committee, because it's very hard to do all the necessary homework when you are running up and down the stairs on your break. So thank you so much. Always good to have a hand and mob on the side.
True.
Sometimes, though, I talk about this a lot lately. You see a dude that has like very little cashes on his hand and mob, and it usually indicative, especially in a €1,000 buy-in or more, that they might be like a cash beast or something.
Yeah, true. Or online player.
So I don't like this call from Demetrio. Actually, it's very close, but if it was 10 big blinds or less, I prefer it way more. This is just a tad too many bigs, and we are unsuited, and we are under the gun, and the hijack is rejammed. So I just don't particularly like this, especially when we are A-handed.
It's variance heavy call.
Variance heavy call, says Didier, and I would be inclined to agree. King 6 deuce is the flop. King on the turn. Ace or 10 needed on the river. It's going to be a very healthy double up to here, Didier, for Manfred Jansen. You said you know this guy?
Don't know him, but do have some people who know him. So
you're going to make some calls.
That's good about the Dutch poker community. Like everyone knows everyone, and somehow.
Yes, I love the Dutchies. I haven't spent enough time in Holland. I'm not going to lie, but they remind me of the Irish fans, and we are some of the best fans in the world. I think the Dutchies could be even bigger fans. It's incredible.
Depends for what.
Maybe well, poker in
football.
general is just they're always hopping. Well, football, yeah, of course. I used to love Bergkamp. Was that his name?
Yeah, Bergkamp from Arsenal.
Yeah. Where's Peter Schmeichel from? I used to love him. He's Dutch,
from Denmark.
I don't think. Denmark.
No, he's Denmark.
He was my favorite soccer player ever. I know he was a goalkeeper, but
yeah.
He was my hero when I was growing up. I used to love Manchester United when they had when they won the Champions League with York and Cole up front and
Beckham.
Yeah, Beckham, all that. I just don't. I tuned out of soccer about, I would say about 15 years ago. I'd had enough about how much money was into it, and just didn't have the same feel or that grit or the grind or that raw aggression was just sort of gone or something. It's just gone a bit too pissy. It's like these tackles are so stupid. They just seems to stop the game every 2 seconds, you know.
Yeah, true. It's more about the money than football nowadays.
Yeah. So Stratus says, decided to live like a millionaire on the drive back and stopped at every gentleman's club they came across. By the time they got back home, he was poorer than when he left to get the money he won. Saw a guy who won the lottery.
Apocalypse says that his favorite football ever is Cruyff. Not because of me,
Cruyff.
but just because he is the best. Yeah, you know him, right?
He loves Apocalypse loves a good sport.
Yeah, he is legend, Cruyff.
We're getting a lot of comments in from the 11351528. We're going to have to give you a nickname, buddy. That's way too much numbers. Come on, get a grip. Do yourself a bloody favour and use a name. Just want to catch up with the chat box here. Hard to do everything. Why are you outside for 12 hours? Oh, it's someone else. Got to remember, sometimes people talk to each other in the chat, not to me. We did have guys tuning in from Australia last week, and they were actually asking some very funny questions, Didier. Like, is there more gloves or socks in the world? That was a topic of conversation the last time.
I would go for socks.
Yeah, I thought socks at first, but then you have to remember about surgical gloves in hospitals, etc.
Oh wow, yeah. Those 100 gloves in the box, those plastic ones, if you count them as well.
Yeah. And then the second one was, is there more doors or wheels in the world? I just don't know the answer.
Who thinks of these questions? We gone all in? 11 bigs?
I believe the guy. I don't like this shove at all. Well, no, these A6, A7, Ace-A offsuit combinations just don't play well. Now, I could launch up my charts here and it might say shove, but I just... Yeah, that's fine. Do that online, but not here at Kings with 23 players remaining now playing for €70,000.
True. Rather shove a suited connected hand than ace X weak.
See, everyone just puts everything into ChatGPT these days, so ChatGPT knows best. Rugby is basically a free-for-all with barely any stoppages. You know what? I really, really enjoy rugby the last few years, where before I was like, oh, I don't know about this. Or even, yeah, it's a great sport. I'm not going to continue there. I'm a big UFC fan, though, Didier. Do you like UFC?
Not at all, sorry.
That's okay.
I never watch it. Who's your favourite fighter?
Well, if we all like the same things, then the world would be a very boring place.
Yeah, true. Who's your favourite fighter then, Dan?
Oh, I don't know. It depends what division. It's a very loaded question there, not going to lie. It's not like picking a football team.
If you have to choose one.
Right now, Poetan.
Okay.
Just hold on. I'm going to have to Google top 10. There's too many divisions, you see. And then it's like, oh, are you on about now or all time? Because these GOAT conversations always come up. Who's the GOAT fighters, you know?
Yeah, true.
I just love a good stand and bang. I like the bigger divisions more so than the smaller ones. Because of my weight, I like heavyweight or light heavyweight.
Yeah. I think the light heavyweight.
It probably doesn't mean much to you if you're not a fan, so we won't go
Not
too
really.
into it. That's okay. That's okay. John Jones is obviously my favorite fighter of all time. He has to be, but he was on the
That
steroids, so then he loses some points.
that does ring a bell for me, John Jones.
I presume you're familiar with John Jones, and Alex Pereira right now for me is my favorite fighter to watch in the UFC. But I like a lot of them. There's a lot of interesting fights coming up in 2025. Yeah, 113. Here, will you just change your name 113511528? Or we're just going to have to call you one squared or something. We're going to have to simplify that. That's too many numbers. Apocalypse is warning me. Yes, Apocalypse, I ask you for many favors, but always remind me when the rugby's on, because it's not something I think of putting on the TV, for example. Are you familiar with any of the players at this table, Didier? One of the main reasons you reached out, wanted to get on comms, is because for things like this or the Benelux Classics, you reckon you know a lot of the players that would still be in the field. Now, Berserk, I would be familiar with this guy's game.
Yeah,
He's
I
plays.
played
Sorry,
against him.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah I
Yeah,
did play
so he
against
plays.
him.
He plays very straightforward, but it does not mean that he doesn't have some. I always talk about it on this channel. The older contingent, they've got a lot of moves that these GTO wizards wouldn't have. So that's kind
True,
of
true.
alluding to what you were saying earlier about you can't be playing GTO in a 225 Dutch Classics, like.
That's 100% true. I do know like maybe 40, 50 Dutch players, but they didn't make the day 3, so that's a pity. I really hoped one of my poker buddies would make the last day, but too bad.
Yeah, because when you reached out and you were saying, "Oh, I'd like to get involved for a few hours, maybe not the final table," not throwing you under the bus here in any shape or
Yeah.
form, you were like, but I was like, "Yeah, okay, there might be Dutchies involved, but you have to remember that they're not all going to just make it to the last 24." Oh, sorry, my mic. Yeah, they're not all going to make it to the last 24. So you've got to realize that there's just all players of shapes and sizes. I have had one or two final tables where we've found ourselves with 4, sometimes 5 Dutchies at an FT. Now that's
Yeah.
at least 3 a couple of times, which I think is awesome. I'm not joking. That is when the channel does be absolutely hopping. We could have over 1,000 viewers between YouTube and Twitch when that occurs.
Yeah, even Ronald van der Linde, the guy who organizes the Dutch Classics, Dutch Masters, he made the final table 2 times. So that's a really good score for him.
Yeah, I am very familiar with that guy. He plays a lot of kings.
Yeah, loads.
Yeah, I
yes.
like that guy a lot. He also plays quite straightforward, but he also not afraid of making moves.
Yeah, he's very consistent as well. Dan, should we ask another quiz question?
Well, you do have a big surprise that we won't tell the viewers about just yet.
Yeah, maybe after the 3rd question, we can tell them.
Maybe we will keep that one in the back burner when we are closer to the final table.
True, true. So the next quiz question is, who was the first Dutch player to win a WSOP bracelet?
Just tell that to Apocalypse. Apocalypse would be great at putting that question into the chat.
Yeah, Apocalypse. Who was the first Dutch player to win a WSOP bracelet? Can you put it in the chat, please? See who's the first one to get it right. Awesome, thanks.
And of course, Apocalypse, if you know the answer and you're putting in the question, don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Answer the question, even if you're the one putting it in the chat. Because it's not your question. So it's not like you're the one asking the question when you already know the answer.
You did message me the answers though, so that'd be cheating, Dan.
Oh, shit. Yes. That was at the start of the day. I just gave him a screenshot. That was all. Yeah.
Full name, guys. Full name.
Thank you for being so honest there, Apocalypse. Actually, that's very noble of you. Maybe next week I will not be sending you the answers.
Stratos got it right. And Swiss Boy as well. Oh, what we're going to do about this then? Because Stratos said Marcel first, and then Swiss Boy said Vonk. The full name is Marcel Vonk.
I think Stratus because he was the first to put in the chat box, Marcel.
Yeah, but
so,
the other...
yeah, but he's
but
only put in the second name.
Yeah, but we have two really important Dutch poker players. We have Marcel Lusk and Marcel Vonk. So he could mean Lusk as well, so that's tricky. Let's give them both a point then, maybe. Let's do that.
Okay, they both get a point. That seems fair. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Manfred is 3-betting to 1.6 million. From the small here, Dirk going with the standard enough open with ace-10 suited. Yeah, look, we don't want it. We just want to make it fair. Swiss Boy Basil and Stratus, you are long-time listeners of the channel, first-time callers. We'll figure it out because we've had issues before here, Didier, where like too many people have put in the correct answer at once, and on their screen it's showing their name first, and on my screen it's showing a different name first.
Oh wow! How did you fix it?
How did we fix it? I think we just first name on my screen wins. I don't care about your screen. It's my screen that matters. I'm the one asking the questions.
You're the question master.
Well, I don't have time normally to be asking all these questions. This is a new element we've brought into the channel in 2025, and I fucking love it.
Good to hear, good to hear.
That was fucking, lads, not with the you. I wouldn't want to have an obscenity here on this Monday afternoon. If you're just tuning in, by the way, on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you are watching the final day of the €225 Dutch Masters, powered by Pokerreis, brought to you by myself, Action Man Dan, and my guest commentator for today, Didier B.
Yes, awesome.
Yes, this has been an awesome opening frame and introductions, Didier, and I am liking this now. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Love to hear it.
John Jones got to be the GOAT. Yes, 113. You are correct and right.
And he also got another question. He says, help me out. Who is the current GOAT of poker? I don't mean best like best all time, but the current best player.
But like there's about 10.
Like maybe tournament player, cash game player, live, online. Give me so much.
We do see the 6 is in a bit of a bind here, Didier. The 1.1 million is going to get through. Actually, it needs an honourable mention that I don't know how much I love calling here pre. It was quite a large 3-bet to 8 big blinds. And in general, if you're going to be against a very aggressive player who is 3-betting willy-nilly from the small, these sort of pocket pairs, these 6s, 7s, and 8s, believe it or not, play best as a jam because you unblock the 3-bet folding range from the small and the big. So hands that contain a 9, all those suited wheels, unsuited wheels, etc.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the stack to set mine as well.
He
So
doesn't
call
have the
never.
stack. Yes, that's 3 reasons why we should fold there, I think.
Yeah.
Who is the current GOAT of poker? I mean, how do you take that title away from Nicholas Azstedt, like Lena? I don't think you can.
But that's online, right?
But sure, he just done it live.
Yeah, but don't you think like Adrian Mateos is better live than Lena 900?
Yes, okay, right. So this is a very loaded question, a loaded potato. This is because what buy-in are we talking about? Because we can start talking about Triton
Yeah.
high rollers, and then there's like at least 10, 20, 30 goats there, yeah? But it's these guys who consistently show up and crush 500 to 5Ks. They're the people you want to watch out for the most.
True.
Because that's what we're commentating on. Because what altered my game a lot is kind of alluding to what I was saying about last night, watching $10 and $5 and $20 with my friend on GG. I'll be watching 250K Tritons, and then I go to try commentate on Sunday, and I'm like thinking about way over the top crazy plays that are in my head, and I'm like, I don't even know if I can tell the channel what I'd like to do here.
3 different worlds then.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's good for your game unless you're going to go play these Tritons. Of course, entertainment value is just second to none, and it's so funny because I commentate for about 3 years here, and then you think I would just not want to see any poker after I'm finished, but oftentimes I find myself tuning into an EPT or whatever is on at the time. We're just spoiled for choice at the moment, and for example, I am watching day 4 of the 25K 50 million guaranteed, the one that lived Barry final table not so long ago. And where before I would be like, I do not want to see any more poker this week. Now I find myself enthralled. I want to know what's happening next. So we see Berserk opening here. Manfred is defending in the big blind. This is standard enough stuff so far. Ace deuce and a tiny c-bet's just going to take this one down. We don't have to do much more than about 350 here, quarter pot. And lo and behold, he goes for 350.
Wow. Reads.
Sometimes I get it right. So just catching up with the chat here. Stratus is a very funny dude. The current goal of poker is an unknown player traveling around the world. He or she wins millions at the cash games and local tournaments. No one will ever know their name, but we all know that that person is out there. That is actually a pretty good comment.
I think it's a chat GPT comment.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think my personal favourite is Adrian Mateos. Is pretty good choice there. I mean, God damn it, guys! Alex Foxen recently is just
Oh
an
yeah,
animal.
he's doing great. Yeah, he's doing great. Even his wife is doing really good.
Oh yes.
Or his girlfriend. Yeah.
Oh yay! I'd say they're married at this point, but yes.
Oh, we got a hand here. Ace King against Jacks. 3 bigs for Ace King.
We're going to be going to Flipsville.
What a Chiplead he has. 83 bigs.
Yes, it's a ridiculous stack to have in the Dutch Masters with 19 players remaining, isn't it? And
yes.
He's about to, like, this doesn't affect him at all if he loses this flip, but he might be able to just eliminate another player.
Ooh, Kings.
Oh, whoa, we've got Kings of Kings here for Manfred into small blind. We've got action.
Oh. Manfred, the only Dutch player? No, he's Swiss.
He's going to have to call this. It's going to be for about a third of his stack, but Ace King suited is not getting folded anytime soon. You don't even love this, do you, Didier, calling 2 all-ins, but It's just set up here, hijack button, small blind. It's not like any player is raising from early position.
Yeah, I think his range is quite capped from the 27 big jam. So it has to be aces or kings, maybe queens. Worst case. I mean, best case, queens. Would you ever do that with ace king? I'm not sure.
Would I do this with ace king? So the buttons jam for 8.8 bigs can be anything from sixes to jacks, right? Or you know what I mean? Obviously
Yeah.
it can be all the pairs, but so I'm not too worried about the button shoving range here. It's the isolation that I'm worried about from the small blind over an open and a jam. But you've got to remember that jam is for less than 10 bigs. So Manfred is trying to get berserk out with the pot. He can have a lot of variety of hands there. He could even have something as low as king queen suited. That's what I think would do, because berserk is going to be opening. He should be opening technically on paper very, very wide from the hijack with nearly 100 big blinds.
Yes, he folds him. He keeps his
Wow.
stack. Crazy.
Yeah, I just don't think. I think ace king suited is too much hand. Obviously, in theory, we can see. In theory, we'd never fold in there, but in practice, he's made an amazing fold, all things considered.
True.
But like, if our opponent is rejamming ace queen there, which he should over an 8.8 big blind jam, we look like a fool.
Ooh.
And that's all she wrote there for. Oh no.
Wow.
Yikes. Jack, 3, queen.
2 outer.
Oh,
Nope.
there's no king of kings this time, Didier.
Nope. That
And
one
Manfred
must hurt.
does not. He does not look like a happy bunny.
Oh, ace
Oh
king
my
had to
god.
flush, right? Yeah, against full,
Yeah,
he would still lose. Yeah.
yeah.
But he
He
would
should
win against
be
the kings.
a
Yeah.
little bit pissed off right now, I think.
The ace king would win against the kings, so he'd have like 115 bigs maybe.
Well, it
If he
seems
did
like
go all
most
in.
people in the chat there wanted that ace king to be folded, but I've broke it down, I think, considerably on 3 different sides there that's the reason, because the jam is for sub 10 bigs on the button. We can ISO to get berserk out of the pot there with a wide variety of hands, where we should be anyway.
Mm-hmm.
One one three wanted him to fold the ace king. There is fold equity easily. 113 says the highest ranked on global poker index is Tony Lin. Yeah, the biggest sickos in the world, man, are playing stakes that we can't even fathom. Is the thing. Like, you want to talk about poker goats, a tournament element, that's fine. But the real sickos of this world are playing behind closed doors. And
Yeah.
Stratus is right, you might never hear them.
Like Dan Bilzerian, playing home games, making millions without even making the stream.
Apocalypse says 1 pip away from folding a royal. Yeah, look, it's all well and good to look stupid there because 3 clubs came out on the flop, but he made an amazing fold that his opponent has kings. Now, what do you think of this, Didier? I think this is a little bit too loosey-goosey for my liking. King 4 suited, 8.6 bigs.
Another gun. Yeah, never. Ooh.
Yeah, we've got more action.
Got Manfred against Manfred.
Macau, big fish. Says 113. Oh, yes, the games in Macau are... Whoa, I've heard stories. 2 seconds here. Manfred is all in as well. So we do have
Diamonds.
Ace King against the King 4 against the Ace King. Somehow it's saying that the King 4 Diamonds has 32% equity here.
No.
Not anymore, says Didier. Nearly 10 million in this pot. The two boys will be chopping this one up pretty much all of the time now. And it's looking pretty dark here for B Dark. Turn is another 9.
Only a 4.
Well, yeah, I was going to say could quads come out here, but the King's not going to be good enough.
No. That's it for the Czech player, B Dark.
Seat open. So we have 18 players remaining now, Didier. So that means we are 2 eliminations away from the redraw. Another redraw. So I was correct in my opening statement saying that this is going to be more fast and volatile than the last weekend was pretty grueling for 3 days. Now, it was one of the best streams I had in a long time. It was pretty flawless in terms of no issues with the mic or anything from Kings or anything at all. Graphics were on point. Kings production team were amazing last weekend. They are always, but you know, there was just no errors and it was fantastic. But it was very grueling, 75-minute levels. So I could only imagine if I found it grueling what the players found it.
75 is crazy. What was the buy-in?
Yes, I tell you, it tested my poker knowledge on the third day there. A 3-hour heads-up battle.
Wow.
Yes, I am good at heads-up, or I like to think so anyway, but this really was like, there were times there where I needed a Didier or an Alan to go, what would you do here? I'm just looking for the payouts here in the chat because we have 18 players remaining now, and I just want to see if we have a pay jump. Exclamation payouts in the chat. I need to change my name from Boss Hog to Action Man Dan on Twitch. I may have to make a note of that. There we go. We have the payouts. 18 players remaining now. That means a pay jump is looming from €2,595 to €3,005. Yes, last weekend was one of the biggest ones on our calendar year in terms of it was over $1 million in the prize pool, but those World Series of Poker circuit events, I think they have some of the best structures in Europe, possibly the world.
I do agree. Even Kings has the best structures overall. Even the small events structures are really good.
Yes, that is why everyone flocks from all over the world playing under one roof. It's the King's Resort live from Rozvadov. I think one of the main attractions there as well at Didier is like how many tickets they give away for that 10K per year.
Yeah, you would never pay 10K as a $250 Euro playing player. You would never pay 10K, but if you get a ticket, you have to play it. So that also makes it really nice.
I'm a bit out of my depth in terms of ICM because I don't think there's anyone. I've asked Darrow Carney, I've asked some ICM specialists. I don't think there's anyone in the world who are able to put into a calculator what you're supposed to do when there's 12 remaining and there's 10K tickets.
Fold a lot, I think.
Yeah, I have seen Kings being folded pre before to get a ticket. Yeah, there is a point where you've gone too far.
Did you ever fold Kings pre-flop?
In my life?
In your life, yeah.
Next question. Yes, I've done it less than 5 times in my life, and I would say 2 or 3 out of the 5 times I was correct with the person having aces, and once or twice I've got it wrong.
Oh.
So, now, Oh, I don't want to be giving away me. I can't be giving away all my secrets, but this was in the previous decade. I have not done it in at least 5 years. No way.
So if I 6-bet jam you, you're gonna fold kings.
Well, maybe in the 10K World Series of Poker in Vegas on the first hand or something.
Oh yeah.
Because I only have an 80% chance of winning, right?
Yeah, true.
But in general, you would have to put me in a straitjacket to fold queens plus pre, really. Well, actually, no. There's spots where I get rid of queens, but kings is a different animal.
Or like Strato said, I have folded kings pre-flop. Bathroom emergency.
Yeah, I told you, this guy is a comedian. Heck, I went and smoked a cigar. You'd actually love kings. You can smoke cigars walking around the place. That does indeed bring us to our next break, though, folks. We have had some rapid action. 8 bust-outs there in record time, in my opinion. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes, and we're going to come back with 2 tables of 8 now. Myself and Didier will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
See you in a bit.
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up, I cannot.
It's true. Yeah. Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea, but it's the truth, you know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow.
120.
Fox and flop and 2 pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
The phones are in the...
All in.
What?
What? Wow.
Campbell.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me
gamble.
up, I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
the fly.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived to the full house. Can you imagine? And what I said is truth, right?
Yeah.
I could double.
What a run-up, bro.
Look at the flop. I don't use the telephone. I don't have email. I don't use anything. I like art.
315.
But it's
I
40K.
live like in the 19th
Yeah, you owe
century.
20.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's working, it's good. It steals so much time from your day.
If I need to call someone, I tell my wife, call him. Keep calling. Once I don't have a business. Once I was in a business, I was supposed to be on the phone all the time.
Again, that one's very nice.
So it is small against big, small shoving, sub 10 bigs into his wife, who calls with ace-3 offsuit.
Chip dumping.
Honey, he had 8-9 offsuit, honey.
He has the 8-9.
One way or the other. Okay.
Call me with ace-3.
Three, so it's okay. Another 3.
Piece of it for both players, but Foxen not looking too hot. Alex, that is, or sorry, Kristen, that is.
3. This is
Third is the 5 of spades.
too big.
Kristen needing an ace or a three here on the river, but it is a king of clubs. Kristen has been eliminated.
You're a bad boy.
He is a bad man.
Can't help it.
The rich get richer.
So you just came to bust.
Bad boy.
Twice in the same tournament.
I busted twice to him.
In this tournament?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Both times.
You have a little from him percentage. Did you?
Yeah.
So-
Maybe a little bit.
Little bit.
Good game, baby.
So he went from right pocket to the left pocket.
GG, baby.
Now you kind of a challenge now.
I have to win now. I have no.
Well, no, it's a challenge to beat you. You know. Siamo in soldi. Minchia.
Sei left comunque.
Chi è?
No, don't. No, right.
Okay. It's not me, it's him you need to convince, not me. I have nothing. I have small chips, he has big chips. Big chips, small chips.
Cardboard box. Leon is going to limp in the cutoff.
I do.
10-9 offsuit. Foxen's going to raise it up from the small blind with ace-jack offsuit.
You're a big guy.
I guess we'll find out. You said call, right?
Yeah. You're a big guy, but you don't look like a C.
What does a C look like?
Oh, you can see here and there, time to time, you know. Here and
He's
there.
going to call
time to
flop
time,
best
you
here
can
on
see.
9-6-3.
Signore, Monsieur. Small in. Everything. Everything. I dive
Foxen
in.
bets 255.
I really dive. You know, once you dive in, you don't need to think about what happened. Is the water there or
It's too late at that point.
too late? Too late. I don't have a big hand. I'll show you my hand.
You were ahead.
What was them?
Be happy that I didn't re-raise you pre-flop, you know?
9-6.
Pre-flop. I could re-raise pre-flop, you know?
Of course.
To be the first, it's not money, you know? Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader, okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even,
Wow.
and then I lost. You know, it was incredible.
Yeah.
I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14 and a half hours of jet, you know, is
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace-king. Foxen, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is
I'm
a
so
very
happy not to be in
big,
this
cooler
hand.
situation here for Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxen out of the way. The trap was set to precision. Although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti due jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile. Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce.
Good game, man.
And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in
Thank you.
7th place.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining
Thank you for
players
the money.
guaranteed at least
You in the money.
€65,000.
You in the money.
Yeah. I'm all in.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here
much
because he's
is it?
basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind,
Nice.
almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's gone to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half a stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually
What's
wouldn't
attack do
hate
here?
Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big
What
blinds
happened to
extra
this
because
big man?
attack has made it 3x on the
What's
button.
his loss?
I'm glad you
What
fold.
happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish? What happened to the fish?
Yeah,
The big fish.
Nice.
What
The
happened
big
to
fish.
fold?
He made the fold. Unbelievable. How can you make this fold?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just re-raise me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just go out. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you
All right,
that.
listen, give him 3 sixes, please. 6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against
Six,
ace
six.
6.
No, 6.
9,
Oh,
5,
nine,
5
nine.
is the
Okay,
flop.
Pick, 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 pick.
Vabbè.
Okay, pick, pick,
Chicas,
pick,
vamos.
pick, pick, pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a
Okay.
spade.
I can
Respeto.
relax.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up.
That's enough for
Tom,
me.
18%.
Better than nil.
perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place. Fifth place.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
Straddle
Irish
on those
players for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
of course,
I get ya.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo, pericolo. In Harry Potter, yeah, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fold.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If we do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650, 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to
All
stack
in,
off
all
with
in.
just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Oh,
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8. An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cuore. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di cuore. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di cuore. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. Okay. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in Surzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
He's going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. It's very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
And now, I
Yeah.
want the bracelet. That's it.
It's a skill in itself
Relax.
to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in.
Oh.
Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all in.
This is crazy. If you can say, if
It's
we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously,
Hold
I
me tight.
severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're 5-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the
Yeah.
table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another 1 time left.
So-
left. Nothing left.
What do they say about ICM and it being a load of BS
Mamma mia, cosa ce l'hai?
for the rich?
Azzo 7, azzo 8.
ICM
cosa
for
ce
the
l'hai?
poor
Azzo
only?
10, cosa
Yeah,
ce
yeah,
l'hai?
yeah.
Ma non
How
ti
bad do you want it?
interessa.
This,
It's all in
for
now.
my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold.
Cosa guardi? Guardi
Put it into a
100.000,
calculator all you want.
500.000? La differenza guardi. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco bello. Sono contento per te.
There was
Doppia,
2 shorter
doppia.
stacks.
Doppia,
I wouldn't be
doppia.
surprised if you put that into
Però
a
dopo
calculator and
sarò
it said the
attento.
ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
A certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Era
either
due.
Big under.
Nothing or.
Yeah. Queen high is good sometimes.
Fai 6
8, 7,
e
4.
5. 6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Hai vinto veramente.
The Kings of
sei un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the Tree of
grande,
Hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia, si chiama questo.
Sì,
Doppia,
2 volte di fila, certo.
Welcome back to the stream, guys. I'll do the intro again. So we have another Dutch player, 2 Dutch players at the table. Chiplead with 111 big blinds, Stefan Druska. Second in chips, Manfred Janse. Third in chips, the Romanian Musa with 35 bigs. Oh, they changed the big blind just now. The fourth in chips, the Swiss Manfred Müller with 19 bigs. The same amount of bigs for the fifth, Francis van Uden. If I'm correct, that's a female. The sixth in chips, the German Dirk Reinbach with 17 blinds. And Isle of Man, and the last one I didn't see. So we have a straight all-in from the Israeli with 5.6 bigs. Another gun, jam. It's quite a light. Nah, maybe it's alright to jam this one. So he's going to be big blind next hand, so he has to do it now. Everyone folding to the button. The German with 8-7 suited, he folds as well. Small blind folds, and the big blind is probably going to call, I'd say. Don't think he can fold this for 4 bigs. Yeah, he makes a call. Don't think the percentages are correct. It's more like a 60-40 than an 80-20. Flop is ace. So that's going to be really hard for Iran Goldberg to win. Jack, and it's over. 16th for €3,005. Okay, so the percentage is based on the cards who are folded and not just a heads-up situation. Thanks, Yuri. King for offsuit thinking of opening on the cutoff of 17 bigs. No, he doesn't do it, he folds. The button A6 should open, and he does. 2.1, it's really good. Good sizing. Small blind folds, and the big blind Francis van Uden. 17 bigs folds, she doesn't defend. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Yuri, I've seen it. It's true. You're correct. "113 says, I don't mind not defending there. Well, I personally would defend, but I defend quite a lot of my range. Just to see a flop, you close the action so you can see flop orientate play post flop. Hijack pocket sevens for Dirk. He goes all in. for 17 bigs. Cut off ace 7 folds. That's 1-7 gone. Francis with Jack 10 suited folds as well, and the big blind folds as well. He improves his stack with 3 blinds. Easy money. Yuri says a lot of players play very tight because most fun players and the money jumps are too good for them. Yeah, so they're scared to play, that's why they fold more than you think. Senpai says, I think more aggressive players use the ICM to their advantage though. Yeah, but those are the more experienced players in these spots, I think. And I do think not a lot of experienced players get this far in these kinds of tournaments. Yeah, just like Yuri says, 90% are fun players. That's true, I agree. Ace 10 of diamonds on the hijack with 43 bigs, that should be an open. Two X. Oh, and the button has ace queen suited for 11 big blinds. Small blind should fold here. Yes. Big blind. Tough spot. Don't think he can call. He has too big of a stack to take a risk here. Good fold. And then the ace 10 suited will call probably. From 9 bigs. Depending on if they know the player being tight, loose, aggressive. Yeah, he makes a call. Ace 10 against ace queen. For a 24 blind pot. Flop 2 clubs, but a gut shot for the ace 10, non-club. So 3 outs. only the queen and the river is a brick. Ace queen doubles. Pocket uses with 31 bigs under the gun +1. Is he gonna limp? Gonna open? He opens to 2.2. Francis folds. Jack 10 a small blind could defend, could 3-bet as well. He just makes the call, and the 4-3 is gonna fold, I'd say. Just thinking of raising, I think. Ooh. Oh, and the 10 as well. Action guaranteed. Checks to the initial raiser. The sizing I would go for, I think, 800. Half pot. And he makes it 825. Nice, nice, nice. He's gonna call. Turn, oh, is a jack. This is brutal. He's gonna go for the higher sizing, I think. He should go for the higher sizing. We're like 2.1. You don't want to give the last card away. Jamming is too much, so personally I would go for the 2.1, 2.2 maybe. It's a brutal turn. What does he do? 2.3? 2.3, yeah. And he will probably go all in. It's a really big pot, really big cooler. Yes, as I said, he goes all in and instant call. Sick turn card. Sick, sick, sick. Really big pot. Four outs. Oh, and he hits quads. Really important pot. And is Dan back in the house?
Yes, yes, I am.
Hello.
You got to introduce me like, yo, say, Action Man Dan is back in the building.
Oh.
I would like one of my favorite people is Bruce Buffer, so he's like, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. So I like to have fancy, over-the-top introductions.
Okay, I'll try to work on it then.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying I like to have it. You do you, sir.
I can adapt.
That was great. I wanted to get you to do a few hands. I was trying to tell you before, and I said I was dropped in the deep end heavily on my first ever stream here. I had a very heavy weekend, shall we say, and Fintan asked me could I cover for him, and I would do anything for Fintan Gavin. So at a moment's notice, I filled in for one day, and they liked me and wanted me to do the next day, and then they gave me a third day. And then I was like, right, okay, well, that's done now. And then apparently the rest was history. So sometimes you have to be dropped into the deep end, and I think that was a good introduction for you to do that. It's not like you're being left on your own all day. I didn't have a co-commentator. And I was like, oh, God, what sort of a situation is this? But we need to talk about that last hand. That was pretty insane, because Stefan Druska is an absolute certified animal at poker. Not only did he find himself catching top pair on the flop, he hits 2 pair on the turn. What a setup that was, Didier.
Yeah. Crazy.
Afternoon, Dan. Welcome to the party. Oh, yeah. I didn't know it was everybody else's party, and now I'm only invited. Am I not the center of this goddamn party, Mal Gasby? Nice to have you with us. I'm a bit giddy and excited now because I'm after revealing some huge news to my parents. My mother was chronically ill there for many years. Long COVID, if you want to call it that. We don't use the C word around here. But so I call her the ostrich because the ostrich is one of the only birds that can never take flight. And I'm after booking them between me and my siblings. They're going to Rome for 5 days, and I didn't want to tell them, but while I was getting used to do a couple of hands, it's like I'm letting them know now, and that's it. So I'm very excited and happy for them. So a little bit distracted now for the day, not going to lie, because I'm giddy for them. They're finally going on holidays. It's been about, I would say, the guts of 10 years.
Nice, congrats, nice.
Yeah, that's a big win. Maybe I'll have some peace around here now. Who knows? I'm going to have a big cash game in their absence, yeah. And maybe I'll do some entertaining.
Manfred with aces.
Yes, a lot of big hands coming out here, Didier. I've seen a lot of aces so far over the last 3 hours or so. Some big pairs.
He's running quite good, Manfred.
That was pretty sick for Stefan Druska, and Stefan Druska's eyes look like they're coming out the back of his head there. He looks like he has not slept for about 7 days.
Yeah.
Wouldn't normally say that much of an extreme comment, but it's very clear that this guy is tired. This doesn't mean that he wouldn't still take down this tournament, by the way, but you've got to, I always talk about it on here, Didier, this is grueling. People see people just arrive on the Monday and they're like, oh, yeah, they're fresh. Like, they've been playing since last Wednesday. And that's why it's championship rounds. And that's why you see me eating my berries.
You need your sleep as well, because people, when they play day 2, they like stay up all night, drink, and then have to play day 3 as well with no sleep.
Well, a shout out to how great the bar is at King's, because obviously I was working, so I don't try to drink when I'm working. I have had a beer every now and again, and I like a little tipple of whiskey at night. Not gonna lie, not often. Sometimes I'll go off it for 10 weeks at a time. But when I was over there, obviously I was giddy as a schoolgirl. My first experience at the World Series of Poker Europe, my first time in King's since 2017, and obviously people are telling me I'm famous in Europe and they want to buy me a drink. So old habits die hard. And I did find you can get 3 beers for a tenner. It costs almost €10 for 1 beer in Ireland. So obviously I was like, yes, sign me up, big boy.
Wow.
It's very difficult to not have a drink after you bag and tag is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, understandable. How do people recognize you? Just your voice or your accent?
Yeah, it was the voice. It was Rihad Farhat that started introducing. Big shout out to him. I really loved that French crew.
Okay.
Dorian Melhairs, etc. Clement Cure. Esebu Yalba needs an honourable mention because he brought me and Alan to the bar a few times when we're telling him we're going to bed and buying us €20 shots of whiskey. And he's like, what do you mean, an Irish man, and you're not going to have a drink with me? I said, okay, all right, okay. God damn, man.
You can't say no.
Well, I don't need any encouragement in that department. That's why I went and used an ice bath. But yeah, you can only go to the 4th floor, the 5th floor, to the wellness center so many times before you end up back at the bar. Is the whole point. And let's not forget about how amazing the buffet is. Unlimited access. I'd done a number on myself. I wasn't able to commentate at all. So we do see the update of the chip counts here. Musa, after that huge hand, Quadzilla in the house, 65 bigs. Stefan Druska is not going to go quietly into the night. And I would say, Didier, with 14 players remaining, he would be one of the biggest players left in the field.
Yeah.
I don't know how familiar you are with him, but I'm sure you know him.
Yeah, I do recognize him, yes. I do think the final table is going to be quite early today.
Well, is that,
so
yeah,
much
this
action.
is what I'm saying. It's the Dutch Classics. This isn't far removed from 75-minute levels in a World Series of Poker circuit main event. The Dutch Classic was reared from. That's why Dutch Poker Masters and Dutch Classics are some of my favourite events to ever commentate on, mainly because of the fan base. But I am a turbo specialist, so you talked about tables earlier. When I said I could play 20 tables plus, you have to remember now, 15 of those would be turbos at a time. It wasn't that I could play long level MTTs for that long. Not a chance.
Just like easy decisions on turbos then, because you get short really soon, really fast.
Yeah, but then the secret got out and everyone learned turbos, so now it's a lot harder. But as an MMA fan, I like to hit them with the spicy jabs. the pricey and spicy jabs down the middle. Like I said, it's like boxing, stick and move. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're about to have a huge flip on our hands because I don't think there's any way that Stefan doesn't 3-bet here, even though it's an absurdly large raise size here from under the gun. 4 big blinds. What the hell?
Big.
So if Druska open folds here, he's just like an absolute the best in the world. Like
this must be a sizing tell. 4 bigs on the gun open.
Yes, so this is why you're going to see Stefan Druska really think about this, because he knows that Eric is going to have ace king here. Normally when there's a 4 big blind open, it is jacks and jacks only. But he can't have jacks because we have jacks. So it's got to be ace queen suited, ace queen offsuit, or ace king.
I agree 100%.
Also, Didier, like it could be a hand like queens or kings. People really do still make it 4 bigs under the gun. I seen a guy at kings recently enough make it 7x under the gun with aces.
But then it means he has to fold even more then with the jacks. So it's really good for him that he has this really bad sizing. another gun open.
Yeah, and he's
I'd
had a
say.
long night, like, so he's really given this careful consideration, which is very understandable.
And he lost his really big hand just 2 minutes ago. So he might
Yeah,
be a little bit tiltish, maybe.
because whilst I was listening to you do one or two hands there, I was going to chime in the middle of the hand, but I said, no, that's not the way we're going to do this. Because it was very exciting and interesting. He had 20 million chips almost coming to this table.
Yeah.
So this is why. Also, there might be a pay jump. There is a pay jump, but I don't think that's going to be in his process. So he's decided he wants to go with it, but he really didn't want to. See, the problem is here for him, Didier, as well. He doesn't want to call for a 4x open with jacks and get like a king-queen heavy board, or he's just decided he has to go with his hand, but you can tell that he really, really doesn't like this.
Is he gonna? No, he's not gonna fall to all in, is he?
No, but did you see how rapid that was?
Oh no, he's really no.
No, he's decided once he's 3-bet he has to go with his hand, but he hates it.
Yeah.
And this is either going to propel him to 20 million chips that he almost had when he sat down, or it could be seed open cash game pretty soon because he's after losing a lot of bigs since he sat. Yeah, there you go. Jack in the window, and that is huge. He needs to avoid a lady.
Queen, yeah.
He's got to avoid the lady. Ace of hearts on the turn. Queen and a queen
Two
only.
ladies.
Two ladies of the night. It is the 6 of clubs.
Okay.
So now, maybe a little bit of rough justice there. Get some redemption.
And he did need the jack on the flop. Otherwise, we'd have lost it.
Yes, actually, yeah, that's very important to note. I mean, it is a flip at the end of the day. People are like, oh no, he hit it on the river, but it was a coin flip going in.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to check your privilege with that. Like,
Just like playing PLO, it's always a 60-40 or 40-60.
Do you enjoy PLO? Because you talk about being put in the deep end. I am by far no sort of a PLO expert in any way, shape, or form. And I got called in one time. People were getting really pissy in the chat. There was no PLO commentator. I got eight minutes notice. I dropped everything and done 4 days in a row. I done 2 10K high rollers back to back both nights till 5 a.m. Then I got a half a break on the Sunday. I got to do a 200 no in my hold'em, but then I had to do the PLO big wrap on the Monday also. Long hours, a lot of action. There's only so many times in PLO you can say, and guys, it's a post-flop coin flip. But,
yeah, it's true.
It's not
No,
my
I love
favorite game
PLO.
at all. You love
I
it?
love it. Yeah, it's my favorite game.
Well, welcome to the executive committee, because I definitely need help when it comes to those kind of streams. You're not just for Christmas, Didier.
Apparently.
I'm just catching up with the chat here. I would like to know an update. If anyone has an update about Leon. Leon is a legend. I love the man. I've never met him in person, but I did have a phone call with him once many years ago. And I really, really wish him a very speedy recovery, and I hope he can make it out alive, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I did get a message yesterday that he woke up from his coma.
Yes. I don't know if there's any update online, or I can't exactly watch the news. They're not going to tell you much. But if there is any updates, or anyone has a link or anything that can help in that department, I would love to hear good news and not bad.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe someday, if I hang up the boots, I'll be able to meet the man in person. Just going to throw it out there, guys.
Maybe. How many questions did we have right now? Was it 2, 3? Can't remember.
Well, my mother asked me maybe 100 questions a day, so I'm used to questions. That's probably one of the reasons that I never raised the issue of doing giveaways and questions in the chat before. It's like I get enough questions per day. I'm always here to answer the questions, especially if it's poker related. I'm all about growing the game, growing this channel, and helping people no matter whether they've just picked up a deck of cards for the first time or they're playing for 20 years. We're just poker fans here, not insiders with tons of contacts in the game. Yeah, well, that's easy for you to say, Stratus, when you're all the way over in Texas, buddy. We are in Europe. We have other contacts. Don't worry. When I'm coming to Texas, I'll be letting you know. And you better have the Eagles' greatest hits playing for me in your car while you want to smoke your cigars with your little funny fags. Fags being cigarettes now, people. Let's not get that incorrect. That's what we called them in Ireland anyway. Yeah, he was cracking everyone up. That stream I sent you about Leon, actually, Didier. Me and myself and Alan were commentating.
Yeah, it was really fun. Really fun at tables.
It was really fun. And at first I was like, oh, they've asked us to commentate on a 25k, the GG Millions. I was like, surely that's a typo. But yeah, we rose to the occasion for sure. We do see kings here for Dirk in the big blind. Hijack open from Musa.
He has 15 bigs, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
15.
Talked of saying he's got the inauguration on. I'm not sure what the Oh yeah, I do know what the inauguration is. No politics or religion on this channel, sir. Musa is making a 600k here, and Dirk. This is a great spot, like I was alluding to earlier, Didier, where I actually prefer to flat here than a rejam.
He calls. Yeah.
Because Musa has over 60 bigs, he's going to put you in a bind on flop, turn, and river, and therefore I think that you are making more money by defending in the big blind here and playing this deceptively instead of rejamming.
Keeping his bluffs in, going light for value, calling. Yeah, true.
$375. You see, you're already getting extra value here, even if it's just going to be a C-bet. Also, in these kind of games at Kings, people C-bet larger than what you might get online, these one big blind bets. So you're getting 2 to 3 bigs from a C-bet a lot of the time.
Yeah. It's a 10 blind pot now.
It's a 10 big blind pot. He hates that ace, of course. Musa should just wave the white flag here because actually you might see a double barrel here, and I'll tell you why. Because a lot of ace X that should be in Dirk's range should be rejam and pre, especially hijack against the big blind off this stack depth. So therefore you can get your opponent to fold a diamond draw, perhaps backdoor hearts peeled, but I doubt it. 8x is in a very tough place right now. You're going to have to fold a lot of your 8x, and a 3 just has to go straight in the muck.
This is a really small sizing as well, so I can't.
Yeah, 20% pot is a bit.
Yeah.
It looks quite milky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I like this 500k bet, Didier, if he's going to jab on the river. Oh, gee, well, he's just going to. He's going to look for showdown now, isn't he, with his king, Musa?
Yeah.
There's just no point in him betting anymore.
I think I would bet with the kings on the river. Small bet. Because he's going to check behind lots of times. Musa.
Yeah, so the river's just going to go check here almost always. So I actually don't like the check from Dirk there because Ace-X is going to be forced to pay off.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I mean. Just bet small on the river.
We're not setting up a
value.
trap here because we can't check raise all in because the stack to pot ratio is already 1-to-1. So unless he bets 500k again there, Didier, and we jam for 2 million, it just seems a little bit absurd. I think we're just leaving money on the table by not jamming on that river.
True, and if he gets a flush, so be it.
Stratos says, Dan has those nightcaps that are 20 shots long. What I do in my off time, buddy, is none of your business. 20 shots, oh God, jeez, I couldn't. That's a full bottle. That's a full bottle. I'm not like a... Jeez, I couldn't do that. I'd say you like a beer as a Dutchman as well, Didier, but 20 shots now seems a bit of a stretch.
I don't like beer, but I do like shots.
So you like the opposite.
Yeah.
What's your favourite shot and why?
Well, that's a good question. In Netherlands, we have these licorice shots.
Okay.
It's called drop shot, and it's the most tastiest shot.
What you say? Drop shot?
Yeah, it's called drop shot. Yeah, it's a licorice shot.
And one question I haven't asked you at all is, what part of Holland are you from?
The most southern part, Maastricht. I'm not sure if you ever heard about it.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah, I actually have a map of Europe on my desktop because I was so geographically illiterate.
So you can watch it every day and learn.
I just didn't know where loads of places were, and I lived in Berlin for ages, 18 months or so.
Okay.
So when I lived there, it was all Berliner Luft. People would literally use this as mouthwash. It was.
Wow.
It's like a mint flavored sort of a shot that's only about 10 to 15%.
What is it called? Luft?
Berliner Luft.
Luft means air, right? In German.
Yeah, it's you can buy it for less than €2 as people just drink it as they're going to work to wash out their mouth. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm Googling it right now.
I'm going to Amsterdam in May.
Oh, nice.
I don't think I'll be able to meet you there, but going to a Techno Awakenings festival for a friend's stag. I don't really do the techno festivals anymore now. I'm hanging up my boots this year officially, but obviously as a DJ, I love all kinds of music. But yeah, I've been told to go to Eindhoven.
Oh yeah, that's quite close to me. Yeah, that's techno land.
Right. Well, I'll be sure to let you know when I'm on a plane, and we can reevaluate from there.
Yeah, sure. How long are you staying?
I'm trying to do 3 days for the stag, and then I'm going to have some of my friends come over and do a different 4 days. So basically 2 holidays in one. I'm going to try to get someone out there to do the commentary for me that Monday. Could be anybody.
Who would that be?
Could be anybody. Could be Alan Finn. And it could be some Didier guy from Holland.
This new guy. Alan Finn joined us on the chat.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, we'll get Alan in the house here now. Tell him he can come on there. We can do a 3-way.
I'm not into that.
Stratos says not that kind of 3-way. Jeez, the proper way to reintroduce Dan when he comes back to the stream is as follows. Once again, we are joined by the melodious and soothing tones of the great action man Dan. I don't know if you're being smart there, Stratos. I've never ever heard anyone tell me I have a voice like Nightingale, But apart from Dan Fox, who will be in the chat later, I'm sure. There's ISO as well. In my mind, I was thinking I'd rather have pocket 3s or 9s than jacks. And here you are. Alan F. Poker in the house. And don't do 3-ways. Sorry to disappoint. Well, Alan, I'm sending my parents to Rome, so maybe I can have my own 3-way when they're gone. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch. Space Pirate says, Awakenings, Dan, you go to up close. I don't know, man. I get told about festivals all the time. I don't really do the festival thing anymore. Once a year, maybe, if I'm lucky. I had 5 weddings last year. That kind of separated my year, shall we say. But I still never, not once, missed a stream. Apart from when I couldn't get a train home. But that was out of my control. And we are here giving you serious shout-outs about your channel, the videos on YouTube, and the fact that you're putting on the big boy shoes, playing 1KNL. So we do see a set here, Didier, from Manfred Mueller. What a name, by the way. That needs an honourable mention. Manfred Mueller.
Against open-ended and a hit.
Yeah, we're going to see some action here. Maybe not loads of action because in Ireland, Didier, we say he's got the arse end of the straight. His draw. You know, if he had the 9, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, unless the 4 comes.
Yeah. Yeah, the 4. Oh, the 4 is great. Yeah.
He raises. I love that raise.
Yes, so a lot of lads will just stick the lot in the middle there. They'll stick it in and think of Ireland. He is going to go for 1.5 million. People feel like they need extra protection by fully jamming here, but that was just very much overkill. So I like what you said there, Didier. He's making it a size in that. See now, my rebuttal to that as well, I don't know if he's got many raises to 1.5 million and he's going to fold for the rest. I just don't see it on a 7-6-8. So it is going to be quite nutted here, especially when he flatted from the small blind pre.
Through that. I think this hand is over.
Yeah, he won't be able to continue. Shout-outs are given to Alan F. Poker all day, every day. Aldo Finn, the giveaway GOAT, is in the house. Great to have you with us, even if it's only for a few moments. I know you're getting too big for us these days, Alan. But seriously, yeah, check out that guy's channel. He'll show you about variance and how to overcome it. You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard. Bang, bang, says Alan. Well, I wouldn't throw you under the bus now too hard, Alan. You're the one posting your whole life online, not me. So Dirk is just going to have to let this go, I think, Didier. I don't think he's going to be able to continue here comfortably.
He should fold. He should fold.
Not only should he fold here, he should have just checked back on the flop from the button's perspective on the 8-7-6. Only fans incoming, says Alan. Jesus Christ. It's going to be one of those funny days, lads. Does eventually let it go.
Shout out to Spurler043. He says, I love the Dutch guy. His view on the game. Didier was right. I think I know him, but I'm not 100% sure. What is
Okay,
your
I'll
name,
get my
Spurler?
coat, Didier, and you can take it from here. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's just my first compliment, so I need to own it.
Hold on now. It's not your first compliment. I've given you
Yeah.
at least 10 compliments since we started
Yeah,
here.
okay, true. My first Twitch compliment then. But I am curious, who is Spurler043? So, or just message me private.
Stefan Druska in the hijack. Oh, he's going to be getting jiggy with it as well, Didier, because he's got all the chips now again, and he's an absolute beast. These Romanians.
Do you think he has the biggest chance to win this tournament?
Yes.
If you look at the field.
Absolutely, without question.
Yeah.
I don't know who's left.
If the Dutch players bust, he might win it. Yeah, true.
Would you believe I still have never been to Romania? I've been most places in Europe, well, a lot of them anyway. I've heard it's beautiful, Bucharest. Yeah. Or Belgium, by the way.
Yeah, I live in Belgium at the moment, so
yeah,
Belgium is quite good as well.
Well, not too far from Ireland.
Just swimming over there.
I've still never been outside of Europe.
Sorry?
I've still never been outside of Europe.
Oh.
Ever.
Any plans? Any plans to go to Vegas?
Lots.
Will it come true?
Texas. I want to go to Austin, Texas, more so than Vegas. No, I want to go to Vegas to see the UFC and play the main, of course. But all in good time, isn't that what they say?
Yeah, you need time to go to Vegas, not rush it.
Yeah. We worry about you helping me out when I arrive in Holland first, yeah?
Yeah. I will. I'll be a translator.
Yeah, actually, speaking of translating, I'm trying to learn Italian. I'm going to start learning Italian. I want to go to Italy. I think, you know the way they've had many years of Romania. It's the year of Romania. You've heard this, of course.
Yeah.
It's always on the PokerStars streams. Yeah, well, I think it's going to be the year of Italy. I'm calling it here first. They just keep seeing so many Italians going deep.
True.
Now, speaking of which, we've got 12 bigs. I think Stefan should be called. Oh, he's actually going to fold. That's a very, very good disciplined fold. But we are playing six-handed now. And I think with 80 bigs there, we could spin and win, Didier. If we had like 25, 30 bigs, I think I'd fold there. For 12 bigs, see, she's obviously going to be a bit of a rock. And Stefan knows exactly who his opposition is.
I was going to say he might have played like loads of hours with her and only playing jacks plus, and then he has like 10 jack. He's like, never mind it. I'll just let it go.
Yeah, it's so funny because it's 2025, not 2015. 2015, I'm never, ever folding a 12 big blind shove when I have two invested with jack 10 suited. Even if I had 20 bigs, but I realize how wrong that is now. Didier Drogba, Didier Deschamps. Yeah. I just like calling him Didier B for the moment. I'm sure this is day 0 for Didier B, but we will find a really fun nickname for him.
Ooh, okay. Exciting already.
I think Stefan just defends here. Sometimes we might 3-bet. But because we are the covering stack and we are 3 eliminations away from the final table, but these hands just play so so well as a flat. Gets a decent flop here as well. He's a lot of backdoor equity, good shot, straight draw, and this board favours the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the openers range from the hijack. Mueller is going to bet 400k.
He's going to call at least, I'd say. Maybe raise.
Check raise is pretty sexy here. 3 eliminations away from the FT because we are the covering stack. But our hand is almost too good to check raise.
Put some pressure on the less experienced players in this situation.
Yeah,
I do.
We could. You see, this is what I'm saying. His hand is nearly too good to check raise. If we'd even Jack Queen offsuit, you might be more inclined to raise there.
Yeah.
Deuce of spades hits the turn. That's going to go check, check. And now Manfred Mueller hoping to get to showdown.
It's his range. The whole board is his range. So
yeah, see, he blocks some of the straight draws that Stefan could have as well. That would, so say if I got check raised there, you know, well, he's like, well, he's got the Queen 10 or the Queen Jack. We block that considerably. That 4 of hearts on the river doesn't really change much, does it? Unless you're dealing with an ace-5 kind of a job. The gadget man. Druska is deciding how much he wants to bet here to get ace high or a king high type holding to fold. Maybe a really weak pair. I don't like a check there, Didier. I would like to see him blast that pot for somewhere around the area of 1.4 million.
take a stab, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you can just tell Stefan is running on empty because there's no way he misses that on the river 7 out of 10 times. So there is the update of the chip counts, folks. Stefan Druska with 76 bigs is in pole position. Musa with 54. Manfred Mueller in third place with 37. Manfred Janssen with 36. Maybe Didier knows Manfred Janssen. Dirk Reinbach with 19 bigs. And Francis van Uden with 16 is the shortest stack at this table, but still playing a comfortable 16 big blinds.
Not that short. I think it's time for another question for the quiz.
Okay, let's go.
So I'm not sure if Apocalypse is listening. Yeah.
You know, do we do the thing, fingers on the buzzer, and give them 3 minutes and then ask it? Because I don't think it's fair to ask it immediately. You need to give them like the guts of 5 minutes to get ready.
Yeah, after hand 58.
Yes,
59.
perfect. That's brilliant. Yes.
We'll ask a question after hand 58.
Apocalypse says inauguration time. I telling you who's getting inaugurated today. It's Didier B. Who's this Trump guy? Never even heard of him. Wim Hof for president anyway, all day, every day.
Dutchman, famous Dutchman.
Yeah, I like some of those. I need to honestly think about the names. There's a couple of Dutch fighters that I really like. I really like.
You know the
Some
kickboxer, right?
Kickboxers. Is what's his second name? Van Hoven?
Yeah, Rico. Yeah.
Rico Van Hoven. He is an absolute beast.
Yeah,
Two black ladies in the small blind here for Dirk. You see the average stack here as well, Didier. We're over 42 big blinds average, even though this is a faster structure. I think it's 45-minute clock, maybe 50. I don't think it's
really,
one
really
hour
deep.
anyway. Yeah, it's very deep for an average stack. Guy says, Bialiware, 5 weddings. I wish I only had 5 weddings this year. I talked to a guy recently enough who had 11 weddings in 2024. That's the record. That's almost one wedding a month. No thanks. In Ireland, weddings cost about, I mean, just to go to them on your own or with a woman, you're talking €1,500 per wedding, maybe.
Wow. It's time for the question. Hand 58 is done. So, Apocalypse, if you're listening, if you could put it on the chat, that would be awesome. Who was the last Dutch player to win an EPT main event?
I think he's gone for the inauguration, so I will type it into the chat box for you.
Perfect, thanks. Who was the last Dutch player to win an EPT main event?
Around 14, 15, 16, 18.5. 19 in total, the big board. Okay, one time.
So Musa is going to defend. Pretty standard here so far. Sometimes you will see players 3-bet these ones, but with the suited variety, I would prefer to just flat.
Yes, we have the correct answer in the chat.
So I-Bomber.
I-Bomber, he's going to get a point as well.
Are you tallying these points, by the way? Because I certainly haven't been.
No, I've got it on my spreadsheet.
Okay, wow, spreadsheets and all. This guy is the gift who keeps on giving and giving.
He's trying to do it good. I-Bomber has got a point. With Twitchhead, Stratos and Swissboy. Should we tell them what the big prize is, or should we just say it when the final table comes?
I think we wait for the final table, because originally you said you were going to join me until the final table, but if you're having fun, I'm all for having you for the final table also, depending on what your schedule is, sir.
Yeah, my girlfriend needs to cook then, so it's fine. I'll just stay here with you.
Oh, well, isn't it great to have a sick brag about having a girlfriend who can cook for you?
I'm a lucky man.
Brilliant. We all need a bit of luck in our lives.
True that.
Bialy says, bro, you were broke after that marathon. Well, how many weddings did you have, Bialy? Because I feel like weddings are cheaper in different countries that aren't Ireland. Just going to throw it out there. Now, Francis wants to rejam this one all day, every day. And to see the speed in which she rejammed there, Didier, indicates it's going to be a stronger range than a weaker one.
Yes, timing tell, 100%. I've been following this class about tells. It's really, really nice to experience that.
You'll have to please write to me about that in private because we can't be giving away all our secrets.
No. I'm not going to say on Twitch.
But I am very interested to hear about that.
Yes.
I am all
Change
things. Yeah, brilliant. Again, the gift that keeps on giving and giving.
The chicken with the golden egg, right?
The chicken with the golden egg. Bird says inauguration reminds me of the day when I became a moderator. What did they say? You've got to cut your teeth. Isn't that the expression, I think?
I've never heard of that. Maybe English saying.
I think it's when you're a baby and you start getting your teeth. You need to cut your teeth, earn your stripes.
Okay.
There's lots of Irish expressions that sound like pidgin English to most people. Yeah.
We have some funny ones in Dutch as well, especially if you translate them to English.
Very difficult language. I tried to learn bits of German before and I just stopped. I am 1/8 Italian, so I want to go travel Italy. I've never been to Italy, which seems like a crying shame. It's where my ancestors are from. So I want to learn Italy. It seems like more of a beautiful kind of a language. But the Dutch seems very harsh. I've been told it's one of the more difficult languages to learn.
Yeah, true that. True that.
So, Didier, with 11 players remaining now, all players are guaranteed €4,280. We are just 2 eliminations away from the final table. This is starting to become, well, I say underpants stuff now is when there's 6 left and there's 5 10k tickets, but it is getting a bit like squeaky bum time out there. You could cut the tension with a knife. Pressure is on. A lot of these remaining players will not have played for this kind of money before.
It's a dream spot for these kind of players, even for myself. If I would be there, I'd be really, really excited.
It's not this. You gotta. It's hard to get through a field of 2,570 odd people.
It seems impossible if you're there.
I'll tell you what seems impossible. Next weekend's commentary. The last time I did this was 15-hour streams. We are dealing with the Italian poker sport next weekend. 2 million guaranteed in that one. You hear me just talking about Italians in Italy. Yes, that is. I'm going to prepare. Sorry, go ahead.
Is it for the main event, the 2 million, or just the whole series?
That is for the main event alone, I think.
Wow.
You can check out all the relative information on the website www.kingsresort.com. And what else am I trying to say? So that's less than a €600 buy-in, folks. Last year, Didier, I think there was nearly 6,000. I think there was 6,300 and something runners, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's
I was
quite
absolutely blown away by the numbers.
Are you ever going to join that yourself? These big fields in Kings?
100% when you're commentating on me at the feature table.
Blowing your stack away.
Well, how do you like those apples? I can't do both jobs at once, Didier. I could commentate when I'm at the feature table, but I'd rather just wave to the camera, you know.
Easier, yeah. I'll try my best then.
Ace Hamilton has corrected me. Thank you for correcting me, sir. That's how I learn. So it is 2 million guaranteed for this series, not the official guarantee is 1.5 million for the main IPS. But my whole point was, I think it got past 2 million in the prize pool last year. But I always pipe up if I've got something wrong there, because I can't be looking at the website and commentating and talking to Didier and the chat. That's 4 things. I'm only one man. And I am actually on the website right now, so let's get the relative information. And then Didier, because things are going so great so far, don't want to give another surprise for the chat, but I am going to Sofia to play a 1K. I have everything, all expenses paid. I'm very excited about it, but my flight gets into Dublin at around 2 p.m. That's for the EPSC, the European Poker Sport Championship. So I might need someone to cover for me for a couple of hours that afternoon. Just going to throw it out there. Or maybe we get you and Alan to do it together for 3 hours. Who knows?
Sounds lovely. How long are you going to stay in Sofia?
3 days. I arrive on Friday. I leave Monday morning.
Nice weekend. Francis going out of line, kind of.
I think 2.5x here from the cutoff with 5-4 suited is a little bit overkill when we're playing sub 20 bigs. If we had a stack like Stefan Druska's, I would open this all day, every day. But you really just have to protect your stack at this late stage. You're only 2 eliminations away from the final table. So we want to be more defensive, like a Mayweather in the boxing environment, than offense right here. Plus, another reason why I wouldn't want to be opening 5-4 suited is because there are the cards that you want the blinds to fold that contain a 5 or a 4x.
Yeah, true.
See, not just a pretty face.
Smart man as well.
It's hard to tell for me because I'm usually on the working side of weddings, and it's somewhere around 15 to 20 weddings a year. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty, leave me alone.
She thinks that everyone thinks she's tight, so that's why she's going to open. Everyone's going to fold.
Now, you see, there was a little bit more of a time and tell there because she took a little bit longer. See how insta she did it with the ace-10? She had a
100%.
moment there to think with the ace-4. Now, having said that, I was checking out the chat box. I have 2 screens here. So it's hard to do everything on one screen. I have to switch my head from side to side. That's why you go to the gym and stretch out the neck, shall we say. You got to do your yoga.
I like this open. Another gun, Jack 10 with a good stack.
Yes, so we're a bit shorter handed now as well, so that under the gun is late position technically on paper.
Yeah.
That's important to note because the screen is always going to tell you it's later position than it is, or earlier position than it is what I meant to say. So
this is more like middle position. Yeah.
Yeah. But he does take down the blinds and antes. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it here, Didier, as we get closer and closer to the final table. There's just so much money on the line.
And the more experienced players are going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's why, unless there's a Stefan Druska type dude at the outer table, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with at this FT with 20 million chips. I think he just got moved, by the way.
He
no,
got
he's
moved,
still here.
yeah.
Oh, he got
Is
moved.
He?
Okay. There he is.
Oh, no, he's here. He's here. Okay.
I think he was just away from the table for a moment, that's all. It's either water, vodka, or whiskey. I can't tell.
He's Romanian, so it could be vodka, right?
Yeah. I feel like that's predominantly like a Russian thing, but that's what I said. I'm not too familiar with the Romanian culture compared to other places in Europe. So maybe you could enlighten me.
No, I'm not sure, but I think that the more eastern part of Europe is more like vodka-ish, like Polish and...
Oh, Polish, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been to Vienna. I liked Austria a lot. I was in Bratislava.
Oh, nice.
All the few places in Spain, but they're gone very trashy and touristy these days.
Where'd you been in Spain? Because I lived there.
Ibiza, Marbella.
Ibiza. Oh, yeah.
There's a third place, and it's skipping my mind just this second. But I wouldn't be in a hurry to go back. I've still never been to France, or Belgium, or Italy, which is a crying shame, really.
So if you take the boat, you can go from Belgium to France to Italy. Have all three in one trip.
Yeah, you could do that in like 10 days or something. That sounds good, like interrailing. I'm about the people, not the place. Like, I got to Berlin and I was like, I don't need to see Hamburg. I'm in Berlin. It just never bothered me that I didn't get to see Cologne because I was in Berlin.
Yeah, understandable.
It's
the biggest city.
In terms of Holland, I've only been to Amsterdam twice.
Yeah, you have to go to Maastricht. It's the most beautiful city of the Netherlands.
Okay. I will take all this advice on board. I'm not going to write it all down just now.
I'll remind you. I'll text you every day.
Oh, yes. Well, we're friends now.
Binsburg says Rotterdam is better. Ever been to Rotterdam then?
No, the only place in Holland I've been is Amsterdam. What's that song? I've been to Rotterdam or anywhere, Liverpool or Rome.
I've never heard of that.
Oh.
It's an Irish song, maybe.
No. I'll have to find it for you now. You don't want me singing on the channel. I've got a co-commentator. I don't even need to start telling jokes. But if I start singing, you might have to kick me off yourself.
Or run away myself.
I'm more of a dancer than a singer. 3-bet to 2 million here from Musa. I like that he's putting the pressure on. But against Manfred Mueller, it's the bad timing. Shove it. I don't like this call. I would rather just shove over the top here for 17 big blinds behind. 10s are going to be still a bit vulnerable. You can be not liking a lot of boards here with a jack, queen, king, or an ace. Case in point, queen 9-5. You're still not loving life, even though you've got pocket 10s, and there's only one overcard.
But he's going to see bet. He should. Then it might be over. Oh, he checks.
Well, he got 3-bet pre, so he's out of position player, so he's not going to c-bet there. If he was in position, we might just see him c-bet more frequently. Musa should be betting here. He needs to bet small, like 1.2 million is enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what's the next move with 17 bigs? If he bets, are you ever gonna fold, call, or jam?
I think it's always a call, because if you shove, you're only getting called by better.
Mm-hmm.
And our hand does need slight protection. But 10s isn't that good here, Didier, because we would want our opponent to have a 10x type holding in their hand that would have like a straight draw or a hand that would fold to a jam or whatever. So like a Jack 10 type deal.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, if you call the 10s, what are you going to do in the later streets?
Because you hope that your opponent shuts down, because you're going to have to probably fold if they continue barreling.
Yeah. I need to shut down.
Like that 7 is just not a good card. It really connects with a lot of 2 pairs, or you see, because he went for a larger sizing as a 3-bet here, it should eliminate a lot of 9x hands that would have 2 pair here. 9s, 5s, 7s should all jam pre, even though 10s didn't. It's very difficult for Musa to have. Manfred has to have a condensed enough range here to call the 3-bet pre with only 17 bigs behind, is my whole point. Like, even hands like Ace Jack offsuit should probably go into the muck unless we're your 4-bet ripping.
Mm-hmm.
So if we to break it down, Manfred is very capped because he can't have too many pairs here. He's not supposed to. And like, he's never going to have a hand like 6-8 that has a straight. He shouldn't have hands like 9-5 or 9-7. I just don't think they're in his range. So therefore, Manfred kind of has to have the exact kind of hand he has there, even though in a vacuum he should be 4-bet ripping pre with 10s all day.
That's what I was thinking. It's much easier. King Jack and hijack. Probably gonna open. 37 bigs.
Yeah, I think with the blockers here in late position, this is always going to be an open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is Musa gonna find the 3-bet?
I think.
Yeah, he is.
He is going to find it, and but I prefer a flat here personally. I don't really like. I think it just plays better as a call. We're not the covering stack here as well. We don't have any good blockers, and 7-6 just plays way better. Flat and in position to see a flop instead of 3-betting. We're not even on the button this time, and we just 3-bet the previous hand.
True. But this is going to win him the hand, probably. And so he does.
Yeah, he just puts him in a very tight position. I think I'm being a little bit too hard on Musa there, Didier, because, you know, he is putting the pressure on, knowing that we are 2 eliminations away from the final table, and perhaps Manfred Mueller isn't the more experienced player that's still remaining. Is there a dinner break, says Re-Raised Chili Dog, which is Richie. I'm going to have to still call you Richie. You're goddamn right there's a dinner break because I have to attend to some turkey.
How long is the dinner break?
Never long enough for a hungry hog.
Let me have a look. Yeah.
You get about 20 minutes. You never get longer than a 20-minute break with Kings.
Last time I was there was one break, 30 minutes.
Yes, okay, I have been overruled. Thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. But they are few and far between a 30-minute break.
Okay.
A lot of them can sometimes be 15 minutes or less. My whole point is that it's never an hour. You don't get an hour dinner break. Actually, after this hand, Didier, I'm going to let you do the next hand or two. I'm going down to check on my turkey.
Good luck with
that. It takes 90 minutes, you see, so I have to try time it around the break, etc. But the speed in which we had 8 bust outs on the last break has spoiled the turkey to some degree because I was like, I'll have that ready, but we had a break too quick, so the turkey was nowhere near ready.
Okay. Did you prepare a whole turkey or just a small piece?
Cool story, bro. They're just. I'm going to send a snap when it's done. There, I'll send it to Apocalypse. There, I said it's about time I start sharing my dinners in the chat. It is 2 large turkey legs. They're huge. Huge.
Nice.
They're like dinosaur legs, really. So we pick up the action here, Didier, on the turn. Dirk with the best of it. Musa, now I don't have much familiarity with Musa in the slightest, but he's impressed me so far in terms of how aggressive he's been. And he is from Romania, so he must be some form of a wizard.
You will see. You can use your one time if you want.
I think we're up to speed with all of the chat, by the way. A couple of comments here and there. Did see a funny one from Alan not so long ago. If only everyone knew Dan as well as I do when it comes to festivals. Okay, you got me. You got me, bitch. And ISO CEO, I am sorry, I'm only seeing your shout out there now. Hello, Dan. Hello, co-commentator. Very big listener from the chat. Sorry I missed your comment. Lovely to have you with us yet again. Update of the chip counts, folks, with 2 eliminations away from the final table. Stefan Druska with 62 bigs, Musa with 39, Manfred Mueller with 35, Manfred Janssen with 25, Dirk Reinbach with 20, and Francis Van Uden. Did I get that right, Didier?
Nearly. It's Van Ude.
Van Ude.
Van Ude. Yeah, it's really hard for English people to pronounce Dutch names. I know.
Well, you're going to learn me good about pronunciations because it's certainly not my strong point on this channel.
And she's going for it. Small blind calling, ace deuce suited. Big blind is probably going to fold, as he does.
Yes, so sorry, after this hand, I'll be back in 2 or 3 hands' time. Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Alles klar, Kommissar.
See you in a bit.
No, I'll be back in a few minutes. But yes, standard enough open here from the hijack, even if we are sub 20 bigs to start the hand. That looks like an absurdly large bet, unless I've missed something.
4 bigs. Is he going to jam?
4.2. You think that he would jam here, but I would be more inclined to see. Okay, he does. There's a lot of guys will just call there these days.
Yeah, I know my field's done.
Again. Oh, that's why you're in the executive committee and you're with me today on the stream, sir. This is why you reached out. This is why you have the additional information that I don't have, because I haven't had the luxury of playing on this scene because I'm on the mic for the last 3 years. But yes, okay. I don't like that flat from the small blind, by the way.
No, true.
Oh, we're suited and it's pretty, but you're sandwiched in between the opener and the big blind there, and you've got a deuce kicker.
3-bet or fold, I'd say.
Well, it comes ace high there, and you lose your tournament over stacking off a top pair, and you go tell your story to your wife there. Honey, a top pair, honey, but it's like you shouldn't have been involved in the hand in the first place.
Yeah, you should 3-bet bluff maybe, because you block the ace combos. Just fold straight away, my opinion. Five, 3 off on the button. See if he's going to open this. Put pressure. Probably not. Ooh, king small blind for Manfred.
Yeah, we see Mueller now with the kings. Again, I actually like deception here again, Didier. I would like to just see a flat.
Yeah, same here.
Especially against a man of Musa's caliber. Let him do the raising for us.
The most aggressive person on the big blind when you're small blind kings, always a flat, my opinion.
Yeah, I just feel like there was value left on the table there by not doing something different there, blind v blind, because we are going to have a variety of limps from the small. So we need to balance our range by adding in some really spicy hands like that are nutted, like ace king or jacks plus, for example.
True. Against the big blinds, rather tight big blind, I would open this.
Yeah, again, we can just flat there if we want. It's a nice hand to see. she's going to check back very honestly, I'd say the majority of the time.
But do you think she's going to jam the king X, the king 8 suited, the king 9 suited?
Sorry, I
that
didn't
kind of
realize
player?
how short she was. If she's that short, just jam.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, no, overruled there. I thought she'd more chips, but she lost a bunch.
I don't think she... Well, not sure, but will she call the king high on the jam? I don't think she will. Maybe. So that's even bigger reason to jam there.
Yeah, I just think any spot there, blind v blind for 10 bigs on the, which is now the FT bubble, by the way. You should just be ram a jam, and you can nearly do it with any two cards.
Mm-hmm. Some table talk.
That's something as well I need to get better at. I really don't like having my headphones too loud because I can't be listening to Chips riffling all day when I'm trying to commentate. But I do miss out on a lot of what's being said at the table.
Like Leon in the video you sent me. It was...
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Table balance or chip race?
We are playing 5-handed on both tables.
Okay.
Actually, Didier, take it from here. I'll be back in just a moment.
Sure, I'll take over. See you in a bit. Seems like the Romanian guy got moved to the outer table. And Manfred with kings first position. 35 bigs. Opens 2.3 bigs. I would just min click it. Ace queen off. Ooh. ICM wise. Really difficult spot. He 3-bet to 5. No. 2.5 million. 8 bigs with 14 bigs behind. He is never gonna fold. And of course king's all in. Now ace queen is in a horrible spot. Can he find the fold? I don't think so. His sizing was too big. At smaller sizing he could maybe fold, but ICM wise, final table bubble, it's a really difficult spot. He knows his maximum flipping. He's gonna fold, cry fold. Wow. He did lose like 3 big blinds. unnecessarily. Will it be a walk? I think so. Yes. And it's a walk for the big blind. I think he wins 4 hands in a row now. Francis with a small stack. It's a easy all-in, snap all-in as well. Cut off ace, 10 offsuit, 14 big blinds. In a terrible spot again, against a more tighter player. He's laughing if cry falls. Derek is not gonna call, I'd reckon. And Musa's gonna fold as well. And she takes away. She increases 30% of her stack just by jamming and everyone folding. Folding to the button, 5-6 off. Small blinds, 36 bigs, jack 8 off. He might open. He will probably open. And she folds, yes. Only 10 people left for the first prize of nearly 70k. It's huge for 225 buy-in. It's a dream spot for most players left. Even ace 8 is gonna fold. Late position. 5-handed, I would always open this, especially with his stack. Yeah, the button goes all in. Graphics are not that good. Oh yeah, he's all in. And the big blind folds king high. Wow. And he wins the hand with a worse hand. Guys, I'm presenting you Dan, the best poker caster in all of Europe. Welcome, Dan.
Well, that was an excellent compliment. Brilliant. Well, you need to let yours know now that I didn't put you up to that.
No, of course you didn't know.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's like Lionel Richie. Hello, is it me you're looking for? We are back and we are live. Yes, and I have my turkey ready in the next 30 minutes. I've got some turkey to attend to.
Nice, nice.
Apocalypse is back in the house. Apocalypse is getting inaugurated there. He's getting inaugurated in the Shetlands. He's playing cash games in the Shetlands these days with a load of Shetland ponies. He's got the donkeys there playing six-handed there, taking all their money, I suppose, or their oats. Or whatever donkeys gamble with in the Shetlands. Yeah, I never let anyone ask me my political views, but yeah, I'm just going to throw it out there. I am all Team Trump. Mic drop, 1-2. Moving on.
That's that's really dangerous, Dan, saying that nowadays.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, but it's for the day that's in it. This is a very special day, Didier.
Yeah, it's the day he's going to be president.
No, it's the day you just got inaugurated, is what I was saying. But yeah. Binsberg asked, is the FT playing to the end today? You're goddamn right it is. Today is the last day, and it's the first day of the rest of your life.
True that. We know at least one Dutch player is going to reach the final table then, so that's a good thing, right?
Well, this is your forte. This is your area of expertise. So originally I was like, you can join me for the first few hours, see how it goes, trial run. But I think we're going to have a lot of fun here at the FT because there's a lot of Dutchies involved.
Let's hope so, yeah. At least one. I'm not sure the outer tables. I know they started with 6 Dutch players, if I'm right. 5 Dutch players they started with.
Well, with a little bit of hope, we might have 3 Dutchies at the FT. I'm not exactly sure. For the channel's sake and Didier's sake, anyway, we're going to have at least one. So that's good enough.
Unless they burst at the same time.
For sure. FT is going to be 9 people, guys. Very, very rare these days that we have a final table of kings that isn't 9. Sometimes it can be 8. Strata says, who do you want me to offend? You're a repeat offender. So
You can figure it out yourself, Stratus. For some of us, it's our second life already. Well, you only get one life, unfortunately, guys. One go on the merry-go-round. Dirk raising to 600k. The blinds have gone up a good few hands ago there as well. That's going to put significant pressure on the shorter stacks there, Didier. And the bigger stacks can use that to their advantage. Case in point there in the big blind for Francis with 6 bigs behind.
Yeah, Francis and Manfred are a really difficult spot now. Short stacks, 5-handed.
And this 5-handed situation really, really won't suit a lot of these players because they're going to be so used to playing full ring.
Yeah.
They're going to keep posting those big blinds, the big blind antes, and it just really decimates your stack. If you really have to adjust, if you don't make moves, your stack is just going to get eradicated.
Here's a question for you, Dan. Imagine a short stack on the table, 5-handed, jamming, and you could like easy bust him. Or would you make the call to bust it and go to final table, or just keep him in to punish the other players?
I think those situations work better. Sorry, 2 seconds now. Something caught my throat. I think those situations work better if there's more ICM pressure at the FT. For example, if there's 7 or 8 or 6 players remaining and there's 5 10k tickets, I think there is no harm to keep that 5-handed dynamic going. But if there's a significant pay jump and you've the chance to bust someone for like 6 bigs, I think we have to take it.
Okay.
But I really like that you asked me that question because I have seen dudes like raise folding to like 5 big blind stacks to keep the dynamic going when they've got like nearly 100 big blinds. And some people are like, oh, that's collusion. It's not collusion at all.
No.
Yeah.
It's profitable for big stacks to be there.
I tell you, nothing sucks more than when you've got like the beast at your table and you had the chance to knock him out and you didn't take it. It's like for, say, I don't know, 10 or 12 bigs, whatever the case may be. And then suddenly he goes on a rampage and he's sitting, he's got the Jesus seat, he's got position on you and he's got like 42 big blinds. It's like, why didn't I take him out when I had the chance? So to answer your question the third time is like, it depends on the caliber of opponent as well. It's like, I need to weigh up the options of keeping this dynamic going, keep stealing their blinds, or eliminate someone like Stefan Druska for 7 bigs. I'll take that all day. Like, but you do not want to double up Stefan Druska from 7 bigs to 15. So there's always 2 sides of the coin.
We gone all in again from Francis. Ace 4.
I don't like this because he's no fold equity.
Yeah, true. I would throw Ace 4 away.
At some point, we have to start stacking off here. For example, I would 100% go with Ace 5 suited or Ace 4 suited. I just think these offsuit varieties, the Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4 with no fold equity, we can pass and we're going to have nearly a full orbit. But having said that, a full orbit is very few hands now because we are 5-handed.
Francis, Dutch player at risk.
This woman seems like she's a bit of crack.
Oh.
She's laughing. She does hit a 4, however. 10 remaining now. Needing a 9. Turn is a 3.
Oh, and no king.
Just a 9 and the 9 only, or we're going to have our final 9.
Oh,
my God, it's a 9!
It's 9.
We're sorry, we weren't going to have our final 9. She was going to double up. I just couldn't get 9 out of my head there. That's all that happened there, Didier. Now, right, so 10th place. What a run that is for the lady, by the way. I love seeing women have deep runs. They get overlooked a lot in our poker community, and it's great to see them getting this far in a field of over 2,500 people. 10th place, she will take home for her efforts €4,280. That means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €5,123. We are going on a 20-minute break. I have some turkey to attend to. We're going to be back for a very fun Dutch Poker Masters final table in just a few moments. If you're tuning in, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
See you.
Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, €48,700. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it €11,000, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as Zidek
515.
makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
And Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but it's reasonable to think about it.
Now Kamoshi.
515,000.
Already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high. Like
Suited, Chewy, suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot. Zidek, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming as Kamoshi has 2 clean cards. And that is a dirty flop. Queen 9-6, 1 heart. Kamoshi in front.
Give him an 8 or a 10. Okay, that's this is respectable.
10 of hearts.
9 of diamonds.
Zidek picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead, it's a 5 of diamonds. Zidek says his goodbyes to the remainder of the field.
Good game, sir.
Break after his hand? Yeah. It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu.
Good luck, Jody.
You know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on, absent Mr. Tomescu.
Like that, and then end up
Some casinos.
or
A
even
roulette
worse.
shark?
Yeah, truly.
Can squid, go squid.
He bought roulette wheels and actually like
Yeah, he would just
ran
study
roulette sims.
Oh, somebody said 150.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way.
But I mean, it's
No,
not a big of a difference.
What a legend.
It does sound fun, like the physics of it, watching the ball bounce around.
Can't really be. I mean, the thing's spinning one way, the ball's going the other. Come on. Really?
And then
I don't know. I mean, apparently it worked for him.
What, and then he just quit?
No, so he was actually, yeah, he was sought after for his antics.
What do you mean by sought after?
I think people were unhappy with him.
What do you mean people?
Casino representatives, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know all the specifics. I read it a while ago, but I can vouch for the efficacy or the, perceived edge.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of Lake Mead potentially right now, Chewy?
No,
I mean,
no.
that's old school resolution.
This was an Englishman. I don't think he came across the pond. At least, he didn't stay over here.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of the English Channel, Chewy?
No, I think he's living happily in the countryside with all of his winnings.
Okay.
Perhaps still just enjoying the spin of the ball.
Well, Ilani enjoying top pair here as digging in against Andrian's aggressions from the button. He works his way into top pair versus bottom pair. 200K C-bet being chewed on.
Oh my. Ilani now deeply troubled by this third 8.
I mean, one can't blame him for proceeding with caution, but it isn't like he was worried about running into trips in this spot, which is exactly where he finds himself so improbably versus Andrian, who rates to add damages to what has already been the pre-flop and the flop sizing.
There is like 3 with 3 million. There is like 3 people with 3 million. There, 1 with 2.
And a healthy 600 being sprinkled out. Have to imagine Ilani is going nowhere with his king.
3, 3.
Although the king with the kicker on board, we can understandably start to put ourselves in a bluff catching situation, if not chopping.
So, check calling 600 and now looking up at a queen, which improves our kicker from the 10. North a couple of clicks, but really uncomfortable potential sizings could greet Ilani on this river.
What are we thinking? 1.5, 1.6? 1.8 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is tough.
Where we're at. 2/3-ish.
1.8.
So for Ilani at this point, he really has to dig deep to figure out what are the kinds of hands that Andrian could be bluffing with, and how likely is it that he has those hands. The 6 could potentially interfere with some of those straight draws that we're firing away, and he does get away from it pretty quickly. Nicely done.
7-3 suited. Doesn't rate to P. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be making our decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Chewy. I mean, we are one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously...
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh, my.
All of a sudden, never mind the stalling. Ilani can speed his chips into the middle.
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just the king. Black king is good.
ג'קים לקינג 8 שלו. קינג 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
GG.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Red draft, yeah?
Listen, if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
straight away.
Nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace king or ace queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace king,
well,
here we are.
King queen suffers from things that ace king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski's going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette And the wheel lands in favor of Boyevich. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevich's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you fold up?
Which influences our decisions before we decide to take flops?
Yes, and also the nature of 4-betting. They may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack.
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now 4th diamond on the board. Really unpleasant sight for Ilani as he's got the 3rd nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now. Although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair Kamoshi, so it could be good. You see a tiny bet here. Interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call. But this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible, given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No. He just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace? Maybe a small diamond?
600.
Well, there's your answer.
No, sorry, I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick to what I believe was 1.5.
Oh, was it that big?
3
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Kamoshi.
feel that? Let's see if it's magic or not. No magic. Mine.
Again at the same table, yeah? Like 6 times or 7 times, I think. In this tournament, yeah? Yes. Now I have position. Yes, but I would like to tell you, you are
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. This is the final table now of the Dutch Poker Masters, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, if you are just tuning in on this lovely Monday evening. 9 players remaining now. Average stack is a whopping 14.3 million, which is the guts of 50 big blinds. It is all to play for here. 70,000 euro for the winner. And let's not forget about those 5 tickets, all worth 10k each, to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And because it's one of those days where we're doing lots of new things on this channel, I actually have a picture of my dinner I just ate. I'm not sure what way to put it in the chat, so just bear with me. Do I do a screenshot, perhaps? Suffice to say, there was a lot of turkey involved. So greetings wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. There it is, folks. There is my dinner into the chat box for the first time ever. Stefan Druska in the hijack, who I fancy to take down this tournament, even if he does look a little bit battered and disheveled. So obviously had a long start to the year for this man. These guys are ruthless grinders. They've got to persevere through so much variance, but the cream always rises to the top. Championship rounds. And we don't quit at half-time. 400k is the bet from Stefan with his top pair here from the hijack. Dirk not connecting with this board at all. So, looking at the final table here, Berserk has over 100 bigs. Stefan Druska finds himself in second place with 66 big blinds. Dino Lombardi, who ran deep in the €1,100 World Series of Poker circuit main last weekend, finds himself at this final table with 63 big blinds. And you've got Musa with 53, Manfred Mueller with 42, Martin Janosek with 30, Dirk Reinbach with 26, Demetrio Dorosh with 23, and Manfred Janssen finding himself as the shortest stack at this final table, but still playing an okay, comfortable-ish 13 big blinds. We have Switzerland, Italy, Germany, Ukraine, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, and Romania, all being represented at this final table. The current payout is €5,123. And the jumps just get bigger and bigger from here on out. Like I said, they are playing for €70,000. Not bad from a €225 buy-in, I reckon. Chasing EV is looking for the prizes. The prizes are right above you in the chat, sir. Musa making it 650 to go. Musa has been playing quite aggro so far. Berserk is having none of it. He's going for it here, folks, with the Jack Deuce offsuit. Do not try this at home. But there you go. This is a little bit thick from Musa, considering is one of the first. He talks to him. This is going to be a very fun, entertaining, action-packed final table. I can feel it. Musa 4 bets him, gets Berserk out of there, and starts trash talking him. I love it. There's not one single person in the chat that talked to me all day, every day, clicked on my dinner photo with the Giezo there from Boss Hog 42 in the chat. So it says to expand on the some of us are already having a second life thing. I actually died on July the 25th, 2023 from a heart attack. I remember you telling me you were sick, Stratus. They had to zap me back to life, and I'm very, very glad and fortunate that they did. So like someone said at the World Series of Poker last year to me, I am on the ultimate free roll in life. Wow. You know, that's a very powerful thing. It's like you've already conquered death. Manfred in the hijack here. The 35 big blinds, ace of diamonds in his hand. And this might get Berserk out of there. Okay, I've been overruled. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. Berserk is having none of this, raising to 5.5 million. This guy is an absolute lunatic. As a certified squirrel, I can indeed confirm that he is nuts. Berserk has put an absurd amount of money into this pot. He's put in nearly 5 million, gets jammed on for about what looked like 10 total. So we are seeing some explosive action so far at this final table. We've only seen a couple of hands. Very entertaining stuff indeed. Berserk is going at it again. This time he's got the goods. Him and Musa seem to have some form of a dynamic going on between the two. I am not too familiar with this, but you've got to remember these guys would have played each other loads and loads of kings over the years. Or one would presume so. Anyways, I think this is a very, very light open from Musa, considering he just 4-bet with the ace-9 off suit. And he's got a couple of big stacks to worry about. Contradictory to that, however, he has position on Stefan Druska, which is really good.
He likes you because you are his neighbor, you know? That's why.
You are my neighbor, and for that reason, I like to speak with neighbors. Now I fold good hand.
So Berserk is going to take that one down with a bet, and I was missing my buddy Didier, but I reckon he's back here now.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Hello, is it me you're looking for?
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it?
I'm a bit disappointed here, Didier. I'm after putting a photo of my food in the chat for the first time. People have been asking me to share photos of me dinner for 3 years, and I'm like, come on, I'm not a kid. But I put one in, and it got crickets. Not one person has commented on it, and I sent you the photo and everything. So
I've seen it on the chat, but I only see like 3 stars. I don't even see the picture, but just...
The Giezo is the... Boss Hog 42 is me.
Yeah, but I don't see a picture in the chat.
I can't put a picture in the chat. I have to put a link.
Oh, okay. Oh, she did put a link then.
Yeah, maybe it's not good enough. Oh, the picture does not show up.
Yeah, that's...
Right, well, we're going to have to figure this out. I'm not sure what other way I can share it. I can't share it from WhatsApp, so...
Yeah, Stratos says a mod needs to put a link in.
When Joshua is back, we will figure this one out.
It's been a really active final table for now.
It's
Love
been
the free
awesome.
bet.
There's been 4 bets and everything.
Yeah.
So you were eating your dinner, I was eating my dinner, but there's a dynamic going on between Berserk and Musa.
Love it.
I don't know much about this Musa guy. I don't even know his real name. But I have seen him before running deep at Kings. I don't know
Ace
if I've seen him at
Hamilton.
any final tables. I'm not too sure.
Ace Hamilton asked if Musa was a dealer at Kings.
Next question.
Maybe,
I have absolutely
maybe you
no
recognize
idea.
him.
Yeah, mods can put in links, not regular chat persons. That's why when I put in link in earlier, it didn't work also. But a man of my caliber, I think, Didier, should be made a moderator, and then I can do whatever I want. But then if I'm a moderator, I'm going to have to do more chat work, and I don't really want to do more chat work because I'm on a bloody mic.
You're doing all the chatter without chatting.
Well, I've been chattering now for a couple of hours beforehand, but I was feeling very depleted, and I was kind of, I don't know if I was keeping it a secret. I was almost feeling a bit too amped up because I didn't want to fade away. But now I'm replenished after you've seen what I've eaten. It's actually good to go.
I can imagine, yeah.
Turkey is great. What did you eat yourself?
I got a Greek platter. It's like with potato wedges and how do you call it in English? We call it gyros. It's like Greek meat.
Greek platter. Okay. It sounds something like an Italian cheese board. You get like an antipasti.
No, it's warm. It's warm. Let me check how you call it in English. Gyros.
Gyros. I guess you're going to have to teach me at least one Dutch word each time. The Dutch word for the day.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as in English. It's gyros. It's called. It's Greek meat.
By the way, sorry, just about Berserk while he's in my peripheral. He done a ludicrous move there a few minutes ago where he raised to 5 million on a 10. 5-4 3 diamond flop with ace jack offsuit, no diamond, and the guy shoved for 10.4 million, so it's 5.4 million back, and he had to fold. It was just an absurd amount of chips to do that with.
This is the real street poker, right?
You tell me, buddy. This is the Dutch Poker Masters.
With only one Dutch
you
person
asked for
in the final
this,
table.
you shall receive.
True, true.
I want to give you a disclaimer there as well. I don't know if it's a disclaimer, but you originally were only joining me for a couple of hours. You're having so much fun. You said you're with me till the end, which I absolutely love. That's like McDonald's. I'm loving it. Brilliant. We don't have too many Dutchies left in the field, but I'm delighted that you're going to stick it out and enjoy the final table with me.
Awesome, awesome. I love doing this with you.
Great, yeah. Hopefully it's not a 10-hour FT now. It seems like the way these guys are playing that that's not going to be the case. But let's not forget, Berserk has 100 bigs, a quarter of the chips in play coming to this FT. But he's after losing about 10 million, I think. He done a big 3-bet there as well against Musa. Musa's the wrong guy to be coming after, personally, even if you are the chip leader. So he's done a 3-bet there from the big blind with the Jack Deuce offsuit from a late position open from Musa. Musa said, not today, buddy, and 4-bet to 4.8 million with the ace-9 offsuit. So that's all happened in your absence, basically, within one orbit.
10 minutes. Crazy. 6 hands.
How do I not know Musa? He won the Wolf at Kings. Yeah, then I do know him, but I just don't know his real name. Is my whole point. I know Musa. It's hard to hand and mob a guy when you've only got his nickname. Musa's not showing up on the hand and mob here, lads. That's his real name. His real name's Musa. Is that on his birth cert as Musa?
No surname, just Musa.
Yeah. Or Moose for short, is it? So Greek platter sounds interesting. Anyway, I'm intrigued.
It's really popular here in the Netherlands. The Greek restaurants with the Greek platters.
It was it's a hot platter, because when I think of a platter, it's usually cold, unless it's like buffalo wings and all those cheesy bites and all them kind of things, ribs, etc.
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's
nice.
Yeah, I can't take a picture because it's not anymore.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't particularly like people taking photos of their food all the time and putting them on the Instas, for example. But the lads have been asking lately, loads, like, are you going to ever share pictures of your dinners? And I said, right, 2025, I'm going to make some big boy moves, and I'll start sharing my dinners. No problem, lads. I just won't be sharing them with you in person, because that's my food. Go get your own.
Just like Joey. Joey doesn't share food.
So let's get into a little bit of strategy talk here, Didier. I don't know what the approach is for a lot of these stacks. We are still very deep stacked, all things considered. And you've got to remember, we are four bust outs away from everyone securing that 10k ticket, so it's going to be playing in their mind. They're after getting through a field of over 2,500 players. You come to the final 9, you're 4 eliminations away from a 10k ticket. You really don't want to come 6th or 7th, do you?
No, never know. It's going to be, I think, a long ticket bubble, if you can call it like that. Because the average stack is going to be like 33 bigs at the moment, if I'm right.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a long time till we get to the tickets, I reckon. People are going to be really cautious.
Yeah, well, I think that we're playing either a 45-minute clock or a 50-minute clock, so it is still a lot of playability in this one. Like you were saying earlier, some of the best structures in all of Europe.
True.
Dino Lombardi, by the way, he had a very deep run in the World Series of Poker circuit last weekend. So it's great to see these guys, like, they don't just go home, they don't hang up the boots, they're straight into the next event.
Keep playing if you're on hot run, right?
What did they say? Never leave the table on a heater.
Yeah, same.
Unless you're a fish on a heater, and then you should just go to bed.
And never come back to the casino.
Yeah. Go swimming with the whales. This seems like I don't really like this from Dino. It's a bit too big and it's the wrong kind of board. I don't mind c-betting if you want, very small. I guess we have to c-bet something. I just think that was a little bit too big of a bet. Maybe it's like not really too bad considering the pot's big enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't particularly like checking there because we just kind of give our hand away as well. It's like we're going to have ace, king, or ace, queen that checks there like nearly all of the time.
Sizing. It does matter.
It's a very underutilized area of poker, I think. Apocalypse wants to know what link are we posting. I sent him my dinner as well. So
Dan, do you always like, if you're on table and you see people using the wrong sizings, is that like enough for you to know him being a good or a bad player?
that's a very good question, because some good players just happen to use bigger sizings. They just haven't evolved from the last 20 years. The older contingent, for example, oh, he made it 2.5 times the big blind or 3 times. So if you see a guy 3xing, usually indicates that they're going to be on the weaker side of things say.
Yeah.
But this older contingent, they'll outplay you on flop, turn, and river, and they love that these new wave of Gen Z geek and nerds think that they're able to outplay them, and then they're like, haha, I'm going to do a bluff on the river that you would never think would be possible because I'm old. So I hope that answers your question. It's like,
yeah,
the 3x is a bit deceptive sometimes. It's like, oh, he mustn't be great, and that's way too big of a bet on the flop. And of course, sometimes it can give away the strength of your hand, but with this older contingent, they really know how to mix it up.
And that's the beautiful thing about poker. Everything changes all the time. I remember like 5 years ago, limping was the worst thing you could do ever. And now you have all limping strategies. So maybe like in 4 or 5 years, opening 3x will be normal.
This limping thing is something I really need to study and get a grip of a little bit more, because I see it happen on GG all the time. These guys are just limping in mid position with overpairs off 15 to 20 bigs, depending on the stacks behind them. And then that's where I get way too rip in skis, just a grip and rip. And I end up calling it off with top pair with not the best of kickers because I limp behind. I hope that makes sense. It's like some dude limps in the cutoff, I might limp behind on the button with something like Jack 9 of diamonds, and it comes 9 high, and I end up stacking off because the flush misses, the flush draw misses, the straight draw misses, and he's like a Brazilian guy. But then they laugh a lot at me then when they call, because I should have known that they limp over pairs all the time now. I hope that all made sense, because it was just one specific hand that sprung to mind. There's 130 left with 50 grand up top, and it was a 108 winter series on GG. And I remember asking some of my beastie friends about it, and they're like, "Oh no, we never call there anymore." And I was like, "All right, thanks for letting me know."
Just on time.
Yeah. So the limping strategy is very interesting, because we have to do it with a variety of hands where exactly what you're saying is correct and right. It used to be a very weak thing. It's like, oh, he could have anything limping here under the gun. Or
yeah, that's what I mean with like opening 3x under the gun. Just imagine it being like in 5 years the new playing style, because it used to be weak and now it's used to, yeah, because I think it's weak to do it now with the good hands.
And another thing you want to use in your arsenal is limping these mid pairs in mid position, say, and then when someone bumps it up, you're able to shove over the top off like that 15 to 25 big blind stack. Where you might have a hand where if you open and you get 3-bet or rejammed, you can't call off, so you get to take that move away from your opponent.
True.
Perhaps we're just giving away too much free knowledge around here today.
How much do they pay you then for the free knowledge normally?
Oh, the first one's free. Overworked and underpaid is what I am. Mr. Livio, because we were talking about a previous hand, that happens a lot as well. I end up getting way too involved in one hand. That happened 3 hands ago, and now I should be concentrating on the hand that's in front of us. There was a 5 big blind, king 5 suited in the big blind there. I think that was a peel. I don't really want to rejam, but he is the shortest stack. I think we kind of missed that or glanced over it, did he? You've got your big blind invested. You've got your big blind ante. King 5 offsuit, we can put it in the muck. But once it's suited, I think we have to peel.
I agree. Yeah.
Strata says, Dan is paid with sarcasm and scorn. Well, look, it's character building stuff. If it was blind v blind there as well, lads, I would I'd just shove the King 5 suited, but against an early to mid position open, I think peeling is better because you basically have no fold equity, or you shouldn't have anyway. Mr. Livio says, hello for the best commentary in Europe. That's like the third comment I've got that's the same today. That's amazing. I'll take it. You're being a bit too kind, but you know. I get insulted enough, well, at least in Ireland I do anyway, so I'll take all the compliments I can get. I think I actually did meet Stefan. I was saying I'd love to meet Stefan, but when I was over there at S.A. Buyalba, who was buying us those whiskies, I think Stefan was actually sitting down with him. So I did get to say hello to him. I don't think he has amazing English, or we kind of smiled and waved. I don't think we had a proper conversation.
Is he full-time
he's my
playing
pick.
at Kings? Or
Yes,
do you know
yes.
that?
There's about 5 of these guys that are on that short list of the GOATs, if you want to call them that. I think that list is now about 10, not 5. Riyad Farah was possibly number 1 on that list for me. Mikel Marrakesh, of course. Riyad Farah won like 5 tournaments in 1 year. Recius says, I'm in Ireland and I do like your commentary. Thank you, my man. Surely you're familiar with Riyad Farha?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Does ring a bell, yeah. Let me Google him.
Yeah, no, I love that guy. He's possibly the person I talked to or spent the most amount of time when I was over in Kings.
Yeah, yeah.
He's a very good guy to know.
Should we do another quiz question after hand 101?
After the hand 100, let's not even wait till 101.
Yeah.
And I think you have some amazing news that you have to tell the audience about.
Yeah, I do. I've got in contact with Ronald van der Linden, who organizes all the Dutch tournaments, Dutch Classics, Benelux Classics, Dutch Masters. And he said I could give away a 4-star room for 5 nights at King's worth of €500. And that's going to be the giveaway for the viewer with the most correct answers of the quiz. And I think that's awesome that he does it. And Ronald also asked me to, let me check a second.
I'm going to reiterate this now in a moment. I'm going to hype it up just a little bit more, but you go ahead, Didier.
Yeah, he also asked me to promote his next tournament. It's from 29th of April till the 12th of May. It's going to be the EPF in combination with the Dutch Classics. And that's the weekend you can go for free for 5 days.
Oh, that sounds absolutely awesome. That's actually the week after that. That's when I'm going to be in Amsterdam. So I need to...
Okay.
I might need someone to do a few hours for me around that week as well, you know. I'm not going to be logging on from Amsterdam, not anytime soon. Enough said there, I think. That's my holidays. I don't have 5 weddings this year, so that's going to be my big summer holiday, and I want to get it out of the way before June. So that's my target. So Apocalypse says today's prize giveaway: 5 nights of 4-star accommodation at the King's Resort. This is absolutely fantastic news, and I want to give a massive round of applause and a thanks to Ronald van der Lind. I don't know the guy personally, seen him at the feature table, I would say at least 5 times now, but I've heard nothing but great things about him. He's meant to be a pure gent.
Yeah, he's the best one around.
The best one around. Okay, I've got competition.
Second best one around then.
You're giving away a €500 package basically, and I've been trying to win a hoodie since the day I joined this channel. So,
I can buy you a hoodie, Dan, if you want.
You can buy, I'll buy you a hoodie. Yes, no, I'll get my hoodie when I'm actually. There's no point in me wearing cool hoodies when I'm at my computer. I might as well have them for when I travel.
Yeah, true.
Joho, says Thomas DJ28, whatever that means. Sounded like a celebratory something another.
Yeah, it's a Dutch way of cheering.
So that's my Dutch word for the day then.
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo!
Yeah.
How do I say it correctly?
Yeah, you did it perfectly.
Stratus wants a hoodie. I don't know if they ship to outside of Europe, buddy, but if anyone's getting a hoodie first, it's going to be me. So, we need to pick up the action here slightly. Well, the hand's just about to be over. Well, Dimitrio's going to hang around. 1 million is the bet. Difficult for Dimitrio to call here on the turn, by the way. I know we might have slightly overlooked the action here, but when he defends in the big and he calls and he's called on the flop and the 7 is on the turn, it's actually really horrible to call with a deuce on the turn, because you would think if your opponent's betting on the turn that he should be checking the majority of the time. It's going to be very overpair heavy, which is exactly the case in this exact scenario. And therefore, if we call on the turn with a deuce, it's very unlikely our opponent is going to check on the river. So unless we're going to put the cape on and call on the river, I think we're better off just folding on the turn. What do you think, Didier?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you want the... I don't think it's a really good bluff catch as well, so just let go of it. I completely agree with you.
Thank you. Sometimes you get it right. Well, it's like, if you know that your opponent has a propensity to bet 2 streets and check the river, then by all means call it with a deuce on the turn. But because it's after pairing the board, it's a card that Dirk should be checking back, like, I would imagine 80% plus of the time on that turn. So when he bets, he calls. Yeah, there you go. He's put the cape on.
Yeah.
He gets the bad news. I just presumed he was going to fold, so I didn't really think calling was an option. But like I said, unless you want to call the turn and you put your cape on, I'm actually behind it. If you know your opponent's capable of bluffing you in that spot, I just don't think he's going to bluff like that, flop, turn, and river.
Yeah, do agree.
So we have our first casualty at the final table. You're about to ask the question, or did you ask it already?
Yeah, it's time for the question. Is Apocalypse ready? Which Dutch player wears his sunglasses upside down?
Which Dutch player wears his sunglasses upside down?
Your question was really hard, Apocalypse.
So yeah, we didn't actually call that one out, did we? We just overlooked that as well.
And we got one good answer already. It's really fast. That's the The Magic Elsa. So that's 1, 2, 4 correct answers, but the Magic Elsa was the first one.
You just let me know when you're finished. I don't want to get in the way of these question things. Don't want to be interrupting you.
I've got one more question, but we can like wait a couple of hands, right?
Well, the way we used to do it
already?
with Alan here was every bust out we'd have a new question, but that was only when the World Series of Poker Europe was going on.
Okay,
so we do have another all in here. Druska is going to be priced in for here for 5.4 big blinds total if he has one big blind out and a big blind ante, so he's already got 2 invested. Is that so? That's 5.4 bigs total. So it's only 3.4 more bigs from, or is it 4.4 because the ante is separate?
He should be live and it's suited, so I don't think he can fold here.
Again, this might be a great example of what you were talking about earlier, where he wants to keep the dynamic going.
Yeah, that could be a strategy as well.
He does let it go. If it was any less, I think we just see him call there, Didier. But I think with the Jack-6 suit, he just decides to keep the dynamic going, and it's not worth the extra 4 bigs. Maybe with like, I think it could even be like Jack-8 or Jack-9 suited plus. We're going to have to call.
Yeah. Or he just likes the dynamic, keeping the short stack in, so he can punish all the medium stacks as well.
I just realised now the second commentary, it's Tom. Close. You are good, but you're not right. I'm not sure who Tom is. We could call you Tom Didier if you want. That's up to you.
If you like it that way, I'll adapt. it's maybe my new nickname then, just Tom.
I do love nicknames for people, but Tom's not going to be good enough. We're going to think of something special for you. €6,600 is the current payout. You're looking at a $3,000 difference between 8th and 7th, and we are 3 eliminations away from all remaining players securing that 10K ticket. Stratos says, glad it is not Action Man Dan and P. Diddy. Keep that guy away from me, Stratos. You don't want to see me when I'm angry. P. Diddy getting another mention around here. So Dino got a horrific bad beat last weekend, as far as I can remember. I can't remember every hand, and I can only have X amount of numbers. You know, Dunbar's number. You can only have 150 names in your head, they reckon, at any one time. I think he got a really dirty one. It might have been the FT, could have been last 2 tables. But what I'm trying to say is he's probably running on fumes, and he's been playing straight through. He does find himself with over 20 million. So he is actually a guy to want to watch out for as well here. I think I hen and mobbed him last week as well. I'm just going to have to redo it. Nice to see an Italian making it after I was talking about Italians earlier. Let us know who you think's going to win this one and take it down and become your Dutch Poker Masters champion, by the way. Let us know in the chat. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening / night time, it's the Dutch Poker Masters live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
And do you think our Romanian friend will have a really good chance of winning this?
Well, there's two.
I've forgotten the name. Have a look.
You've got Musa you've got to watch out for as well. It's actually a very fun, entertaining final table. There's like a good few stacks that have 20 million, which is pretty much 50 bigs right now. No, I'm getting a Ronaldo Lombardi who has $1,264 in tournament live earnings, but nothing coming up for a Dino Lombardi. Mr. Livio says, I am Romanian. I was actually talking about going to visit Romania at some point, Mr. Livio. I keep hearing about Bucharest. It's meant to be beautiful. But first, I'm going to Sofia in Bulgaria. Not too far from Romania, as far as I can tell. Actually, you'd have to look that up again on the map. Actually, no, it is a bit away. I take it back. I still want to go to Bucharest nonetheless. Pocket says the nice thing about living in Shetland is that their earthly stuff really doesn't reach us up here in paradise. Oh yeah, Apocalypse doesn't know who P. Diddy is, which I think is absolutely astounding. It's like someone saying they don't know who Conor McGregor is. It's not a good example, actually, or a comparison there, by the way. It's just that level of fame.
I do know him, and I don't like the UFC, so.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of the UFC, I googled something on the break there while you were gone. Bas Rutten is the guy I wasn't thinking of.
It's a Dutch guy, right?
Dutch American actor, MMA artist, kickboxer, and professional wrestler.
Yeah. Bas Rutte, yeah.
Okay, I'm saying it wrong.
It's fine. Dutch is a really hard language.
Rutte.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay. Well, every day is a learning day. Class is in session.
Always when we have like an English person here, we would try to let them say Scheveningen. That's like typical Dutch. So if you can like try that yourself, because they can't pronounce it good.
Ah, yes, okay.
So try to say Scheveningen. Try it.
See what?
Scheveningen. Yeah, you can't do that. It's like this typical Dutch thing that no one can pronounce really good.
You're very, as Dutchies, like, I don't know, I find you very intriguing, but you're very set in your ways.
We are.
We used to have the Scandies coming over for it was basically the Scandinavian poker tour. No, the Norwegian Masters, it was called. That would be the week before the Irish Open. The Irish Open being possibly one of the greatest tournaments in Europe ever. There's going to be 2.5 million guaranteed this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll just plug other events that aren't Kings, you know. But basically what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is they used to come over for a 10-day festival before the Irish Open, so they kind of stuck the 10-day festival and then put the Norwegian Masters before the Irish Open, so you had basically a 2-week festival. And they were absolute lunatics.
The
So
Scandinavian players.
what they seem to be very set in their ways as well was my whole point. You see a bet of 1.35 million here from Musa. Now Musa, I'm going to call it right here, right now. He's a very good player, and I had forgotten that he won a huge event at Kings. I would like to know his real name. If anyone knows his full real name in the chat, be sure to let us know. But I'm telling you, he is the kind of dude that can blow up. He can make some huge moves that just mightn't go right for him. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that he's not going to be too ICM savvy. This guy will have had a few 10K tickets allocated to him in his day, and therefore he's going to play more big boy moves at this FT. He's not going to be shy about putting chips across the line. There we go.
Oh, you
we have his full name.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yoda Code, man of the match.
Yeah, I see him here.
Yeah, see now that I know his
earnings.
second name, it really is familiar. Total live earnings is 50K. I thought it was a lot more than that.
You said you won the Wolf, right?
Yeah, I think the Wolf might have been smaller than normal that time because it's saying $32,000 to $368.
He doesn't have a first place on his end mob. Best is 8th for 30K.
Okay, it must be the 8th then.
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole point is he's accomplished and competent. He's not. This isn't going to be his first rodeo. Having said that, most players at this table are playing for the biggest score of their lives. And I quite like that raise, by the way, on the flop. You hate when you're called there once you raise, but to deny equity is the name of the game. And there's a lot of good things that can happen, you know, in the form of backdoors or turn going check, or with a lot of cards we can bet again. So for all those reasons, I actually like the check raise to 3 million. It absolutely sucks if our opponent decides to, I don't know, click it back to 7 million. But at least then we can just get away from our hand. In general, though, with some significant pay jumps, we want to keep the pots small. So my go-to strategy normally would just be to call there with sixes, but I actually think it's better to raise with just one overcard to our pair. We just don't want to find ourselves in a spot where we're getting barreled off. And it looks strong that we called from the small. Having said that, there's not going to be too many overpairs to that board that calls from the small and then check raises. Or like our opponent just can't really raise us back without having a hand in that exact scenario.
Small blind with my favorite hand, King Queen suited.
Your favorite hand, yeah, it is one of the prettiest hands in the deck for sure. Any preference on what suit is your favorite, or is just your favorite hand?
Hearts. Don't know the reason, but it's just hearts.
Yeah, the King of Hearts is my favorite card in the deck.
Ah, nice. King Queen suited works really good as a 3-bet or 4-bet bluff. My opinion.
Berserk is just mad to get chips across the line.
With the King Queen suited now, you could 4-bet him.
We could go for a rip here for 33 bigs total. It actually is the exact kind of right stack size to do this with, but I think we might have a stack or two that's under 10 bigs. You see, the guy right beside Berserk there is very short. That looks to be somewhere around 10 big blinds. Less maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quick maths. About 3 million I think he's paying, and the blinds are about to hit him.
Yeah, but if you win this pot, if you shove and you win it, you get so much chip EV. I would go for it if I was in his shoes.
Yeah, but Berserk has a propensity to 3-bet willy-nilly as well, especially when he's coming to the final table with so much chips.
Yeah.
He did it with the Jack Deuce. We've seen him do it a second time. So this is nearly strike 3 for Berserk. Now, having said everything there, and you want a 4-bet rip,
yeah,
it wouldn't be the... Oh, wow.
Oof.
I was going to say it can be nice to see a flop there at the very least, but it is a lot of our remaining stack.
I would always rip it in, just for blocking the kings, queens, ace king, ace queen, like his nutted range. Just you're not blocking the aces.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. One of my main reasons is Berserk is very 3-bet happy and then happy to fold to the 4-bet. Like, so we've seen him do it with the Jack Deuce from a cut off or a hijack open, and this is blind v blind. So yeah, there is no way I wouldn't just 4-bet rip in that exact spot.
Indeed. That's going to be... Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just wants to stack off here to cut off against the big blind. Sorry, just slightly reading the chat there.
It's life. Life.
It's amazing what happens when you turn your head to read the chat and come back. It's like a lot of the times there's going to be nothing happening in the hand. But alas, once again, we have an all-in in the call. Manfred Janssen with the King 10 suited. I think he has to go with his hand there, Didier. Like, he could call in the big and try do a stop and go. He has basically no fold equity. That's important. But he finds himself by a landslide the shortest stack. He's got page jump already. Yeah, he's just got to go for it.
It's going to be a hard one. Yeah. That's over. The last Dutch player eliminated.
But that means you're going now, does it?
Yeah, 100%. No, I'm sticking it. Staying with you.
You stay till the job's done.
100%.
Championship rounds, did you? We don't quit at halftime.
Let me see. It was Manfred Janssen. He had 1.5k earnings, so this is by far his biggest cash. He must be really happy, I reckon.
Well, in them kind of situations, I just feel like the rest is gravy.
Do you?
When we play for that kind of money and we've bought in for 225 quid, obviously a lot of re-entries take place, but it's a very substantial score for the man.
Yeah.
He does leave us in 8th place, so he will take home €6,600, and that means we are now 2 eliminations away from this ticket bubble. I think we're going to see a bit of a slowdown in the pace of the play. We're on the soft bubble here for 10 grand, and look at the difference here, Didier, between you've got 7 to 6, you've got nearly €3,000 in the difference, but then 6th to 5th, You've got
It's a
3
huge chunk.
grand in the difference and a 10k ticket. So there's a 13 grand difference between 6th and 5th.
Huge, huge, huge. And we got another bust out, Dan, so guess what?
Go for it, buddy.
Should I say like after the 110th hand or just right now?
Yes, yeah, we give them always give them 3 hands of a notice because that's roughly 9 minutes, and if they're fast hands, then you're looking at about 7 minutes.
Okay, so after the 111th 111, I'm gonna ask.
Right, another
the
quiz
next
question coming up in 3 hands time, folks.
Yes.
You've been warned. 5 minutes to the window, chef. It's raw. Back in line. Pokerreis with a very good point there, something I alluded to last week, being the year of Romania since about 2016. I said 2015 last week. I said it's Italy's turn for this decade, or at least 2025. Apocalypse with another English question. Bold!
I was going to say you could just copy paste it in Chat GPT.
Clock is ticking to the next question, so everyone strap your brains down and get ready to answer. Good man, Stratus.
Love it, Stratos, love it. The prize for the quiz, Don Andrew, is a 5-night staying at King's for worth of €500.
It's the biggest giveaway we've ever done separate to the World Series of Poker Europe, by the way.
All
It's
thanks
a
to the Dutch
fantastic
guy.
prize. I could do with a stay at King's for 4 nights, you know. So we pick up the action here. Didier on the river here. Ace 4, Ace 6, 4. So it's a double pair board. Stefan realizes he's not going to have any showdown value with just 9 high anytime soon. Is going to try
King
buy
I's
this
gonna call.
pot. I think Musa is going nowhere. And these two, both Romanians, will probably know each other's games inside out and back to front.
Yeah, King I is always going to call it.
And they're playing identical stacks of 42 big blinds apiece. 4.3 million in the pot. 1.2 million. Oh, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
he
whoa.
folds. Wow.
No.
Crazy.
No, Musa. How do I reach these kids? That's a bit poor from Musa, if I'm just going to be honest. He's getting 4-1 there, Didier. He needs to be good about 20% of the time to be profitable, and it's against Stefan Druska.
Yeah. And against a non-pair, non-pocket, you have the best hand.
Yes, now, Apocalypse says that's the last question. You messaged me. Will there be more afterwards? So if you want to, if you have any more questions there today, will you put them into that group that I added you into? That'd be the easiest way. Then I can stop being middleman, Dan.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
No rush at all. It's just easier for the 2E to talk. I'm doing my own thing here. Still want people to see a photo of my dinner, but that's not possible, so... Druska is going for a 1 big blind bet here with the 8-7 offsuit. Blind v blind again. I feel like these two are going to tussle and tangle for a few hours at this final table. It's inevitable, I would say. And that's not a good river for either player, really. Musa does still have the top of the pairs. Probably just wants to get the showdown at this point. I don't see any value in betting. Does check it back, does take it down. And they are within of about 6 big blinds of each other.
Okay, I've
So
sent
here
it
we have
in
an
the
update.
chat.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've sent it in the chat. This is the last. Was this the hand 1-1? Because it didn't
You've
check
one more
it.
hand to do.
One more hand, okay.
One hand, guys, before the next question. I like in this game, Diddy. I do have a question though myself. Is there a consolation prize or is it just winner takes all?
Winner takes all. We don't award losers.
Okay. Whoa.
No, just winner takes all.
That was a bit harsh, but yeah.
No, it's a joke.
Well, lucky for you, I'm a winner. So we do see the blinds go up here, Didier, as well. 250k is now the small blind. 500,000 is the big blind with a 500,000 running big blind ante. So Dirk raises to 1 million. Min raising. This brings down the average stack. When we started the FT, the average stack was almost 50 big blinds. The average stack is now under 20 million. So it's about still a very big average. Still the guts of 40 big blinds. 36, 37 there or thereabouts right now.
Romke is asking, is there a scorecard or can I still win? Romke, if you have one good answer, you can still win. There's going to be a final. The people who has the correct answers are going to play in the final, and if they win the lightning round, as I call it, they can win the room. Next question. Who was the first Dutch player to reach the WSOP main event final table in Las Vegas? And we got a correct answer already. That is really fast. And iBomber has 2 points. Apocalypse, that was too quick for Google, yeah. Yeah, go for it now is correct as well. Yeah, but thing is, the question was already wrote before I was saying it. We have 2 more questions after this one. So let's see. So let's see who's going to play the finals. Undergun +1 ace-jack offsuit with 12 bigs. That's gonna be a rip most of the time. It's not. He opens. It's a non-all-in. Okay. And he wins hand. No action. Cut off. 28 bigs, ace-jack off. He's gonna open. 2.2 bigs. Button folds. Small blind's gonna fold as well. And Berserk completes. Playing heads up to the flop. Ace on the flop. Berserk checks. Manfred Müller c-bets 3 bigs and Berserk folds. Nothing too crazy. Stratos, you are from USA, right? So would you come to Kings for 5 nights if you win? A6 off opens, King 8 suited calls with only 11 bigs behind. Flop 7, 10, 3, 2 hearts. Check, check. 9 of spades on the turn. I would think the A6 gonna take a stab here. Like a bit too bigs. So the Martin Janusek is handcuffed. No, he checks behind. Maybe for the showdown value. 5 on the river. Kind of a brick. Checks behind and ace high wins.
I'm waiting too.
And the Romanians keep winning. CEO Amba says Year of Romania. Could be, could be. Dino with ace-jack offsuit and hijack opens 2 bigs. Everyone folds to the big blind and big blind's gonna fold as well. Easy money.
Now, please. Play safe.
Seven players remaining. 5 tickets. So everyone's gonna be a little bit more tighter. Dirk thinking about opening, I hope. Yeah, he raised to 1 million. Bursik, aggressive player with ace-king offsuit. That's gonna be a 3-bet for sure. CEO Amba, the tickets. It's a 10k buy-in for the WSOP E. So if you get top 5, you get 10k ticket to the biggest tournament in Kings. Of course, he 3-bets. Pocket 9s with 24 blinds behind. It's going to be a jam or a fold. ICM wise. Really hard spot. think I would flip the coin and go all in or fold. Bursik is one of the most aggressive players at the table, so nines might be good for a jam as well here. But I see what you're saying, Magic Elsa. He folded the king queen suited as well, so he's probably going to fold this one as well. He just hates his life at the moment. And that's the folding. Yes, he's probably going to fold. Ooh. Chat, what do you think? Fold or all in? What will you do, guys? Just call. Okay. Yeah, call could be an option, but you don't have the good stack to set mine, in my opinion. He folds. Magic Elsa was right. I would never call that personally. If you have more stack, you could call, but King Queen suited again for Dirk. Let's see if he can win this hand. Exactly the same suit. The pay jump, last 7 players, is 3k. Nearly 3k. Pocket 3 for Manfred Müller. Opens to 2 bigs, he can call this. See a flop. We got ourselves a hand. And there's a 3 and the flush draw. Action, action, action. Ooh. Let's see what happens. Which line they're gonna take. Flush draw 2 overs against a set. Crazy. Yeah. Check, check. Wow. Okay. Take a stab. Come on. Go big. 1.5. He will just call. I think his playstyle is just calling here. He would never raise. Yeah. Let's see what the river brings. Nope. Ooh, the straight. Ooh, is he going for value? No, I would bet fold. I would go for the check call. If I was Manfred Müller, I would just go for the check. Can he fold if he raises is the question. Oh, he goes all in. Now he has to fold. I think. Terrible spot ICM wise. I think he has to fold. Yeah. Don't make the call. Oh, he makes the call. Check call or bet fold, I would say, on the river. Crazy. Crazy hand. Action Man Dan, did you miss his hand? It was Action Man
I've just
Dan
been
and
listening from afar there. I was eating my ice cream. Wanted to give you a few hands on your own, and you're killing it. You could probably just take over the channel. I'll retire in the morning, no problem at all.
Don't do that yet to me. Too early, too early.
Yeah, caught the end of that hand. Thought it was awesome. Sick river, obviously. Not much. What you were saying, you would rather he just went for a check call than to call it off once he gets jammed on?
I would rather go in for the check, and then if he bets, I would call, and if I bet, I would fold to a raise. That's what I would do.
Yes, perfect. You dissected that perfectly, I think. And I don't like the word perfect. I don't believe in the word perfect. But couldn't have put it better myself.
Okay.
So that brings us to our leaderboard here. Dino Lombardi, 64. Biggs, Dirk with 50. Berserk with 49. Musa with 40. Stefan Druska with 36. Martin with 11. And Manfred Mueller, shortest stack now by a landslide with 6 big blinds. See this now, this dynamic is really heating up, Didier, with an 11 big blind stack and a 6 big blind stack, and these 5 tickets that I keep mentioning till I'm blue in the face.
True. True.
Are very important here.
And now the big stacks can bully the medium stacks. And that's, see if they do that. I would do that in my, my opinion.
Yeah, geez, you're getting the hang of this. Left you alone there to see how you get on there for about 5 hands or so. Very impressed. I mean, I should probably just tell you that in person, not on the channel, but yeah.
Love to hear it, thanks.
Got to take all the compliments you can get, isn't that what I always tell you?
Yeah, of course. Love it.
Ladies here for Dino Lombardi. Druska, who's having a hard day, probably should just have to let this go once he gets 3-bet. Again, the very odd time. The very odd time you might decide I'm just going to 4-bet rip here, but let's just break down what's at stake. Huge pay jump between 7th and 6th, and a 13 grand pay jump between 6th and 5th. So ICM suicide is what that would be if he was to 4-bet rip here. Very hard for him to call. Even though he is in position, it's a 4x 3-bet. It's just going to be a bit too rich for his boots, I would imagine. Now, having said all that, Didier, Dino, if he's the kind of guy who's well able to be 3-bet folding here, then you might just have to shove it. If you really, if your read is indicating you're going to pick up about 5 million, and you're going to get this through about, what, 80 to 90% of the time maybe, you probably just have to go for it. But it just doesn't seem to be that kind of an FT. If this was against Berserk, I actually would probably 4-bet rip. Dino Lombardi, different story.
True. I'm not sure if Dino what his image is. If he's aggressive, tight. Haven't seen that much of him since he was on the outer table all the time.
Does just take it down.
Apocalypse question: if a Romania player stands up and puts a jacket on, does he automatically have his opponent drawing dead? I would say yes. See,
He does if
loads of times.
there's a 7 involved, I think, yeah.
See, loads of times
If there's
people
any
put the
7
jacket on and still
involved,
winning
then
hand.
yeah. Also the backpack. What did I miss in the 5 hands I was gone?
Not that much. A lot of open, folding. The only nice hand was the one you've seen, the last one.
I said I'd let you do your questions in peace. You didn't need me chiming in. That's your forte. Just catching up with the chat. It's a good fold. Yeah, haven't missed much here. A few funny comments as per usual. The action army just grows every week. Impresses me further. Always some funny things getting chimed in. So you don't have? Do we have many more questions to ask tonight, or have they all been asked?
I've got. Let me have a look. 2 more questions. You want to do it right now? Or with another bust out?
No, let's keep them waiting.
Yeah.
Always leave
Another
them
bust out
wanting
then.
more. Wait until the ticket bubble is burst, and then do one question, and then maybe do the very last question before we go for a heads-up battle. Something around that area.
Okay.
So Martin going for the shove for 11 bigs, and although this is obviously going to be a ramajam, if you put it in a chart, it actually might be very, very close, considering we're still 7-handed, and there's a shorter stack than 11 bigs.
Yeah. I do think I would call there ace-9, because ace-7 is going to be a next hand on big blind, so he's going to lose 2 bigs instantly. So his jamming
on the
range
button here,
is
I
a
think
bit
he's
wide.
just going to fold the ace-9. And
Yeah,
sixes
true,
aren't
but-
exactly printing here either, did you? Because he's relatively safe here with almost 50 big blinds. He doesn't have to get involved. Him losing 11 bigs here is really not great for him at all. And him just folding, he still maintains 47 big blinds. You've got an 11 big blind stack and a 5 big blind stack, I think, if I recall correctly here. So you've got to be really, really tight in these exact scenarios. Now, ICM is not my strong point. I say that for about 3 years now. Obviously, I've been brushing up on the side, little bits here and there. ICM seems to just be for poor people. But I'd rather be poor and have a 10k ticket than busting in 7th or 6th place. So I think ICM is almost at its strongest right now with 7, considering what's at stake, and considering there's an 11 big blind stack and a 6 big blind stack.
Yeah. Musa opens king 3 suited, +1. Oh, Berserk ace king again. 3 bets.
3 bets.
All in? 3 bets all in? Yeah. Wow.
I think he just absolutely berserks it there because he knows people can't call off and he doesn't want to get in these entanglements that are like 3 to 5 betting.
He's playing it easy.
When did ICM become a thing? Yeah, what is ICM anyway? Is that the new Voldemort around here? We just don't mention ICM either. No ICM, no GTO solvers. I'm sure there's a third thing we're not supposed to ever mention, but I won't
Limping,
mention it if
probably.
it's not supposed to be mentioned. When you see dollars instead of playing poker, yeah, people really, really don't like ICM in the chat or ever, Didier. It just...
You just want action. Action.
Well, our mantra on this channel is action, hence Action Man Dan.
Yeah. The rich get richer. Rich piggies. So we still have 11 big blind and 6 big blind stack, and that just changes everything. People can do little to nothing until those stacks are gone. Not only do you got them pay jumps, you have the tickets. That's right, folks. Stefan Druska, even though he is 5th on the leaderboard, he's not really that far behind Musa or Dirk. Like one big pot or one double up propels Stefan Druska to basically the chip leader, or at least nipping on the heels of Dino Lombardi anyway. Someone in the chat asked, do I have a hand in mob for Dino Lombardi? I do not. He just didn't want to come up on my computer, perhaps. I've been made a liar out of a few times, though. I have gone and hand in mob the guy, and it's not coming up, and then someone else seems to be able to find it on their own computer, so I don't know. What means GTO? Bando Andre wants to say, since when do you start streaming on Twitch? Fast approaching 3 years, sir. Do-do-do-do-do. It's nice to see them as well, Didier. They're all talking to each other. There's smiles, bit of jovial laughter, a good ambiance on this Monday evening, perhaps. Bit of camaraderie, even though there's so much money on the line. Not stressed about ICM.
That man won't be too stressed anyway. Stefan Druska probably has a few tickets for this 10k accumulated already.
Yeah, being aggressive now is just printing money.
So it's no F in GTO.
So Druska is going to min raise from the cutoff, and Dino is going to call with the Jack 7 offsuit. I only like this call in the big blind, by the way, because we have Stefan Druska covered. I've started getting rid of these kind of combos, the Jack 4s, Jack 5, Jack 6, Jack 7 even offsuit. Jack 8, Jack 9, then we're probably dancing considering we have our big blind anti-invested. If I had Stefan Druska's stack in the big blind facing an open from Dino, if the stacks were reversed, I would just let go of these combos that are unsuited.
Yes, yes. Dino is a big chip leader, so you can peel.
Yeah, it all depends. You see players defending super wide, the best in the world all the time, and that's because they're just so good at knowing what their opponent has on flop, turn, and river. Where someone else, I just like to avoid these situations because I find like it's compound mistakes. I always seem to be losing money in the small blind or blind v blind, or over defending from the big blind from whatever position it may be.
True, but I also believe that the real poker skill is post flop. To like,
yeah, agreed. If you, as long as you're not going to be stacking off with one pair with a 7 kicker, then I can get behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well said, Didier. It is. Your skill lies past pre-flop for sure.
Because nearly everyone knows what to do pre-flop. Yeah.
The Magic Elsa says, Berserk looks like Severus Snape from Harry Potter. I just watched 8 Harry Potter movies at Christmas, actually. I love Harry Potter. Oh, thank you for your comment. Poor Severus is dead these days. Spoiler alert. If you've been living under a rock for 20 years and have never seen Harry Potter, oops. My bad.
He's dead in real life as well, Dan. The actor.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Just to make sure.
Well, I didn't want to give away the movie part, but okay, Didier. Now they know he's dead in both. We've got action here, boys and girls. Manfred Mueller. $3.1 big blinds.
Let's see who is more lucky.
Moose is obviously going to be pot committed here, and most likely when he calls, he's going to have 2 live cards, which is the exact situation here. 4.3 million in the pot. We might be about to go 6-handed. However, Manfred, look at this, Didier. It's basically a coin flip, even though Manfred has ace-9 against 7-6.
Yeah, because they folded a 7, I think.
Oh, well.
I mean, an ace. Oh, wow.
It was a pretty good flop.
It's over.
It's over on the turn.
And that means there's going to be a next question.
That means Manfred Mueller has been eliminated, and it means that we are going 6-handed.
Yes. Oh no, the question is going to be at the ticket bubble, you said. Sorry, guys. I have to wait one more bust out.
You can go ahead and do that now if you want, but I reckon we just wait one more bust out.
Yeah, we can wait. We can wait for it.
It's all the one to me. I'm just saying, giving you a little break there. That was all.
Oh, Martin all in. King Queen suited.
So we got rid of the shortest stack, so that would have been the 6 big blind stack. I think he only had 3 bigs by the time he got it in.
So that means we have an 11 big blind stack, and the closest to him is almost 30. Martin will take down the blinds and aunties. Uncles, aunties, cousins. Dan Fox is in the house all the way from the Americas. He says, hello, fellow poker nerds. What's up, buddy? He did the thing with putting his backpack. Oh, he did, yeah. Didn't work for him this time, though. Dora the Explorer is out the door, out the gap, out the fuinneog, as we would say in Ireland, which means window.
How'd you say that? What's window in Irish?
Fuinneog.
Fuinneog. Wow.
Fuinneog, yeah, it just means window.
You learn the Dutch word, I learn the Irish word then.
I need to write down that Dutch word that goes yo hosey or something.
Close enough.
How do I spell it again?
It's like a cheer. Like a yoo-hoo. J.
Yoo-hoo.
Yeah.
I'm well used to saying woohoo. I just didn't know about yoo-hoo. Or yo-ho.
Queens and small blind.
Monster. Six-handed. Shorter-handed now as well. Remember, it's harder to make a hand.
Is he opening with 11 bigs? Out. Flat or jam?
What's the chances that Martin is going for a raise size of 1.75 million into Druska, who has him covered on a 13k bubble?
Yeah, and he shows. No, don't show it.
No.
I don't like that.
I suppose, yeah, I just think Limp Druska mightn't shove 11 bigs, but he might go for one of these like 2.75x raises. Just putting the pressure on, even if he has diaper-ish type hand in the big blind.
Yeah.
So there's way more value and merit to limping there than shoving. You could shove if you want, considering what's at stake.
True.
Do you even want to limp call it off with queens against, I don't know, ace-3 and they've got 30%? No, sorry, ace-3 might call anyway. Probably doesn't, though, on this exact bubble. People have got to be tighter.
I don't think it matters that much if you limp or shove, but just never raise. That's too strong, my opinion. Aces, pocket rockets. Oh, against kings. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo.
Oh, we've got a huge cooler. Huge cooler. Dirk against Musa.
Musa.
Call the cops. Ooh. Goody gumdrops. We're about to play a big one, boys.
Oh, he's table talk.
Oh, holy God. And Musa can be very 3-bet happy. This is disgusting.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be an 85 pot. Wow.
Going to be the guts of 100 big blinds. And I guess whoever wins this hand is going to be overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah. Big chance. Top 3.
I'll get back to your question there in a minute, Apocalypse. I see you asked about the word of the day. So I want to make it about 3.5 million here, but it looks like he's gone for 4.5, which is quite large. I don't think it matters. Oh wow!
Just
I
don't
just
flat
don't
here.
see anyway. Dirk isn't just. I probably just flat with aces specifically, even though on this ticket bubble, even calling 3.5 million more is starting to ring the alarm. But they can ring the alarm all they want, Didier. You've got kings.
I always say with aces, jamming is.
Now he's talking to him. The moose is talking back. Oh. The only way, well, no, there is no way he's getting away from the kings. But I'm saying Dirk might decide to try and make it like 7.5 million here.
You think 1/3 of his stack? And he goes all in. On a call.
It goes all in, and he. Well, I wasn't saying he was going to. I'm saying that is another option.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
crazy.
just disgusting. I can't commentate on this. I'm going to get sick into a bucket.
Yeah.
43.4 million in this pot, folks. It's the Dutch Poker Masters. You play for days on end to find yourself in this exact scenario. Dirk has him covered by 2.1 big blinds. And is there to be a king at kings, or are we about to lose Musa? Looks like he is already happy with his fate. Not happy at all, but he's standing up and bobbing and weaving around the place. Here we go.
Ooh.
It's an ace. Oh, wow. Unless it's running quads or a straight. We're going to be going five-handed.
10 on the turn. Ooh, never easy.
Turn is a queen. Glimmer of hope.
This equity goes 8 times now.
10 and a 10 only. 8% as we hit the river.
That'll be
biggest pot of this tournament, I would assume.
Ooh.
It's another lady.
That would be
Actually,
disgusting.
There's no assuming about it. It would have to be. It's nearly 90 big blinds. Good to 50 million chips. Easily the biggest hand of the tournament.
Wow.
What a moment that is, Didier, for the 11 big blind stack.
It's disgusting. Yeah. Wow. Huge pay jump
He
for
gets
him.
€13,000 extra
For just folding.
from a €225 buy-in.
It's huge, huge.
What a day to be alive. Okay, you can do your question there in 2 minutes here. I'm just going to get back to the chat briefly. Dan Fox, first of all. Dan, we can do the question of the day, Apocalypse. Go ahead, caller. Dan Fox says, Dan, I was going to simply do house chores today, but I heard a sound. It felt like my subconscious was telling me there was a melody in the air. I knew at that moment to turn on Twitch while cleaning to be serenaded with an angel's voice. We've got a new angel in the house here, Dan Fox. So you can see what you think of Didier's Dutch voice.
I don't have the Dutch accent, do I, Dan?
Wasn't sure at first. I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. I thought it might be stronger, but then I heard a voice clip the other day, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it just kind of sounds English."
Yeah, kind of.
I thought there might be some form of a language barrier, but that was probably me being ignorant. Everyone can speak good English these days.
Yeah, I have to say I've been to English school when I was younger, so I picked up the accent really easy.
So now, this is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works. They've all secured 10k extra. They can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. The 11 big blind stack remaining can really, I don't want to say punt it off, but he can afford to take risks now. He's got 4 pay jumps and a 10k ticket for himself. Pat himself on the back. Now is when you want to go for it. Double up. Try to get back in contention to try to get a podium finish here. Someone saying maybe Musa escapes from this. No. You're not escaping from Kings. Today's word for the day is clockwise. The awareness that you'll only ever be a certain age relative to your loved ones, only seeing them from one arbitrary angle across the decades, never knowing your mother in her rebellious youth, never seeing your grandkid as anything other than a kid, because even though your lifespans do overlap, they'll never quite line up. I'm going to have to write that down.
Deep.
Knowledge bombs. Apocalypse says Dan Fox secretly has the Dutch commentary on while watching the English stream. Dan Fox is other commentator. DDAB is his name. It's the thing I do. Always compliment Dan's voice and commentary. Yeah. Even on my worst days. Even when I had bronchitis, Dan Fox tuned in from America to tell me how much he loved my voice.
You do get a lot of compliments then, Dan.
Well, I didn't at first.
What happened at first then?
You gotta work your way up sometimes. There's enough people in this world that are going to put you down without putting yourself down.
True.
Berserk betting 1.1 million here. Now again, what I was talking about earlier, the arse end of it, I hate this 7-8 on the King 9-10 because you're just drawn to the low end. Even if we are open-ended. Like a jack rolls off there and we're hating it. Even though we've a straight. God, Fox says, I'm not weird, I swear. Yeah, me neither, buddy. I'm not weird at all or eccentric. I'm a man of few words as well, actually. Yeah, quite quiet.
Are you bluffing?
Well, it's a game of lies. That's right. No escaping from Kings. The casino is the real life Hotel California. That is a nice stack he's got there, Dan Fox. It depends what he does with these chips now. And I really, really hate this shove from Martin. Now, we are five-handed. I got to get it. It's not quite under the gun anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the worst. Maybe I don't hate it. Maybe I'm being too harsh. It's just, of all the aces, ace-6 offsuit is not the one I like at all. think it's my
It's the worst ace.
least favorite hand in the deck. Like, do you think that's? It's probably profitable to shove there, Didier. Like, ICM wise, definitely not. Or I'm not allowed to say that word anymore. If you put it into a chart, you're probably allowed jam there. But he's got to remember what stacks you're jamming into. Huge
Should
stacks.
I put it? I'm going to put it into the chart. I said it.
Oh.
16 bigs, right?
Yeah, no, I've really good. It was 13. I've really good charts on my desktop. Like, yeah, put it in if you want, but it's probably just going to say it's fine. So he's in the hijack.
500. No.
13.
Yeah, 500.
Yeah.
13 bigs.
Actually, it says here deuces, ace deuce suited, and ace 7 offsuit, and that's before putting any ICM considerations into play.
Yeah. I have ace 8 offsuit. From ace 8 off.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your charts are. They probably could be better than mine. Mine are a bit outdated. I used to use them for turbos.
Okay. So it can be
I'm not sure.
wider then. If it's turbos, it has to be wider. Yeah, it could be.
Well, it's not like we have anybody covered. It's just a bit too punty. If we get called, we're going to be in dire straits, and people have the chips that they might call us. Like, look how much pink chips is in front of this guy.
Yeah.
If anything,
Worst.
we could use it in our min-raise folding range.
Yeah, because you look really strong then.
Yeah.
We're going to see a flop.
And has he called from the small blind with 8-7 offsuit?
Yeah.
Yikes. I want to give this guy an honourable mention, by the way. I've never heard of Dirk Reinbach before. He's playing pretty well. Obviously, he's playing pretty well with aces against kings, but I'm saying even the fact that I see him opening hands like 10-4 offsuit with all them chips, I like that. Some guys just don't adjust and they still play their same game. They need to be more aggro, need to open more pots, etc., etc.
Just be the big stack bully.
Dirk Reinbach has total live earnings of $12,985.
We forgot the question then.
Okay.
The next question, Pokerreis.
Sure, you go for it. That's your thing. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
This is going to be an easier one. Which Dutch ex-professional poker player was a former hockey player?
Oh.
So which Dutch ex-professional poker player was a former hockey player? I bomber again. Oh my god. Romke really fast. Go for it really fast. On my screen, I bomber won this one. And he wrote the full name as well, so...
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got action. We have Berserk with pocket nines, Martin with ace-10 suited. Big flip, big moment for both players involved. Martin, the at-risk player, of course, 13.75 million in this pot. It'd be tough to beat Berserk these days. been quiet for a couple of orbits. He wasn't at the very start at the final table, that's for bloody sure. And we might have another elimination. Unless Martin can win this flip. Here we go.
Ooh.
That's a half a good start for the ace-10, I guess. The 9s are shaking in their boots. A lot of outs to
Never
dodge
easy.
as we hit the turn.
Still a coin flip.
Jack actually gives them more outs.
More outs, the queen.
11 outs as we hit the river.
And it's an 8.
It's an 8. So we
Too many
are
outs.
going to lose Martin in 5th place, and that means 4 players remaining now. I don't want to say they're dropping like flies because I did do a 3-hour heads-up battle last week, but I did predict it would be quite a speedy affair today. We are live for 7 hours. It's not like we just came online or anything. What a day it's been so far.
Has it been 7
players.
hours? Wow.
Oh, I shouldn't have told you that part yet.
Time is flying when I have fun, right?
Absolutely. I'm having a blast and delighted to have you with me. €19,000 is now the current payout. We do lose him in 5th place. He would take home €15,200 for his efforts and a 10k ticket. So a 25 grand payday there, Didier, for coming in the top 5. And now it's just going to get bigger and bigger from here on out.
You can sign me up.
$700k is the bet from Berserk. Just c-betting, really. Dino won't love hanging around here, but he does have a pair. Again, this is not a great call here at any stretch of the imagination from the small blind. It looks like Dino has raised to 2.5 million. I'm not buying that when he raises, and Berserk's not buying it either. This Berserk is an absolute animal. I don't know his full name or his real name, but I know we've seen him at Kings plenty of times, and he really does bring the ruckus.
I've played with him.
Flop. Yeah.
I've played with him a couple of times, and he's always like this. He's always aggressive, crazy.
It's interesting because, for the most part, he has very controlled aggression. But he just, his intuition is very good. If he feels like he can get you to fold a hand like that, that flop there should never really be getting check raised. I don't think so. Not too often anyway. And he's just picked up on that. And look at that. Propels him as the chip leader. It's a 4-horse race as we go on the break, folks. Berserk with 88 bigs now. Dirk with 85. Still a lot of chips in play. Dino with 52 and Stefan with 29. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We're having too much fun out here. See you all in a few moments.
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and, like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and That was
Yeah,
maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace-queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 630.
I think he's yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die Checks nochmal verlieren? Stimmt.
No. 2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No!
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen by
available
your
as well.
ace.
I think he would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen. Well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I had something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
Takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call.
that time.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Commotion with a pretty disciplined fold, Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet
it's
for
a
coffee
date.
vibes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window. Followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Elani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Alani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying.
260.
It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4 or 5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tamasauskas does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Elani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tamasauskas, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Elani has that, and Tamasauskas is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tamasauskas, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Elani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs, too.
yeah, he has to be weary of Tamasauskas having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Elani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tamasauskas flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Elani.
Yeah.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, 10s are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko, a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. this is a spot where Niste is just gonna die. 2 10s versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck. Thank you.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the Dutch Poker Masters final table. 4-handed action now. Average stack is 32 million, so over 50 big blinds. Look how deep these guys are. 70 big blinds apiece, give or take, for Dirk and Berserk. They have about 70 bigs between them then. The players in third and fourth. It's been a day of lots of fast-paced action. Looks like iBomber is going to end up winning the holiday. He seems to be getting all the questions right. You must have some good internets, iBomber. Either that or you're wicked smarts. I'm into the bonus rounds now, lads. I have a Coca-Cola in front of me on ice. And then I am going to be going off sugars for, I'm going to try to 100 days. It's going to be very tough. All the way to the Irish Open is my plan. Obviously, I'm going to have a little bit of sugar here and there. I'm planning on doing a 3-day fast this week. Actually, I have a question for the chat. Do you think I should do a 3-day fast this week or wait until the Italian poker sport is over and do it next week? Asking for a friend. Haven't done a fast in ages. I only do about 3 a year now. I'm going to go for at least 3 days. Maybe even 4 or 5. Definitely longer than 2. That is the plan. But I can't be giving away all my secrets. Those yellow chips in play are 1 million each. The pink ones are 500k each. That's important to note. We have chipped up during the break. My bomber has a direct Ethernet cable directly to your streaming kings. That's a powerful gift, sir. My bomber says Fatima was my secret crush. You know who mine was for years and years and years? Liv Burry. Now, since we're all giving away confessions, get into that confession box. You fancy Fatima de Melo, I fancy Liv Burry. It's okay. We're all friends here. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Let's go. No pair, no draw in the house, says everyone loves some Liv. She did berate me on television before and said it was an absolute horrific shove here by Dan Rankin. And I never, ever forgot that. It haunted me in my dreams for a few years. I used to have better dreams about certain things before that. Anyway, Drew's bet 1.5 million here on the turn. I think I've had too much caffeine today. Maybe I was just excited to have a co-commentator who will be back, by the way, shortly enough. He was only supposed to join me for maybe the first session, maybe 3 hours max. And he's loving it so much, he's going to stick around until the job's done, which I love. Too many dreams, man, says the Magic Elsa. Yeah. I tell you, the biggest crush I've had in years has to be Michelle Keegan. Michelle Keegan all day. Now, we arrive at the river with 8.7 million in this pot. Jordan Peterson's daughter ain't looking too bad these days either. Dirk is going to take that one down. Apocalypse says, my biggest ever crush is at Laurie. Aren't you a little sweetheart? Oh, it is nearly Valentine's Day. Get out your cupids in the chat. Well, I hate to tell you this, Apocalypse, but I think Laurie's biggest crush is the orca whales. So maybe, maybe somehow you're in second place. I'm not going to start trying to do orca whale sounds on the chat now. How are you doing, Laurie? I hope you're preparing well, by the way, for your Hella or Heli or whatever the hell it's called. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but I wish you the best of luck. I'm all for dressing up. I love the whole dressing up thing. But again, can't be giving away all my secrets. Laurie says, saved yourself from sleeping on the sofa. Call the cops. Aces here for Dino on the button. And obviously, the blinds went up after the break to 300, 600, 600. So we do see the 3-bet coming in hot from Dirk in the small blind. He's got all the chips to do this with. I don't like his sizing. I think it's just too small. Although it is close to 3x. Actually, I don't think it's too bad of a sizing because Dino can't be flattened too wide, even if he is in position, because Dirk has him considerably covered. Facing a 3-bet like this from the chip leader, I am probably just going to call. And the reason I would say call over 4-bet here is because that dynamic hasn't really been set up between these two. If we are 4-betting more frequently or 3-betting more frequently, I'd be more inclined to click it back here. But given that there hasn't been much of a dynamic between these two, I think calling in position is the superior play. And it looks to me, I went a bit silent there for a moment. I'm trying to think if Dirk was deciding to 5-bet jam. But again, I've been watching too much big boy poker. There's absolutely no reason to be getting out of line there with a 5-bet for the same reasons I said there was no reason to really 4-bet. Pockliff says Laurie's biggest crush is Dan Carter. I think that's a rugby player. Excuse my ignorance. The Magic says, when did Dirk ever 5-bet this tournament? That's my whole point, the Magic. Like, it looked like he was considering doing something like that, but it was just not really his way, is it? So you are correct. He has not 5-bet this tournament. Even in the hand against aces against kings, it went in pretty quick in terms of how much chips they were playing for. You would see sometimes more clickbacks or a 5-bet or whatever the case may be, but he just decided to 4-bet rip, if I remember correctly. Yodako says Stefan Druska is an ex-rugby player too. I have no idea whether that's a troll or you're actually being legit, but it sounds funny either way. Actually, guys, by the way, with that aces against the Jack-9 suit, I don't think there's much reason for 3-betting there in the first place. I would be more call heavy there. Even though we have so much chips, this is a very nice hand. I would prefer to have a worse hand to 3-bet with. Magic said he did flat big blind 10-9 off when he had 10 bigs, so I rest my case. Well, I can't remember the exact situation, the Magic Elsa, but I actually don't know. I don't know how bad that was. I'd have to see, was it a min raise that he defended, or what happened? Was it an early position open? Oh, Yoda Code says, no, it's legit. It was just a random fact. He actually was an ex-rugby player. Well, what do I always say? Every day is a learning day. Doctor says, I already put a ring on it, so it's too late. You sure did, buddy. What a 2024 it was for you. And Laurie, of course. And I wish you all the best in 2025. Dino opens on the button here with pocket threes. Berserk wants to see the flop with his 8-6 offsuit. Dino could bet anywhere around 900k here. Quarter pot would do the job. Goes for 2 mil. I actually don't mind sizing up slightly with our C-bet against Berserk, knowing how often he is capable of check raising. Lord Sorrow says, we in the streets with this poker. We're always in the streets, bro. We have seen some good street poker today. Stefan Druska finding himself under 20 bigs, by the way, which is music to the big stacks ears, because Stefan Druska is by far the most accomplished player remaining in the field. However, he's still going to be quite dangerous off 15 bigs or so, because he'll know exactly how to play that stack size. Whoa, hold on. Call ups. Gino Lombardi is shoving nearly 50 big blinds from the big with ace-10 offsuit over a single open. I don't know if Berserk can call this, guys. Pocket 10s here. You wouldn't expect your opponent to be doing this with something like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. Obviously, we have 10s. And he should never, ever really be doing it with jacks plus. So therefore, he's just going to be flipping against hands that contain 2 overcards pretty much all of the time here. I am shocked to see Dino shove this many big blinds with ace-10 offsuit. Perhaps this is a stutter step or frustration about Berserk being too active, but Lord Sorrow was on about we in the streets with this poker. This is the complete opposite of street poker, Lord Sorrow. I'm just gonna call it right here now. If Berserk feels like he could be ahead, or he might feel like flipping, He can be very whimsical, Berserk. He's very in the moment type of a guy. Yeah, there you go. I think he wanted to fold, but he's like, right, if I'm flipping, so be it. This is insane. I can't believe at the size of this pot. Wow. Wow, as Owen Wilson would say. Almost 100 big blinds in the middle here. 10s against ace-10. This is incredible how much Berserk is in the lead. This is insane. And what a moment this is for Stefan Druska, by the way. He could get a considerable pay jump here with just 15 bigs. Oh, here we go. It's King, Queen, 6, needing a jack for the straight. An ace to win outright. 8 on the turn. An ace or a jack on the river. We're going to lose Dino Lombardi in 4th place. It's a 4 of diamonds. Maybe that guy had to catch a flight. Having said all that, if you put that into your calculator, the GTO solvers, the ICM, whatever you want to call it, I'm pretty sure 10s is going to be a fold. But as I said, this guy plays on intuition a lot of the time. He's made the correct call, and he looks pretty happy. Rare enough you see this guy smile, very stoic. But Berserk now wins a gigantic pot. And on that notion, we're going to bring back the man of the hour, the man of the day, really. Could be the man of 2025. It's Didier B.
Hello, Dan. What a hand I just missed. Wow. How crazy. What a pot.
What a gift that is for Stefan Druska. Let's just see a look at the pay jumps here. Nearly, he's just after netting nearly an extra 10,000 euro there, Didier, just by
Wow.
staying out of the way.
I can't believe it. Wow.
That was insane.
Did they make a deal or not? So I didn't see that yet.
I have not been told there's any deal reached, but shoving that amount of blinds would indicate to me that there was a deal talked about, because 48 big blinds over a button open with ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah.
Seems a bit excessive.
A little bit. So they might be playing for like 5 or 10k then maybe first. Something like that. So he wants to go to high variance spots.
Yeah, maybe I'll find out if a deal has been reached. I just haven't been given that information yet.
Which
I presume something was talked about. You know, we can finally do deals at Kings where it wasn't really a thing last year until the 4th quarter.
Yeah, just can't believe he would call that with that pot without a deal.
Yeah, we can say what we want about the shove. I think 10s becomes a clear fold. If he calls, he's the best hand he could possibly hope for.
True.
Lord So says, I just got here and asked, were we playing street poker? Oh no, it's been very street poker today, but that was just the complete opposite.
That was roulette poker.
That was rich piggies, all right. So, Stratus is going to be very happy with you. I don't know if he's still in the chat. He is on a very different time zone, but he was telling me about walking the dog, but you got to walk your dog, so that's great.
Yeah, I did. It's really cold here now.
It's freezing. I feel bad. I don't bring the dog for enough walks, especially in the evening. But he gets a walk every day in the morning.
Should be enough there.
And I would expect Berserk to go berserk now that he's got all these chips. By the way,
Nice pun.
oh, so just remember to bring him in afterwards. Yes, yes. Okay, guys. I left the dog out one time. Leave me alone. The magic says the shove looked weak and Severus Snape smelled it. Expelliarmus. What dog do you have, Didier?
Don't laugh at me, but it's a poodle. It's my girlfriend's choice though, so. But now I have it. I love it.
I can't laugh at you because I came home from a festival last year and I got a photo of a puppy. It's a golden doodle. Do you know
Golden
them?
Doodle. So it's like the same cross. Golden
By the way,
Retriever and Poodle, right?
oversleeping on that hand there. That was a really nice bet. Like I told you, Berserk is just going to start bluffing these dudes. A golden doodle. And I thought I was coming home to a brand new golden doodle because we need a companion for my dog outside. That I brought inside now, lads. Okay. And got home and my nephews, my sister's kids, loved the dog too much. So they ended up keeping the dog and I didn't get a puppy day.
That's a nice thing though.
But the golden doodle is half a poodle and a golden retriever, obviously. It turns out it wasn't so miniature after all. It's after getting huge. Now go on, Dirk. Just rip it in its face. 92 big blinds. How are you keeping? Stick it in. Think of Ireland and let's go.
Wow.
It is basically a 5x 3-bet here. I actually like this sizing considering how deep they are. And I can get behind calling because we are the guts of 100 big blinds day free, but threes not exactly going to be printing calling here. But against Berserk, if you do flop a tree or get a good board for your hand and he gives up, or you hit your tree, he's going to fire off on flop turn river. So maybe there's enough implied odds there just that you're going to have to call. I prefer to even have 5s or 6s. These deuces, 3s, and 4s play so bad post flop.
Agree, yeah. Oh, he's calling.
But this is the thing. This is these compound mistakes. So he's put in 6 million free. He's put 4 million there. So that's 10 million total.
Now with his board pair, he's going to call.
I put some with my hand there on the flop. Having said that, it wasn't that small of a bet. It was still 4 million. Dirk does check.
Yeah, check behind.
Dirk most likely checks behind. Sometimes we bet like 6 million here just to be able to check back the river.
It seems bluffy to bet now, in my opinion.
Yeah, because it's unlikely he has a 10, and if he doesn't have a 10, then what's he betting?
Yeah, true. That's why I check always. And then Berserk can't bet the river because he's checking the showdown value, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like that analysis. Well said, sir.
Thanks.
Now, does Berserk think he can win a showdown, or does he decide he wants to turn his hand into a bluff? With that diamond there, he's got a diamond blocker. I wouldn't be shocked to see Berserk bet like 14 million here, but he decides against it. Not the right board for him to do it, the more I think about it.
He gives up, yeah. Nice.
That's a pretty nice pot there for Pokerreis. That's a nice chunk of change for such a baby pair. Poker says, guys, did you know that Dan left his dog outside? Jeez. Mine's a collie. He's a boy. And he just wants to play all the time, and I don't have enough time for him. It's terrible.
They need a lot of attention, yeah.
Yeah, he's an outdoor dog, you see, but you have to keep bringing him inside, so it can cause issues. He needs a companion. That's just the way it is.
They are the smartest dogs, are they?
Very smart dog, yeah. Laurie says, you have to get me a dog now, Apocalypse. What happens when it goes chasing any seals in the garden? Imagine having seals in your garden, by the way. So we made it to the bonus round anyway. Didier, I never have caffeine past, say, 4 p.m. is kind of my cutoff, 3 p.m. if I can, but found a can of Coca-Cola, and for the day that's in it, I'm drinking it.
Oh, wow. You never drink Coke past 4 p.m. That's...
Yeah,
okay.
9 o'clock, I don't think it's a good idea. But I did go to the ice bath, so I'm running on empty. A lot of food to digest today as well.
I'm even drinking coffee right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It doesn't affect me that much.
Oh, it didn't affect me for years, but lately it just seems to keep me awake really late at night, and I don't think it can be anything else.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. 4 p.m. he switches from Coke to Coke. Yeah, I wish. I'm in my mid-30s now, man. Those days are well and truly behind me. Maybe when I'm in Amsterdam, I'll party at this techno festival, but either that or I'll just wear blinkers and some headphones. Stay in the corner. Okay, so we pick up the action here on the Jack 6-4. Berserk betting 2.2 million. This guy is going to be very active here, Didier. I'd say, well, you've played with him more than I have. Maybe I've commentated on him more than you've played, but between the two of us, we know this guy.
Yeah.
I've seen him blast off about half his stack in a couple of events. He just, if he gets a notion in his head that he can make someone fold a hand, he's just going to pull the trigger, which I love, by the way, that fearlessness. But there's a fine line between fearlessness and foolishness.
I'm not sure who's gonna... Who would you put your money on at this moment?
I'll never, ever write off Stefan Druska, but with 15 bigs against two guys with 100 bigs, I think he's fairly up against it. 3 is the magic number, all guaranteed a minimum of €27,500. But he really is. This is like clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. He's got 10 bigs against two guys with 100 bigs. Obviously, they won't. I like to round up, by the way, not down. It's easier. They've got chunks anyway, guys, before I get corrected. Correctional facilities. And if Druska can double up with 20 bigs, he can really get into contention if he doubled up again, say. These structures are so great that we keep alluding to, but with 10 bigs, he's really going to have to go for it. right now anyway. And these two boys will not want to double Druska up, which is very important. They also don't want to get in huge entanglements with each other until Druska's bust. So what's your strategy, Didier? Would you be trying to put pressure? Well, Dirk has Berserk covered, but I don't think that matters because Berserk, if he wants to go for it, he's going to go for it. I don't think he cares about the pay jumps. So,
Yeah, if you look
as
at
much as he
this
should
hand,
anyway.
if you look at this hand, this
Yeah.
could be a really big one.
Yeah, now Berserk won't let the pot get too out of control, I don't think, with two queens out there. But you are correct, yeah.
It's three-way action, hitting top pair, well, two pair against
They are
trips.
three-handed now.
Ooh. You have to raise then if Dirk, if I was, you have to raise now.
Yeah, you see, you might just want to keep Berserk honest, but I also think this is a good spot to raise because Berserk's going to still hang around with an ace, and he might even hang around with a draw.
Yeah, and then river you have to
And
go really big.
it's very unlikely, but he could have a weaker queen.
I would go to, let's say, 6.7, 6.5. That would be my sizing.
Yeah, I was going to say 6.5 myself.
Oh, nice. Oh, he calls? Why? Why?
Just calls.
No. Now he has to bet big. No. That's a mistake, in my opinion.
Yeah, it feels like we're not seeing the rest of that pot.
Yeah, should be bigger. Turn should be a raise. Seeing
Bucket says,
this,
going
that
to
is
say
missing.
switches from Coke to Dr. Pepper. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, seeing this, I do think Berserk might be the winner for today.
He's got that raw aggression. If they get Druska out there and they go heads up, I'd have to fancy Berserk. He's just going to apply tons and tons of pressure, and I don't think Dirk has the experience. I think he's only got 12k in tournament live earnings.
Yeah, and he misses value in those spots, and that's huge. If you just get your value, what you should get.
Yeah, I mean, in any form of life or any endeavor, experience always prevails. And Berserk has all the experience, even though I don't know his real name. He's definitely up a considerable amount of money on his hand and mob, whoever he is out there.
Yeah, he's playing every event at Kings.
Wow. Andre Cause is raiding with a party of 97. I think that's one of the biggest raids we've ever got. Thanks a million, Andre. I hope you're keeping well. Much appreciated. And we're going to have loads of Stefan Druska fans now because of that raid. It just so happens I'm a big Stefan Druska fan myself, but this guy, he is tired and he's less than 10 bigs. He is a very big mountain to climb if he's going to get back into contention to take on these two mammoth stacks. I wouldn't even be shocked to see him stick this in. The problem is he's limited amount of fold equity, or perceived to have, because it's 10 big blinds total. And therefore, you're just going to see him let that one go. I think that's just a little bit too tight from Druska, but I don't blame him. He's been getting battered for most of the day. Like, look how many pay jumps he's after getting. Look how much of a battle he's had at this FT. He's after getting pay jump after pay jump. He's after getting the extra 10k ticket. He's done everything he could. Like I keep saying, he looks exhausted.
Yeah,
Usually
he's still
looks
there.
fresh. And he's still there. That's the true mark of a champion. So you've got 120 bigs playing 83 and Stefan with 9. But that's not your average 9 bigs, because you're posting every hand almost when you're 3-handed. So he's going to have to make a move soon, and this is good a spot as any King 8 suited.
Yeah. Ooh, jacks.
Well, here you go. And we could be
One
going
over.
heads up here, Didier, unless Stefan Druska gets lucky. This is his opportunity to spin and win to just about 20 big blinds. As for Berserk here, 67% equity. It's really been his tournament to lose after he won that 10s against the Ace 10. Here we go. It's Ace 10 3. Not a great flop at all for Stefan. No help so far. Turn is the 3 of hearts. One card and one card only. Is there to be a King of Kings, or are we going to say goodbye to Stefan Druska in 3rd place? He has been eliminated.
Well played.
What can he do? Yeah, he just continues to impress me, Didier. That's an awesome 3rd place. He could have easily finished 9th, 8th, or 7th there. Granted, a few things went in his favour. Aces against kings spring to mind, and ace 10 against 10 spring to mind also.
Yeah. Also the set against 2-pair.
The set against 2-pair, yes. Now, I haven't been told that there would be any break here, but almost every time we go heads up, there is indeed a break. Perhaps it's just going to be momentarily. And look how much big blinds is still in play. Nearly 200. More than 200. This one's far from over. This could be one of these epic heads-up battles for the ages.
Or not. Maybe Berserk's
is
gonna...
just going to keep pounding on Dirk, and Dirk's going to have to combat it at some point. What will happen is he's just going to get fed up, because Berserk is absolutely relentless.
He's gonna walk over him, probably.
What a day it's been. They're playing nearly 100 big blind average stack.
Wow.
Wow, and this is a 30 grand heads up battle. I don't know if they've done any sort of deal. I can't say for sure. Usually I'm told every time there is a deal. So if there was no, I don't think Berserk is the kind of guy who does deals, by the way. I probably didn't mention that earlier. Just doesn't strike me.
Maybe now heads up, he does.
Well, I am seeing different payouts here on the King's page, but it's just marginal amounts. It's not. It's after switching, so I can't see. Bear with me. Might have more info in a moment. So here we go, folks. We're in for another heads-up battle. You've got to favour Berserk at the moment, but he is out chipped by about 30 bigs coming into this one. How's your heads up knowledge, Didier? This is could be a tough place for me, the chat, and everyone involved. Sometimes in heads up.
I'm more the aggressive player, so I do like the heads up more than playing full table. So
yeah,
I like it. I like to watch it as well.
Berserk raising to 3.5 million. No, I like to hear that. Some people, they just don't like watching heads up at all. And I was one of those people years ago myself. I'm like, oh, I'll tune out now they're three-handed. But that's where the most exciting stuff can take place. It's also where you can make the most amount of money.
True. And you've been playing with your opponent for like loads of times, so you know exactly how he's playing, what his strategy is. You can get inside his head.
Usually one or both is really, really exhausted.
Yeah.
Like
and
I
you have
used
no
to
breaks.
commentate on the German poker days, and there was guys falling asleep at like 6 in the morning trying to play heads up. One of the mornings it went on until 10 a.m. Irish time, so that's 11 a.m. King's time.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yes. Like I said, could have some 15-hour streams next weekend. There was. I think it was 13 and 15 back-to-back with the Italian poker sport last year.
Wow. Credits.
I say that as I yawn.
How was your heads-up game, Dan? How
My
was your
heads-up
heads-up
game? I actually got back playing spin and goals recently at Christmas, just having a pop, nothing crazy. And I noticed as soon as I could get the third guy out of there and I got the guy heads up, I had a significant edge. And I've
nice.
commentated on many heads up battles at this stage. 8.5 million is the bet here. Like, look at this right off the bat here, Didier. Berserk is putting Dirk to the test, and Dirk's had enough.
Calls.
Pretty good call,
Nice.
all things considered. The 9 is good because he blocks the straight. He unblocks hearts, a heart draw. It would probably be better if he had a heart in his hand and he can block more flush combinations, but nonetheless, heads up, very difficult to make a hand. And he correctly sniffs that one out. And that, say what you want about Dirk, that's a really good call.
A pair is hard enough, heads up, to get a pair.
Well, that nearly puts him at a 2-1 chip lead. Pokerreis says, Dan, the King's page doesn't include the €400 extra for making day 2. Thank you so much, Pokerreis. Thought I was going mad there for a moment. Dan Fox says he's not a deal type of person either. I very much prefer going at it. Well, you have to clean your house first, Dan Fox. Maybe you can worry about heads-up battles then. So this heads-up battle could take a long time, but it doesn't seem to me that Berserk wants to hang around. Yoda Code thinks Berserk's going to have a lot of fun in this heads-up battle unless a nasty cooler happens. The thing about Berserk is he loves bluffing, and the jig is up because he's got caught bluffing loads of times. But you've got to gamble to win, and he's just so willing to get the chips in the middle. It's a very dangerous and scary opponent to play against.
I'd love a small bet there. Okay.
A small bet from
Berserk. Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably just going to go into check call mode there anyway.
Yeah, so that's why it's small bet. It's like block betting. So he determines the sizes. If he wants to check call anyway, I would go for the small block bet. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. I like that logic. It's just maybe we get if he's going to go check call anyway, then why don't we just get our opponent to do the bluff for us?
Yeah, but then he decides which sizing.
Yeah, I'm all for blocker bets. We can talk about those actually.
Yeah.
I don't think we've mentioned them many times today. It just seems to me lately that people are combating the blocker bet a lot. They're just going for it. You nearly want to set it up with the blocker bet these days instead of what the blocker bet
betting.
used to be used for, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Block betting to induce a raise and then call with nuts.
Yeah. Bet like 1/10 of the pot and then they jam for 20 times more.
Yeah.
And you snap.
$10i.
Who wants it more, really, on a double
Yeah.
pair board?
Yes, Dirk wants it more.
10 high, gets 10 high to fold. I'm not sure if they've shortened the clock either. That's usually... I don't think they shorten the clock unless they've made a deal. So it seems like if the clock hasn't been shortened, then no deal was reached.
Wait, let me have a look at the website.
Yeah,
you
I
can
have
see
it
the
on the
live
screen
clock
here,
on the
but
website.
go ahead.
Yeah. Let me have a look.
Because blinds would go from 45 minutes or 50 to 25. We can still see there is... Obviously, that's in the future. Or whatever way you... We're on a 30-minute delay, which is very important to note. No spoilers.
Final
they haven't
day is
changed
still
the blinds.
31. No, still 31 minutes for now. Two pair for Berserk.
Still on a 60-minute clock, Apocalypse says. And Laurie says, I damn and send you pictures after Up Helly. Next week you will love them. Sure. I'll keep sending you photos of me dinner. Berserk with a pretty looking 8-7 suited.
Ooh.
Whoa. Open-ended, straight flush draw.
Against a hit. 6 of diamonds would be sick.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's going to be tough to get paid because Dirk has a 5, but it's on a very bad flop for his 5. I wouldn't even be shocked to just let this go, knowing that Berserk is going to fire off on turn and river a lot.
No. He's going for the raise. Okay. Did he say all in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Told you, this guy just does not mess around.
You can never call this Dirk.
The Magic says, did he say all in? He said all in record time there. It took about maybe 10 seconds. I would say 10 seconds is being generous.
I'm as surprised as Magic Elsa. Come on, Dirk, you can't call this.
I think he's just saving face here, Didier. He might think about it for another moment or two, but he's not going to be calling. Looks like he's given this careful consideration. I thought he was just saving face, but it looks very much like a draw-heavy shove here from Berserk. But even against a draw-heavy shove, it's just an auto muck pretty much.
I would say that's coin flip.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of raising there.
No. Play small pots with bad hands, play big pots with good hands.
Sure. He did a DiCaprio there. It's not always the prettiest part of poker, the heads-up battle, but there's a lot to be learned from them if you dissect them correctly. Just so happens to be the moment that you're running on empty, or it's the end of your stream, etc. So sometimes it can be a bit lackluster, or you're not able to give it the full wallop. And speaking of the full wallop, look at this.
Wow. It might be over. Wow. Top pair open-ended against 2 pair. And
So
Berserk's not going to play it small. Yeah. He should raise. What do you think?
I think he should raise, but we might just see him call.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
I think both options are fine. When we're this deep, I'd be more inclined to raise, considering we are the covering stack as well.
Exactly.
He just calls.
Was that a call?
Thought we might see another raise there.
No, Dirk min clicked, right?
1.2 million was the C bet, and raised to 3 million.
Yeah. Burst will go for the bigger sizing. Oh, he checked. Oh, he checked behind here.
$9 million is the bet. And you think, yeah, I think I might just check back that turn because although there's just so many draws, we might want to try to get value from a draw.
Yeah, but Joe's going to call anyway.
Draw's going to call anyway, and then you're just bloating the pot.
Yeah, true.
Well, that's a big pot there, Didier. He now takes back the chip lead.
I don't understand that Berserk is going quite small, taking the passive route with a good hand, and then going crazy with a bluff.
It's almost like his hand is too good, and he's trying to play it too trappy on that board is the complete wrong logic.
Yeah, just use your image. Be aggressive.
Small pair. Or Berserk. See, the blinds have gone up, Didier. Small blind is now 400k. Big blind is 800k with an 800k running big blind ante.
Yes. Magic Elsa says, why didn't Berserk took the lead on the river? Small bet.
You could go for a blocker there, but if you get raised, it actually sucks to call off a two pair because of the jack completing a lot of better two pair and the stray. So again, that's just not the sizing we want to go on the river. So if we're going to bet on the river into our opponent, we should probably go for a larger sizing, I think, more than a small sizing. What do you think of that, Didier? Would you?
Yeah, I do agree, because it's really harder for him to bluff then.
Yeah. Take that move away from your opponent. If you bet like 20% pot, plus if our opponent is going to call us on the river, we want to size up, not down.
Yep, to get the more value. Sizing up can be like more bluff heavier. So it's always like a big bet there on the river. So double gut
$3.5
shot.
million here with the 9. Dirk's going to float with some form of a straight draw. Bit of both going on there. He's got there.
6 was good and the 10 was good for the straight. Come on, 10 million.
It's trying to pick an amount that you think Berserk could call with a 1-pair hand, possibly 2-pair. Very hard to get paid here. That looks to be about 14 million.
Hero call or not?
No. Not against Dirk for a pot-sized bet.
Yes.
I don't know what we would call it there. Did he some form of a even a king is kind of a tough call.
2-pair-ish, maybe. Depends which one.
I just think it's unlikely that Dirk is going to be using that sizing as a bluff often enough to make it a profitable call, even with like a king. Even 2-pair doesn't seem too great. But obviously we have to take a stand at some point.
He has 2-1 chip lead, right? No, it's nearly the same.
Almost even Stevens yet again.
We do have one more question, but I do think we already have a winner because he got 3 answers correct.
Yeah, he's got that good fast internet. Do you even want to ask the last question then?
Just for the fun then.
The
But it's
funsies.
only, yeah.
5 minutes, so ask it. Give them the 3-hand warning. After hand 170.
Sure.
$4.8 million is the bet on the turn, and 4.8 million is the call. Berserk will take that pot away from Dirk. And Apocalypse, I am not on Facebook. I'm sure I will get a lot of the footage afterwards. No problem. So we do see Berserk betting 5 million here on the turn. He has a good shot straight shot. 2 overs. Dirk now has a piece of it himself, but it's the low end and he will just let it go.
Understandable, yeah.
So one more hand, guys, before the last question of the night. They're going for the full 3x and we'll take that one down. Over to you with the weather report, Didier.
Yes, it is a typical question for Dutch players. This might be a little bit hard, but let me have a look. What is the most prestigious poker tournament in the Netherlands? So if you've never been here, it's going to be a really hard question. Oh, and we got it. iBomber is too fast.
Master
Yep,
Classics
he
of
wins
Poker.
it.
iBomber wins the watch. I think that's 4, maybe even 5 questions he's got right now.
He's got 4 questions right. Wow.
4 questions.
Okay, iBomber. Let me
So I
whisper
think it's
to you.
official. iBomber is going to get contacted by yourself.
Yes.
Or
I'm gonna
whoever.
whisper him.
Whisper him. Whisper him good. Congratulations, iBomber. Yo-ho!
Yeah. So close, so close.
And regrettably, after this hand, we are going to be saying goodbye to the man of the match today, Didier B,
True that.
who has joined us
True that.
for the last 8 hours, giving up his time for the love of the game. He's got to go work at 7 in the morning, and I can't be happier about you joining me today, Didier. It was awesome. Really enjoyed it, and I hope we get to do it again.
Yeah, I loved it. I'd be delighted to be asked again. Really enjoyed it. So,
Well,
guys, this was it for me. Thanks for letting me do this, Dan. Really appreciate it.
Super
And
refreshing to have
hopefully-
you on the stream. If you have anything to say to the fans or the viewers before you go, do so now. And we want to get you out of here, get you to sleep and stuff, man, if you got to work early in the morning.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks a lot, viewers. Dan, I'll talk to you later. See
Catch
you.
him if you can, guys. He's been Didier B.
Over and out. Bye-bye.
Take care. GG. Good night. Now what are we going to do, gang? It's just me again. Boring. Joey ho! Congratulations again, though, iBomber. That is the first time we've done a proper giveaway on this channel, apart from the World Series of Poker Europe. Delighted for you. I don't know how often you're at Kings, but I'm sure you're going to love your stay. It does seem to me that there's a bit of impatience in the air with these two, though. They're going to be getting a bit disgruntled. They're going to be getting tired. Of course, it's been a very, very long day. Dreams can come true, iBomber. He's only been there once before, and you're going back. Love to hear it. Deals are now possible, folks. Yes, indeed. 10% and the trophy must be played out. I can only worry about things that are in my control. We stay until the job's done. It takes as long as it takes. Heads-up matches can be very grueling, but they are playing for a significant amount of money. $3 million is getting called on the river. Trying to figure out the action there. 9-5-3 Queen Queen. Bird has been very quiet in the chat there all day. Obviously he's at work. Hope you're keeping well, Bird. You are appreciated. Yes, Apocalypse, get out of here if you've got to go. You've been here all day. Thanks a million. Berserk's going to have to fire here on the 5-10-6 Jack 6 board. Just has 7 high. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Dirk pick this one off for that sizing. So it's 6.1 million in the pot and 2.1 million to call. He's getting pretty good odds here. The problem with having king high is some of the... I suppose he would just check back on the river with king high. Yeah, I think that's going to be more of a call than a fold with the king 7. Apocalypse says, all right then, Dan, I will head off. Thanks for the great comms as always and have a brilliant week. Thanks a million, Apocalypse. I'll be talking to you soon. So Berserk raises the 2 million here on the button with 6-3 of diamonds, and Dirk is going to 3-bet to 5.5 million. To King Jack off suit. This is a good card for Berserk to continue firing, considering he's got a good shot straight draw. Decides against it, checks back. Actually, I take that back because he's on the button and it is a 3-bet pot. So he's just checking back. And that deuce is not great for him to bluff on either. Dirk really wants to go for value here and wants to size up, in my opinion. Doesn't need to go too small. Like 6.5 million sounds like a good sizing to me. Goes for 4.5. Dirk's just going to check back on the king 5 deuce. Turn is the king of spades. Berserk's going to bet 2 mil, 2.5 million. Nearly 10 million in this pot now as the queen of clubs rolls off on the river. Dirk snaps him off. Ace high wins. Dirk is starting to accumulate chips by these river calls, guys. He's not afraid. He could be a bit fold heavy earlier, but he's starting to put the pieces together, I would say. No pair, no draw. Does Dirk have another gear? Don't think his current style is going to get it done. It's just going to be tough for that current style to beat someone like Berserk, who's going to just keep piling pressure on you. I keep saying it, but Berserk is a very tricky opponent to try figure out. I'm not sure what he's saying to him here. Berserk calls the 1.2 million. Ace 5 suited. So Berserk is going to fold. Dirk is going to take that one down, and we are going on a break. These guys are going to discuss some numbers. You can see they're almost even in chips, just a few percent in the difference. We're going on a break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. And one of these remaining players is going to be your champion. The Magic Elsa says, good night, guys. See you on the next one. Good night. See you all in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
You had the literal owner.
We're
of
going to
the
be right
Lakers.
back.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro.
Mm.
You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant, and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open, 3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're
yep.
Got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Velasquez going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Must be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like Queen Jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back is up against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%.
Decent, okay.
Is Radicki to double through Velasquez.
4.
Oh, 6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours would have been loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Velasquez lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracoli.
Board.
Yeah, I think I had it
Pairs
in
on the end, and Radicki
sì, le filavo.
with the double.
Contro di te perdevo.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like
yeah,
Chef,
no.
Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on. And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but I'm
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually?
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against 1 pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now
are
look at the
hard to
lips
play,
in
huh?
turn from Sutera.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the
They're eating
cats.
the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic Open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these 2 guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4 ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Natal, This might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here, in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radiki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radiki has arrived here with just one patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. Sixes, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there, Ali, and
yes,
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few and some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus two Kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah.
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace-king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposado isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general, it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaitu Leonis arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
Only 11 p.m. It feels like 3 a.m. in the morning. I should figure out the first day. After first day, the moment I finished 1 million. After the first day, I was busted 4 times. I had 8 bullets in. So it was really the drop of light on Sunday, my last chance. So I'm so happy. It's unbelievable.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. No pair, no draw says, let's make a deal. Well, I have news for you. A deal has been reached, folks. The deal has been reached. Both players going to get a minimum of €49,120. And that leaves €10,920 for the winner, the eventual champion. If you're still with me in the chat, give me a Yahoo! Or whatever the Dutch word of the day was. Yo ho! And Dan Fox really just wants to hurt my soul there, saying it could be another 5 hours. Do you want to commentate for 5 hours here, Dan? That's fine. Boo-hoo, says Dan FCS. Another Dan. Too many Dans. Spoils the paddock. What does it say? Too many show ponies spoils the paddock. Now that they've reached a deal, I don't know what the go-to strategy is for each player. They're still playing for €10,000, which is a lot of money. Berserk looking a bit cross, but he does kind of have that mean presence about him at the table. I suppose he just concentrates a lot. So with the blinds still at 4 and 8, they're going to soon be 500 and a million. Berserk with a monster here. Pocket tens. The hand that propelled him to the chip lead earlier. $1.6 million is the bet from Berserk. The turn is the 10 of hearts, gets checked back. 8 million in this pot, guys. 3 million, 3 diamonds rolling off on the river. 4.5 million is the bet from Berserk. Yo, the code says Berserk has bluffed so much that Dirk realised anything is more profitable than folding. I'm not sure what the approach here is for Berserk. He's going to start just trying to pick away at Dirk, I suppose. Dirk has got clever, though, start calling him on turns and rivers. It's anyone's game, really. If Berserk tries to execute a bluff at the wrong time, Dirk can put up the cape on. He might win a gigantic pot off Berserk. As for Berserk trying to take away Dirk's chips, he's going to have to just keep whittling away at him, keep hitting him with those pricey and spicy jabs. $5 million is the bet from Berserk. On the river here, Dirk just with 9 high. He's going to have to let it go. And he's starting to establish a lead now. 100 bigs playing 60, give or take. That's Berserk's wheelhouse. If he can just start applying the pressure. He likes the big pop poker, but Dirk likes the small ball. So two very different styles. Argonaut says, get to turn the sound back on between Tarkov raids. Berserk raises to 2 million. 70 million playing 50 million now. Argonaut says he's gaming on his other monitor. Well, nice that you're still with us, Argonaut. Nice one. Dirk calls the 2 million. We see the turn is the king of clubs. So another bet goes in on the turn here, and 17.8 million in the pot on the river. Start going for more value. What's the bet? Somewhere around 8 to 10 million. 10 million is the bet. And this is just going to be a massive stretch here for Dirk. He can beat some club draws, maybe a missed straight draw. That 9 completes everything on the river as well. Not to mention there's 5 overcards to our pocket deuces out there. Occasionally, although this is a bit out there of a theory now, Berserk could be bluffing with a hand like 3s, 4s, or a really weak 5, trying to get a jack or a 7 to fold. Although that's very unlikely. It absolutely sucks if you call here with deuces and get shown a 5 that was designed to be a bluff. He is 1.5 minutes into the tank. It looks like he really wants to call. But he will indeed let it go. Jack, Jack, deuce is the flop. Berserk will get out of the way and Dirk will take that one down. It's only a matter of time before these two have a severe clash. $1.6 is the bet. 1.6 is the call. Dirk with trips now on the river. Going to try to get paid by an 8 or a 9. Doesn't want to bet too small. 4.5 million is the bet. See, he's after getting paid off there by just king high, which is great to see. But if I'm going to fight Berserk, I'm probably going to try and play him at his own game and play bigger pots. I actually think he could have even got more value there than 4.5. Perhaps not with just king high. But a 9 or an 8 would probably have to pay anywhere up to a pot size bet. It's not really Dirk's style. He likes to small ball it. Yoda Code says Berserk is like a woodpecker slowly pecking into Dirk's stack. It's actually pretty funny, Yoda Code. I have to read it a second time. Woody the Woodpecker. 3 million is the bet by Berserk. Dirk with a monster this time, ace queen. But he can't get a bite. We see a 3x open here from Berserk with the king 4. Looks like he is just sizing up and not down with his pre-flop action. Dirk wants to 3-bet this one, but this looks far too small. 7 mil. Well, it doesn't matter. Berserk can't continue with just king 4 off suit, and he will let it go. So the blinds are 500,000 and 1 million for the big. $1.5 million is the bet from Berserk on the 6-5-3 2-heart flop. We could see some action here, folks, because Dirk has an open ender. Does decide to just call. And we see a turn, and the turn is a deuce. 2 million is now the bet from Berserk on the turn. Expected to see him check this back nearly all of the time, considering there's more 4x in Dirk's calling range on the flop. Now there's a straight on the board. Binsberg is back in the house. Hi! $10 million is now the bet from Berserk, and that's music to Dirk's ears because he is shoving for 48.6 big blinds. Berserk trying to get his opponent to fold. A chop pot scenario. Little did he know Dirk really had it that time. And that's a huge pot for Dirk. Let's have a look here. He regains the chip lead. He's now playing 69 bigs against Berserk's 59. Berserk going to take that one down with a spicy 3-bet with the 9-4 off suit. Queen 6-5 is the flop this time. Dirk defending. Could see some money go in here. Berserk with pocket nines. Brick Char Uto says greetings from Brazil. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Brazil, buddy. Nice to have you with us. Check, check goes the turn. King of Hearts hits the river. Dirk will be happy to take that one down. Berserk not going to be too happy to lose with his 9s. I love seeing people tuning in from Brazil on all over the world, really. The USA. We get people from Australia. We've had New Zealand. It's great to see. I love all the support I've been getting, and the King's production team as well. Like I said, if you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We're back every weekend, really. Mostly just the final days for me. But next weekend, I've got a real treat for you, gang. I'm going to be in the booth Sunday and Monday, and it's going to be very long days. It's the Italian poker sport. I'm expecting record numbers for this one. 1.5 million main event guaranteed. Last year, I think there was somewhere in the region of 6,300 runners, if I recall correctly. $5 million is the bet. 5 million is the call. Dirk wins a nice pot, guys, and he's starting to separate himself now. Look at this. 45 bigs for Berserk. 83 bigs for Dirk. The Dirk Berserk. I also want to give a shout out to the moderators, especially Bird, who always takes the late shift, and he's always there hovering around. Pokerreis has been amazing lately. It doesn't go unnoticed, lads. Couldn't do it without you. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, look at this. Dirk picking up a monster ace, king of hearts. Wow, just goes for the limp. Very interesting. We could see a lot of money go in here, guys. What way do we want to play this? Do we make it like 14 million here? $12, 13, something that can let Berserk shove over the top. There you go. Exactly that. Here we go. 92 million in this pot. This is a huge moment for this tournament and both players involved. Berserk with 29% equity with his ace-8 suited. $92.2 million in this pot. Dirk, 71% equity with his ace-king of hearts. Is this going to beat the last hand of the night? Oh my God, I don't believe it. Ace, 8, 6. Berserk flopping 2 pair, and now it's a king needed for Dirk. This is insane. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. King, and the king only. It is the 10 of spades. Berserk now. 92 big blinds puts Dirk down to 35 bigs. Incredible. And that could very well cost Dirk the title and €10,000. But guys, this guy has basically no cashes before today. 12,000 I think total. So look how much money he's after locking up. Almost 50 grand, nearly 60 grand if you take the ticket into consideration. The rest is gravy. €10,920 for the winner. Looks like they're doing a counter, something to that effect. And they're just counting up the chips here. 35 bigs playing 92. Let's go. It's going to be tough to come back from that, I think, if you're Berserk. He does have pocket tens. Dirk needs to remain composed. 33 bigs playing heads up here is still a lot of big blinds considering how well these structures are. Now the blinds will have shortened once they've done a deal. He will call the 2 mil. And this could be it, lads. He's after flopping top pair, albeit with a 6 kicker. But you're against Berserk. 6 million, that's a huge bet from Berserk. Like he just wants to get this over with and put the nail in the coffin. Dirk most likely just rips because of the sizing. And Berserk has called him off, and now it's 80-20 in Berserk's favour. Berserk could be about to become your Dutch Poker Masters champion. Dirk needing a 7 or a 6. Turn is an 8. The river is a jack. Berserk has done it, lads. He has won the tournament. Hodor, indeed. What a player. He's some man to battle. Granted, he got lucky, but that's what you've got to do to win tournaments. And that's a fantastic score for Dirk. What a day of poker it's been. We had a co-commentator who was awesome. We had a lot of laughs, lots of frantic, explosive action. What more could you ask for? We've done it again. We have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. I'm going to let these guys enjoy their moment and get out of your hair. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Thanks a million to everyone again. who tuned in today and whoever's still with me in the chat. For now, I'm out. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.